So, welcome to this personal branding free course. So this is my free course that's going to teach you pretty much everything I know about building a 7-figure personal brand. I've been on YouTube for a long time and I've seen that there's a lot of people that are putting out free courses, but they're not really detailed enough. They might be 30 minutes, 40 minutes, maybe an hour if you're lucky. So I wanted to make this longer, more detailed, and to really give you every strategy and tactic that I have used. Not just the tip of the iceberg, but pretty much everything I can give to you. Now keep in mind, this is a free course. This is a free version of a program that I have, which includes a course, coaching calls, a community, and a lot of one-to-one coaching with me personally. So there's going to be points in this mini free course where I'm going to be mentioning things like check in with me and your student success manager, or let me know your next step in our Telegram chat, things like that. That of course is only relevant if you are indeed inside of my program working one-on-one with me. If you're not, and if you don't want to, then you just keep going with the free course content and just make sure to take action. If you do feel like you want to get that extra help, the one-on-one support with me and my team, there is a link below and you'll see the information on how to go about getting that. So this is how I built a 7-figure personal brand that's made over $1 million in revenue. Let's go through it. So I've had content on TikTok. You'll see there 4.7 million views. That has gotten me lots of people interested in what I do. I've had people on Instagram. Look, there's a video there with 1.2 million views. You'll see there's a video there from YouTube. It's got 16,000 views, got me nearly 500 new subscribers, which isn't mind-blowing, but for a platform for like myself where it's not my main focus, it's more where I post content to nurture people. I'll touch more on that in detail. That was a pretty good result for me. That video now has a lot more views. And just to show you some proof, that's a screenshot of my Stripe. As you'll see there, gross volume 1.3 million, that's in euro. You'll see there's this massive dip for a couple of months here where I was using a different payment processor. And then of course we use this one again, so you can see it's back up. So that's Stripe, where we've collected most of the money that my business has made. We've used others like PayPal, direct to bank, and then other processors. But yeah, you can get an idea of that there. And there's a photo of me with the same dashboard back a couple of months previous where it was 1.12 million. And I posted that because you can see I'm in the photo. So obviously it's my account, right? Because anybody can find screenshots like this online. If you look hard enough, you'll probably find screenshots of Stripe accounts and things like that. But just to show you that it is mine indeed. Okay, let's keep going. I think I have a video here. Yeah, this is just to show you what can happen when you build a personal brand. This is when the video I showed you previously with 4.7 million views, a video like that was popping off, and you'll see what this looks like. So hopefully this video will play so you can have a look. Cool. So this is what it looks like, where your inbox on Instagram is flooded with people. You'll see every few minutes people saying, you know, what is this you do? Can you explain this? Just saw your video. I'd like to know more. And these are all people that saw your content, are now coming to you, and they want your help. That's obviously one of the best ways to grow a business, having people want what you offer. So there you go. That's what that looks like. Now, my first few months with my personal brand were very, very slow. You see, I started my personal brand when I was making really good money with my marketing agency. So in my head, I would start a personal brand and I would just make boatloads of cash because I was already building personal brands for clients of mine in my marketing agency. And my standard of how much I was making was already decent. I had quite a high income, and I was like, wow, like I'll do this personal brand stuff. It'll probably be really easy now because I've got all these results of my agency to showcase people. We were, I think, on track for multi-6 figures in that first year. I was like, wow, this is perfect. You'll see it wasn't quite that. So in May, 231 euro, June, nothing, July, 632, August, 825, September, 743. So for months and months and months, I couldn't get past even $1,000 or €1,000. Okay. And I want to show you this because when my brand started to grow, it started to grow quite fast. But at this point, I had a good audience. I actually had at least 10,000 followers, at least, maybe more on TikTok. And so I just assumed I would make way more money. And this is to show you that how you monetize your audience is just as important as how you grow your audience, right? There's people I know that have massive accounts and make not so much money. And there's people I know that have tiny accounts, I mean a couple thousand followers, that are making insane amounts of money. people that I know that do 7 figures a year with less than 10,000 followers. All right. So keep this in mind. I was humbled very quickly, and I knew I needed to dive deeper into how I would actually build this into a business. Okay. I had then in March my first $10,000 month, so 9.5k euro. And this was a bit of a light bulb moment as to, oh wow, like now things are really changing and they will continue to scale if I keep at this. You know, this was my first month at a 7-figure run rate, which is anything above $83,000. So based on the exchange rate in that time, you'll see it was $88,000. And that was between PayPal, Stripe again. These were where we get payments in, and then AdSense. This was just from YouTube. You'll see 173 euro. So nice to have. Here is a live Stripe refresh. I've showed you some proof already, but again, screenshots are only as good as a screenshot. So this is a refresh of my app on my phone. You'll see in a week we did 21k, in 4 weeks 83.3, that's in euro, and then month to date, I'll go back to that, you'll see it was like 54. And this was on, let's just check the exact dates. Okay, let's wait for the month to date. Yeah, 1st of May to, I think it was the 16th or so it said. So yeah, there's some proof, and now you have an idea as to my credentials and what this also looked like, because this did not happen overnight. Now, in the next section, there's going to be 4 stages of your personal brand that we're going to dive into. Much more detail later. I just want you to pin this in your brain for the time being. So everything that we've looked at was only possible because I got clear on who, what, where, and how. So I'm going to show you all of this, but keep this in mind. So before we get into this, let's look at the personal brands that I have grown, because if you're going to learn from me, it makes sense to know what I've done and what I've not done so that you know how to get my help. All right. So first, I've grown personal brands for other people, for business coaches, health and fitness coaches, a music marketer, mindset, personal development gurus or coaches, sales coaches, agency owners. I've done this in quite a few different industries where they talk about different topics, they attract a different type of clientele, but the foundations and the premise of all of the success stories that I've had have been the exact same. And this goes for my brand as well. In my marketing agency, I worked with 355 clients. Mostly, a good chunk of those were coaches, personal brands. Now, were there some other brands? Yes, you know, over 100 of those would have been e-commerce brands where it was faceless content we were creating for them, of the products, their storefronts, all that kind of stuff. With that being said though, even with all 355 clients, we did 2 things pretty much for most of them, which was number 1, creating content for them, and number 2, distributing that content and managing their social media page, which was normally Instagram. Now, the best results and the best case study, the most impressive one that I can show to you is 80,000 followers in 3 months that we gained for it was kind of a hybrid. It wasn't a fully personal brand, but it wasn't a fully faceless brand. It was a company at which there was 3 founders and there was 2 kind of front-facing people. So they were in quite a bit of the content. We gained them 80,000 followers in 3 months on Instagram. And I'm going to show you exactly how we did that. Me personally, I will of course walk you through the platforms I've grown on. I've grown on TikTok to over 300k at the time of seeing this video. It could be a whole lot more. On Instagram, you know, my own personal brand, it's not as big, but we've had many pieces of content get, you know, millions of views. And in terms of growing my personal brand business, the business side of what I do, not just getting loads of followers, because my personal brand is a very profitable personal brand. Most of that has come through TikTok, Instagram, and of course a good chunk from YouTube as well. So I'm going to walk you through pretty much, you know, all the fundamentals that I know for all of these. And again, keep in mind that my end goal here is, if you're doing this for yourself, that you know how to grow on these platforms. But I'm not just going to teach you just the hacks to grow, because I see many people that use little hacks and strategies to grow. They get 100, 200,000 followers, but they don't make much money. Okay, so I do want to teach you the way at which I would build this into a business. Doesn't have to be the biggest business in the world, but one that makes you a really good amount of money as well, plus is enjoyable to run. And I've made a lot of mistakes in the past where I've had videos pop off and they've been unsustainable. You know, these were videos that just caught a trend and it was a quick hype, and then my growth would have slowed down for many months after. And I kind of want you to avoid that. because I want you to have sustained growth in the long term. So this is my approach to personal branding. So when growing my agency, I used Instagram in the initial stages to get clients. I used their messaging and voice messaging tools to get my agency past 10K per month. After a while, then I outsourced this lead generation, this process, to virtual assistants, and I gave them access to my accounts. I actually then deleted Instagram for pretty much the bones of 1 year, and I just focused on growing my business, and life was much better. It was actually really, really a fun time, because social media, as much as I love it, and we're going to talk all about it in this training, it has some downsides, and that was just something I noticed. And this really allowed me to come at it with a fresh perspective, where I got out of the mindset of being a consumer on Instagram for an entire year, and I wasn't sucked in to scrolling and the algorithm all the time. So when I came back, it was actually a lot easier to come on here and get good results, because I was more detached. I could see things clearer, and I wasn't as hooked in. Then I hopped back on Instagram and TikTok, both platforms at once. I did this when my business was in a good place, my marketing agency, and that's when I decided to start a personal brand. And so you probably found me on, whether it was TikTok, YouTube, or Instagram, but most likely you found me on TikTok or YouTube, and then followed me on Instagram. And then maybe that's how you joined one of my programs. That's typically the sales cycle most people go through if they're joining myself. And see, the thing is, social media generates so many sales for me now, because, I could show the behind the scenes. I could really document how we did everything in my agency. But on top of that, and the reason why Instagram, you'll see I'm kind of the bigger fan on that platform, and that platform might change in time, but we'll look for the platform that has the same fundamentals as that, which is this thing right here, having conversations with people. It's one of the key factors on Instagram right now that makes it my favorite social media platform. YouTube, I love it, but it's not really a place you can have conversations. TikTok, I love it, same thing. There's a very limited messaging feature. Instagram, this is the place where people communicate so much. So this is where most of your sales will probably sit. Okay, this boosts your sales massively. So this was my approach to personal branding. I want you to understand this as we go throughout this, so that you know the context. I built my agency using a social media platform, but we didn't post content. Then once my agency was in a good place, that's when I put more focus into building my personal brand. And since then, it's been pretty much all gas, no brakes. I haven't really had a time where I've stopped building my personal brand, because it's the thing I want to do. Like, I enjoy building it. I enjoy the business that I've created on the back of it. And it really links into the thing that I want to be doing long term, which is what I want you to find as well.
So I just interviewed one of our students, Atlanta, who joined us quite some time ago, and she started a social media marketing agency with our help, and last month she made £30,000. So Atlanta used social media marketing to quit her job, start traveling, and then she actually started a personal brand off of basically the success she had with the social media marketing agency and from her knowledge of the music industry, and that is where most of her revenue now comes from. So I think you're going to enjoy this conversation. We're going to roll it right now.
So where I'm currently at is, so I've literally just moved into a new place in London, and this is after a rapid growth in business. Just rounding up, doing the end of the year numbers now. It's 21st December, so we're pretty much towards the end of the year. And so the end of the year numbers, we're looking about £125,000 we made since April, so not even in 12 months. So that is, trying to do the maths. When I met you, Adam, I was on a salary of about 32,000 in London, and that was a full job in the music industry. So I can't do the maths that fast, but 3, 6, 9. I was about quadrupled my salary.
At least.
Which just, it's just mind blowing. So I definitely wouldn't be sitting in my own apartment in London, being able to afford it in a lovely area and having fun again, all on my own terms, if I hadn't have taken that initial step forward to start my own business and leave the comfortability of full-time salary work.
Yeah, and I think for you, Atlanta, like, this was one thing that really stuck out to me when you joined us, was that, like, you hadn't just started that job, right? As in, you had been in the industry for, I think it was like 7 or 8 years or something, right?
Around that, yeah, just under a decade at that point. Yeah, it's that was all I'd know.
And it drives home the point of if like you were in it for 7, 8 years and building up your career, like climbing the ladder, as they say, and you were then left with 32K a year, which in London, I'm sure wouldn't give you much left over at the end of the month, right?
Oh, it's so weird to think about it now because I talk about this with a lot of friends. And that truly, I was living this lifestyle where, you know, like you're getting all these awards, you have this glamorous life, you're flying around the world with pop stars. But like the numbers weren't making sense in accordance with my life. And after I had gotten paid, like pay tax, rent and bills, I worked out that I was living off of like £15 a day for the month. And it's just like, it got to the point where I was so sick of that. I knew that there was just like this whole other life for me. And it was like, I was already there, but physically I wasn't. And I just needed to find the right person to just open that door and tell me how to get there. Because I trusted myself that I would be able to get there, but I just didn't know how to do it. So I literally just needed someone to be like, this is how you do it. And then the minute I found that right person, which was you, it was, you know, away we go. And that kind of just gave me the confidence to just go, you know what, I'm just gonna, I'm a very all or nothing person. So I just quit I got sick of it, quit my job, and literally just felt like I was restarting my life completely all over again. And then I just went fully in on it and just literally just put in the work. And
you did. And
incredible.
When you joined Atlanta, like, I'm pretty sure you were still working the job. You joined, and like you said, the goal was learn the information, get clear on what you need to do, and then do it.
Yeah.
But I think I can remember when you sent me a message saying that you had just quit your job.
Yeah.
And it wasn't right away, but it was within 1, 2, 3 months or so.
Yeah.
And what I'd really like to kind of ask you is, what made you take that initial leap, right? Because you knew the world was there. You knew you had the potential. You had the inner confidence, the self-belief to do it, which not a lot of people get to that point, which is really sad and unfortunate. What pushed you? Like, were you thinking about it for like a long time beforehand? Or was it just a spur of the moment thing?
Yeah, and I think I wasn't because also I was coming into it when I joined Six Figure Accelerator. You join and you see so many people kind of join and they almost get kind of instant results. And I knew I just didn't have that capacity to do it because of my job, and I was so incredibly burnt out from that job as well. It literally felt like it sucked the life of me, and so it was definitely something building for a while. But I knew I couldn't just take a risk; I had to take a calculated risk. And for me, knowing that I knew the steps forward and I had a mentor in place, it was this clear kind of runway for me of, okay, if I now quit my job with nothing to go to and no potential income for a while, I know because I've got the tools in front of me, I know I will start seeing income coming through, because the thing that's stopping me is literally just the time. And that was just, it was just rubbing for such a long time. I think, it was a good few months. I think I joined roughly towards the end of the summer. And then I put in my notice a few months after that, where I thought, okay, like I know what I need to do. I just need the time and space to do it. And get away from this job, because it wasn't it. So when I quit my job and I moved out of London, I just took a bit of time out to just just sort of get myself into a place, figure out also exactly what I wanted to do in this space online. Because at first, when I joined, I didn't want to do anything in music. I wanted to run a social media agency in travel, because I was desperate to travel.
Oh, yes, I remember.
I was like, okay, well, maybe let's explore this. So I definitely dabbled in a few different sort of niches for a while. Tried the travel thing out, and then ended up just taking on whatever sort of work here and there to do social media management. And I was like, I can do this, yeah. But then I realized the one thing that I actually truly love is definitely music. It just wasn't the job for me. That job that I was in was ruining my love of music. And so I thought, okay, business building is really, really hard as it is. So you've got to love what it is that you are building in order to actually enjoy the process. And I definitely know social media, but I didn't think I loved travel as much as like running social media pages for other travel companies.
Mm-hmm.
I just think I want to be the one traveling. So I thought, okay, that's going to marry up. And so by taking that time away, going traveling and rediscovering what is it I actually really, really love and what can I like do well and monetize. And let's think about that. And how do I reach people? And so then I'm giving you a bit more of my life story here, but essentially after traveling for a period of, I'm going to say sort of 6 months or so. And really, again, I was trying things out. I was taking on social media management work. I essentially sat down and I looked around and I saw this opportunity in front of me, which is TikTok. And I have a lot of friends who are YouTubers who just jumped on an opportunity about 10 years ago, and they picked up a camera and they didn't care what other people thought of them. But now, 10 years later, because they jumped on an opportunity and they took action, they're now all buying houses with their YouTube money. And so I'm sitting here going, I see what's happening. We have got a new wave here, and that is TikTok. So if I just figured out how to properly do this app, Adam's doing it. Adam's running a whole business off TikTok. So if Adam's doing it, I can do it. But I need to figure out what is my thing and how to work this app. So I get on the app and I just spend literally, I had no job. So I had a lot of time and I just got my head down for a few months, figured out what was my tone of voice on social media, how am I going to connect with people, and what is my seat at the table. And then I just literally made a load of content for just months. And it was just content, just giving value. And then once I built up an audience, I had options of how I wanted to monetize. And then through that, then created a whole new business, which is now what I do full time, which is my coaching business. But that was never the starting plan. The starting plan, I'm going to do a social media agency for travel and hospitality and hotels. And I've gone all the way from there, all the way back to the industry that I started, but coming back to the industry that I know, but doing it on my own terms. So I still get to do what I love and I get to do things that I just really, really know very well. But it's completely a brand new job, which is coaching. And had I not been through that process of understanding, again, like how to build an online business, what to implement, how to scale it, which is really, really important, how to sell to people, how to market your business. So many skills in that I learned, which is what I use every day with my coaching business now. So that coupled with TikTok growth, 125 grand in how many months? April, like 9 months or something, eight months.
So good.
Mental.
And it's the comparison, right? Like I just can't get over that. Like the years and years and years in the job, 30K a year, and then 4x it. You're probably going to 5-6x it next year. Like it's mind blowing. And I'm sure people will have that exact reaction hearing that, thinking that's mind blowing, but that's just not possible. Like it's too far away. Yeah, that's probably what you might have thought.
That was me. That was literally me every single time. Like you get on TikTok, and I was looking at people thinking, "Oh man, like they're like 18 and they're like running like 6-figure businesses." Like literally, this whole year, I had written out on a piece of paper, like I am a 6-figure business owner. Nice. The moment that I crossed that mark, I was just like, if you said that to me in January this year, that you would be a 6-figure business owner, I was no way, not going to happen. And then last month I made 30 grand. Like there's literally my whole annual salary in 1 month. And it just, I feel like mentally I haven't caught up yet to that because I've been so used to never having money. And now it's all come from me. Like it's my value. And it's just, again, I was that person sitting there watching these kind of interviews, the testimonials, the videos, going, I think I can get there. I just didn't believe it. The self
the key, isn't it?
Had been worn down so much. And that is why I needed mentors around me to not only teach me what to do, but so much of it was the self-belief. And I didn't realize how much like mental self-belief work I needed. And once I unlocked that, it was like a switch. And once I unlocked that, I was like, oh, I can charge for this. I can charge 4 figures for my services. What? That's usually what I got paid for my full-time job a month. There's no way I could charge that. And then having someone sit there go, yes, you can. That in itself is life-changing. So it is. There's so much to it. And that's why I love being a coach, because I get it now.
Yeah.
And I realize like that whole coaching, mentoring, it literally can change people's lives.
100%. I think the transferability, right, of the skills you would have learned when you first started on this, that's a key point we always try and make to people, but I don't think people really fully get it until they've done what you've done, where you've taken the skills, used them to get a few social media management clients, make a couple thousand, give you the freedom to travel, and then you've taken that and you've gone a slightly different route, but you're still using the same skills. Like, you're still selling, you're still marketing, you're still going to potentially be hiring team members, using systems, automations, all these things. It all strips back to what you would have learned with the agency style of business, which is the reason I think I got results with it as well, was because of that. I knew when I started it, this is not only going to work if I work hard at it, but even if I do it for 3 years and then go in a different direction, it will be all from that. Whereas anything I ever did in the past, drop shipping, influencer marketing, theme pages, it was all, you hop on it, see an opportunity, and then it crashes and burns. And then you're left holding nothing but a bunch of skills that you can't really reuse because they're just not transferable. I think that's the beauty of this. And that's why, like, so many people use the social media marketing as a stepping stone. Like, that's what I did. It's what you've done. It's what many others will do. And some people, of course, want to just skip that, right, and just go straight to, let me just coach. And if I could just go straight to that and skip the other part, maybe that would be more profitable. Maybe it would be easier to do. What are your thoughts on that, Atlanta? Do you feel like it was necessary to have done the kind of, I guess, done for you, pay me, I'll do a service and I'll manually do it, and then to transition into, hold on, pay me and I'll teach you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm really, really big on the done with you model.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, for me, I find that much more enjoyable because you can help more people, and there are so many people that need the help. I think it's also really, really important to go through something that's also, you are on the other end and you are also going through something that's also done with you. Like, you are being the person being coached, so you can learn those skills. I think for people who just want to jump to being the coach, well, I just think, first of all, you need to really, really know what it is that you are coaching. I think that's where then there becomes a gray. You can't just be a coach. You really, really need to know your stuff.
Oh yeah.
So again, I'm really, really big on that. And again, you know, I'm looking at obviously right now, the present, getting, you know, things good, making the sales, but I'm also looking like, where do I want to be in 5-10 years? Do I want to stay as a music industry coach, or am I going to want to move to coaching coaches and helping other people build their businesses? But I know I can't do that probably right now because I'm in year 1 of being a coach. And if that's what I want to do, I want to get a good few years under my belt to really, really know my stuff on how to be the best coach that you could be. So again, I'm always looking at, you know, this is what I want to do right now. But the best part of it is that you can take this and mold it however you want. But yeah, I think for me, the whole coaching thing, like I said, never started out thinking I'd be a coach. It was always something in the back of my mind where when I definitely, even with you, I thought, yeah, I'd love to be a coach one day. Like, you know, I think I'd be good at it, but I just didn't think I knew enough to be a coach. It's just so funny now that it is music. It was that thing. It was like, it was right in front of me.
I know. You're probably the one person that could have gone straight to coaching.
Yeah.
Most people can't. They're trying to coach on something that's not done, but you probably could have.
Self-worth. It was literally self-belief that stops me from doing it.
Super interesting. So Atlanta, now, like you said, you did 30 grand last month.
Yeah.
That's
thank you. I don't know what was in the air last month because I actually didn't really do anything different.
Okay.
It was just we just made sure we had the doors open. So the system is all in place by this point. we launched in April, so we've got a good few months of how things work. The big thing that changed for me as well is hiring a salesperson. So that was a game changer. So by that point, she was also very, she'd learned how to sell. She knows the program. She knows me. She knows the kind of clients we get in. So I think that may have been a contributing factor. But again, it was huge. But I think the main thing is that by that point, by last month, I was ready to be able to take on that amount of work. Because if I hadn't have gotten the systems in place, if I was still doing what I was doing before going more into coaching and group-based stuff, there was no way I would have been able to accept 30 grand's worth of work and that amount of new customers. But the fact that we were in a place was awesome. So, come on in.
Yeah, for sure. And what's wild is, Atlanta, you said you didn't really do anything too differently, right? And you did 30 grand. I just had a look at your TikTok just before hopping on. And as you said, like that is the basis of your coaching as well, right? You've 70,000 followers on there. And when you look at the amount of times you've posted a lot. But I know so many people that have posted the same number you've posted and they're at 2,000, 3,000 followers. So you've done obviously, and I don't need to tell you that for you to know it, because 30 grand in the bank in a month tells you that you've done an incredible job at just being able to market yourself. But the second thing I noticed was that in that month of November, it's not like you did 20 times more content or increased the flow. And in fact, it might have been lower than normal.
Yeah.
Where were the sales coming from? Is it people you have on an email list, Instagram, or?
Entirely organic, my friend. That's the beauty of it. And I think that's kind of where you cross over into kind of more personal branding territory. When I say that, in November, no, I definitely didn't. I didn't ramp up the amount of content putting out. I was literally in the middle of a house move as well.
Yeah.
So I was busy with that. I didn't have time to post content. So I got a few posts out. I think it's probably to do with kind of general consumer buy behavior anyway.
For sure.
I think that definitely helps. But really it was, I think what is good about where I've managed to get myself into a place on socials is the content I do put out. I don't bombard. I don't put a lot of stuff out. The content I do put out is really, really purposeful. And I've always tried to lead with giving people something tangible, something just valuable. And the place I always started out with on TikTok was I lead with value. So you just give a boatload of value first. People trust you, and then that will do the selling for you. That's really it. So by the time people go and book the calls, they fill out the questionnaire and everything, we can kind of pre-vet them. They get on the calls with my salesperson. They're already warm because they've already built the trust with me through the content I've made. So there's been, again, this entire time, I haven't spent a penny on advertising. I haven't done any cold outreach at all. It's purely been inbound. So I'm sitting here thinking, okay, what if we do start doing outreach and ads? What then? And I know I need to even maybe look at building even bigger systems in order to, monthly memberships and things like that, where things are more automated, courses. There's so many options I can do. So I'm building that first. So once we hit the button and do more cold outreach tactics, I expect it to just kind of even excel even more. Because if that's what we can do organically, well, we haven't really pushed. I'd like to think we'd hopefully be in a good, healthy position.
Definitely. Like, damn. We'll talk more about this after. I think we could for an hour just on that topic alone.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. When people see it, they don't realize, like, shit, that's like you haven't spent a penny on ads, like you haven't done any outreach. I'm like, I swear, nothing. What we have been doing is collecting emails the whole time. We've sort of I think we're around 5,000. Again, the email list grows passively. I don't rarely push to it, but we've got about 5,000 on the email list, and I'm just keeping it sitting there to start delivering value on the mailing list. And then again, once we roll out more kind of scalable products, we hit people on the mailing list. Wow. So it's but it's such an enjoyable process. I love all of it now because I'm
Absolutely.
doing this thing I love doing. And that's, I think, again, is one of the most important parts.
It's a big shift, right?
Yeah.
Big, big shift. And I've never had that in the sense of working a job I hated, but at the end of the agency journey for me, there was months where I just didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy the whole process, the relationships we had in the business, everything. It was just, I didn't enjoy it. And then going from that to then just coaching full time, I did that at the start of 2023.
Yeah.
And I remember just that feeling of, holy shit, I can now work on the thing I'm enjoying more, make more, and not have to deal with all the other stuff that I wasn't enjoying anymore.
Yeah.
What a feeling.
What was the thing that made you finally quit your social media agency? Because you grew, that was doing really, really well. So what final thing that made you go, I'm all in on coaching?
It was literally the business partnership that I had. Because I had a partner, right? 50-50 partner. And it was so good for so long. Like, we were so much on the same path, the same wavelength of where we wanted to go with this. And there was a mark probably a year before we stopped, which was where we decided we're not as aligned as we once were. So instead of us just constantly kind of clashing heads all the time, what we're going to do is we're going to make a strategic decision to just scale down. And that's what we did. So for basically the last year, we still took on new clients, but we didn't try. We didn't push much outreach. We didn't do much promos. And, you know, if you have this amount of monthly revenue, it's going to eventually just dip, right? And that was our goal, was literally to essentially crash and burn our own business till it was zero. And then we would just let everybody go and we'd move on.
Right.
But yeah, it kind of got to a point where there was a bit of a stalemate, and then I basically ended up selling my half to him. So to be honest, it's not so much the business model. And that's why, like, in the last year, I can't even say how many times I've wanted to start an agency. I've had so many ideas, so many opportunities. The reason I didn't was because at the start of this year, I promised myself I wouldn't. I would just do coaching for the full year and then obviously make a decision after that point. And it's why I'm still so passionate about the agency stuff. I think if I wasn't, I would have moved on and started coaching coaches or coaching just people on how to do a personal brand. But I think for me, I still love the model so much that I'm still here. I'm still rocking it, you know?
Yeah. And also, you know loads about it.
True.
And because you know loads about it, that's how you get results.
Yeah.
Not like people are signing up and then you're just saying all sorts of random crap. It's like you actually know your stuff. And
For sure. And
people, and it's easily digestible. I remember when I was going through it, I was like, oh, this all makes sense and I can do this. And I think that in itself is so, so important and rare as well. Because before you, and I think most people as well, they will sign up to so many and try so many. And a lot of them they are just selling rubbish. And, I'm sure you get a lot of skeptical people sign up. I do.
Sure.
Loads of music. And it's kind of once they start working with you, they go, oh, this is actually helpful. And they feel heard and they actually get results. And you go, yes. Like, it is there, it is available. But it's kind of having to go up against so many people who do almost, again, they jump on that bandwagon.
Yeah, it's that.
Having someone that cares that's the difference.
100%. Atlanta, you should see the 3.0 we released in August. It blows the old stuff out of the water in terms of practicality, action items throughout the whole way. It's a whole other beast. But that point, I just want to touch on that. That's again why haven't I started coaching just coaches, just how to do a personal brand? And I think that's a massive point that you mentioned. It's like I've been doing coaching for a good few years now, 3 or so years, but full time a year, right? So maybe in 6 months from now or 9 months from now, I'm going to turn around and go, you know what? No, I feel 100% confident in my ability to do it and have enough experience. And I think, as you mentioned, I think just too many people jump into whether it's, and not the agency, because you can just learn that on the way, but when it comes to coaching, positioning yourself as an expert and charging for your advice, too many people, I think, jump into that where they really should wait a year. Like there's guys I've seen even in our program that I've gotten to, just one story I always tell, got to 2K a month, messaged me, said, hey, Adam, hit 2K a month. I was like, fantastic, amazing. And he said, don't post it. And I said, fair enough, most people are pretty cool with me posting it, but I was like, all good, no worries. Then I remember that he was posting content, like a personal brand style content, so I wanted to check it out. And I checked it out, and he was basically coaching people how to get to 5K a month guaranteed in 90 days. And I was like, oh my days.
Yeah.
Then you've got the case of someone's seen that, and they've seen Adam's doing this coaching. It's clearly working. And instead of doing what you've done, which is like, wait, build up your expertise and know when you're actually able to do it, this person obviously did the opposite. Did it way too soon and lied.
That is the scary thing, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, there is a lot of that out there, with people wanting to just rush that whole process. And I just think, just wait, get the results in yourself.
Yeah.
Success in quiet. I always say, just like get your head down, learn it, do it really, really well, and then kind of re-emerge with everything you've just achieved, and then share your wisdom, because you've been and done it. And I think that is the thing that separates the good coaches from the bad coaches who are doing it for the wrong reasons.
100% agree. Alana, with the music industry, I have no idea if there's many other coaches. Like, I haven't a single clue. What is that landscape like? So when someone has a sales call with your team at the moment, is there a high degree of skepticism, or they've been burnt in the past, or is it a pretty tapped industry?
Yeah, there are a few. There's I still feel like it's quite a new space, coaching. I think since I started, though, I've noticed a lot of people meaning to start, which is interesting.
Yes.
There are a couple out there. A lot of them are like older dudes, and I think people kind of like my sort of fresher take to it.
Yeah.
My sort of USP in the space is I am practicing what I preach, whereas I'm not someone who has had some mild success.
Yeah.
There's a guy out there who's been doing sort of coaching and education for sort of over 10 years, but he's never really reached any sort of pinnacle success. So his outlook is very jaded. And I say that because I've had people come to me who have checked his stuff out and gone, he comes at it with a very negative mindset, and you are very empowering, and that's what people need. But yes, there are a lot of people who are skeptics. I really try, and I've worked quite hard to move myself away from kind of being branded as like a guru or anything. Is sort of thrown around a lot. And so I think that's why the program that I have is really, really developed. It's like 6 months of access to me, like literally one-to-one, as you know, it's really, really intense, and it's done in that way of being able to have that personal touch to everything that I do, rather than just getting people to sign up, run them through a really hands-off program, and never even checking in on them. And I think, again, I sort of looked at the experience I had with you of like, I can just drop you a message whenever I needed it, and you guys will get back to me. And that was just so helpful in itself. And I thought, okay, well, people are going to need that too. And so I think that's every place I'd move and I operate, it's always to just give the absolute best and give people the absolute most, and but like in a great way of like, here is absolutely everything I know. And you can have me in your pocket. Whereas so many, I think, cut corners by that. But in terms of the competition, there aren't so many yet. I do expect more people will be
for sure
what I'm doing and going, that's working very well. I want a bit of that. But also the reason I even started is literally because I left the music industry and I looked around and I was like, oh, there's all these like artists out there who need help, but don't know where to go. And don't know where to go, who is like a trusted person in the industry. And there's just not many people in the music industry who want to share their secrets anyway. And I thought, well, screw that. I don't care. I want to share. So I don't care about gatekeeping. So I think that's literally why I started. I was like, people need the help. I can help them because I know what I'm doing. And I just started by just talking about all the things I know. And then that became very helpful to people. So I just did it more. So it was never even to start by, oh, this could be a whole business. It was literally coming from a place of, you guys need the help and I can be that person for you. And that's how we've led. So
I think that's why you're at where you're at. Like you said, you started with the right reason. And it's so easy to undermine that and forget that and just think that's not important. But it is. It really, truly is. Atlanta, where can people find you?
So I am at Music Industry Mentor on TikTok and Instagram. So there you'll find a bunch of free content that will actually help you, like tangible content. And if you like that and you want to work with me more, then you just know exactly
what to do.
Know what to do.
Exactly.
Well, that
awesome.
So is it.
Amazing. Atlanta, appreciate you coming on. And I'm sure everybody else that's still watching this probably thinks the same thing. So it's been awesome.
It's been real. Good to see you.
So this is a video I recorded pretty much immediately after I hit about 300,000 followers on TikTok. And so in this video, I'm essentially exposing, the second it happened, well, it could have been a few days later or a couple of weeks, exactly what I did to get to 300K followers. And lots of these strategies and tactics I've continued to use on other platforms, so it's not just specific to TikTok. So whatever platform you're using to grow, this should probably help. Now again, keep in mind this is a training I've recorded some time ago. Okay, so have some of my thoughts potentially changed on this going forward? Yes. Has my strategy evolved? Yes, as well. But I want you to see this because this is just raw. This is what exactly I thought at the time was the exact thing that got me to this point. So enjoy. And I'm just giving you this now before we get into much more of the strategies and tactics later on, so you have a rough idea as to where we're going to go with this. So I want to expose to you my growth strategy for TikTok, the strategy that I've used and how it has changed over the last 2 or so years, because I'll be real, what worked when I started on TikTok is not the same type of content that now works. What we're going to do in this video is we're going to break down these 8 key points so that you know exactly how to do this yourself. If you want to grow your own TikTok personal brand, this is going to help you. But if you also have clients, you run an agency, this is going to help you understand the strategies that you could then use with your clients. So first, we're going to do an account overview and proof to show you some of the analytics, the insights, and the overview of how did I get this amount of followers and what actually works. So let's head on over to my TikTok right here. So let's do a quick breakdown. We've got 312,000 followers. We have over 4 million likes. And if I scroll down here on the content, one thing you'll notice immediately is not all of my content goes viral. Okay, my last video had 800 views. The video before had 5,000. But if you scroll down, you'll see there's certain videos that tend to pop off. 23K right here, 17K. And we have a video just down here, which has 2.1 million. If we scroll down again, you'll see the same thing again, right? Videos with 1,000, 3,000, but here we have a video with 1.9 million. So now let's get into some of the analytics, right? So if we look at the last 7 days inside of this account, we've hit nearly 2 million views, 50,000 profile views, all these other cool engagements. You can see the video views have been pretty stable over the last week, around 200K a day, sometimes getting up to 350. If we go to the last 28 days, we'll start to see how things started to pick up. So if you look at the start of March here, we were getting about 60K, 30K, 20K views a day. Then this is where we had a video start to go viral, and then that has continued for the last couple of weeks. Now, what's really interesting is the follower growth. Some of the videos that I have that go viral literally get me barely any followers. I've had videos get 1 million views and get like maybe 1,000 or 2,000 followers from that video. Then I can have certain videos which are way more just defined in my niche. They give so much more value to my audience. And when that videos go viral, as you can imagine, we get a lot more followers. Okay, so if you look at the last 28 days here, right, we had 250K this time last month, so we've added about 70K since then. The last 60 days, right, if you look at February, we were kind of flatlined around 217, right, 2017, and then that has obviously shot up quite a lot. Next up, what I want to walk you through is this point right here. For the success of my page, this is probably the #1 factor, right? It's having a voice and it's having a niche. So for me, my niche comprises of self-improvement and business, how to make money online. I stick to these, okay? So I don't talk about politics, I don't talk about my views on relationships, right? I just stick to the thing that I know people wants to hear from me. I also know that this is the thing that links to my business, right? If I put out content around self-improvement, improving yourself, working out, plus that you can make money for yourself, that's the type of person I'm going to attract, the type of person that wants to see that content. And that is the type of person that buys what I have to sell, because I do sell something. I sell a mentorship program specifically for people that want to learn how to make money online, whether that's through an agency or an appointment setting or a different type of online money making vehicle. So for you, this can be very important. Some people in this space have the view that you shouldn't have a niche, okay, and that you should be your own niche. I think that's a great idea, but I do believe that having a specific voice or niche really helps you, especially when you're starting off. Because when you're starting off, people don't care about you, they care about what you have to say. When you get maybe 100K or 200K followers and you start to build an audience, now your audience will switch from caring about just what you have to say to starting to care about you. And that is a massive shift that takes place only once you've built an audience. So if you want to go from 0 to 10K, well, this is going to help. Because if you talk about Formula One in a video, and then you talk about football the next day, and then you talk about making money online, it's very sporadic and people are going to get very confused on what you actually do. Definitely do this. Number 3, I want to cover the style of videos that work the best. Okay, so the easiest way for us to do this is to look at the videos that have done the best on my page. So this is type number 1. This is a scripted, highly edited video where I've literally sat down, I've got my microphone in hand, I've shot this on my iPhone, I've done it, in a place with a good backdrop, and then my editor has made this look really, really cool. You'll see this style of video works really well for me. I tend to do pretty well when I have a scripted video like this because I can get straight to the point. I can get all my points across with a good hook at the start within about 20-30 seconds, and I've hooked the people in. Now, I do want to show you that some of my videos are these lifestyle videos that you see. Okay, so you're probably seeing them here. All right, these work well, but they don't work as well consistently for me. The reason we create this style of video is because people that want to work with me and learn from me, a lot of those people are motivated by the lifestyle. Okay, so if I'm going to teach you how to make money online or how to improve yourself, you want to see that I have the proof. Okay, you want to see that I also improve myself and I also make money online. Okay, so we create a lot of videos like this where we show a transformation of where I used to be and where I am now. So those are my 2 favorite types of content. It's lifestyle content like this where you follow trends and you show your transformation and you just show off the lifestyle that you have. And the second type of content is the sit down, speak to the camera, highly edited videos. Okay, next up, I want to cover how I mix 3 content pillars to go viral, but then to also close clients and make money. Building this TikTok page has been really like a massive help to my business. I mean, most of my coaching business has been built from TikTok. Okay, nearly all the people that have worked with me have first found me on TikTok. Some have found me on YouTube, but the vast majority is TikTok. And that is what I want to cover, right? It's not just how to go viral. I don't want you to just learn how to get 300K followers. I want you to know how to actually close clients, because you could have 300K followers and make 1,000 per month. But my business can make up to like 70, 80, even above that per month. So like 80,000 per month because of this. Okay, it's because knowing how to put out the content that gets you the views and then convert those views into clients. All right, so these are the 3 types that I try to hit. So we've got viral content, which is of course the videos that go viral. This is for awareness, it's for people to know who you are and what you do. Lead gen content is content that specifically tells people to go somewhere else. So in the end of a lot of my videos, you'll notice that I say DM me on Instagram or click the link in my bio, right? The reason we do this is because we want people to get off TikTok, right? Having people on TikTok is not that valuable, as we've looked at. Just having followers is not that valuable. Having a video get 1 million views on TikTok and then 10,000 people go from that video to your Instagram and message you, guess what? You're going to get a ton of leads, a ton of clients, and you're also going to get people that then follow you on Instagram, right? You're cross-pollinating the audiences. So if you look at this video, right, we're on about 2 million views. If you come to the very end, you'll see I have it, right? At second 42 out of 44 seconds, message me on Instagram. Anytime this blows up, our DMs get absolutely flooded. Okay, really, really key that you have that in there. Nurture content. This is content that I post that really doesn't ever go viral, but it's content that shows the behind the scenes of what I do. There's a lot of videos I have like this where they're pulled from YouTube videos where I'm specifically talking about my business, right? My marketing agency, how that works, how we built it to 7 figures, okay? Interviews, right? Podcasts that I've done. This shows that I actually do the things, right? So if I just had the viral content and telling people to DM me on Instagram, the whole strategy wouldn't work as well. Because people will find me from a viral video, then let's say DM me on Instagram from a lead gen video, and then see all of this behind the scenes, like interviews with my students. So it's not going to go viral, but this is going to convert. This is going to nurture somebody and turn them from follower to customer. I assume you also want to do. Now I want to cover my setup, right? A lot of people think you need to have some fancy setup. You really don't. This goes for YouTube as well. The setup I have is way less than $1,000. It consists of this iPhone for filming. We just film with the back camera. We film with this and we do it in 4K, so it comes out better quality. It's just like an iPhone 12, I believe. And then I have a microphone. It's this Rode microphone, plugs into my laptop, costs about $200. So all in all, that's going to cost you less than $1,000. But I assume you already have a phone. So if you already have a phone, this realistically can cost you $0 to start. I only purchased a microphone probably somewhere after I hit 100K. So you can do all of this with $0. And I would recommend that you actually do this with $0, because if you put $100 or even $200 into camera equipment, but you haven't yet created any videos, you're getting caught up in mental masturbation. Okay, you need to do the thing first, right? So post the videos, get used to posting videos and recording videos, and then upgrade your equipment once you've got the proven foundation set. Now, my editors, all right, I'm not responsible for all of this you see on here. I don't edit a single video. All of these are edited by my team. I primarily have 2 editors, one that creates this style of lifestyle content like this. They have access to a folder with all of my lifestyle clips, and they just follow trends and do that for me. The second type, right, the text on screen, like highly edited videos like this, are done by my second editor. So I sit down, record videos, send them to him, and then he also takes clips from my YouTube. What's really, really cool is that I pay around $2 a video for lifestyle videos, and up to, depends, right, about $7 to $10 per video for the highly edited videos like this one. All right, if you ask me, I think those are really, really good prices. These work because I push volume, meaning that my editors get multiple videos a day. So they know, even if they just charge me $10 a video, if I give them 3 videos a day, they're gonna make $30 a day, which for my editor who's based out in India, that's good money. And he's actually making some really significant money just editing my videos and for a couple other clients. I want to expose to you now my comment hack. Okay, this hack I have used so many times to get me extra views. I'll explain exactly how it works. So when you post a video and you start to get comments, right? Let's take my video here, for example. When you start to get comments, you can start to reply to these comments. So for example, this has 872 likes, and it's a comment that criticizes part of my video, okay? The second highest ranked comment also criticizes my video. Or this one, right, criticizes my video. What I would do is I would click reply. You don't see this on desktop, but if you go on mobile, you will see this. And I can create a new video responding to that comment. This does 2 things. One, if the new video goes and gets 10K views, those 10K people, right, maybe 5K of them look at the comments, see the video it's attached to, and then watch the original video. Likewise, if this video with 2 million keeps getting views, and let's say it gets 100,000 views a day, the people who watch this video, right, maybe 50% of them, 50K, will come and click the comments and then watch the other videos. So you're essentially sucking people in, right? And you can create a big loop where someone starts with one video and they look at the comments and essentially just go from video to video to video. I didn't create this strategy. I saw somebody else doing this, and I think they did it unintentionally. It was like a story time video, and they kept responding back to their comments, but it hooked me in and I kept watching their videos because of that. So that right there is an incredibly easy thing that you can do to get more views. And the final point I want to wrap this up on is that TikTok followers really don't matter. Right, as you can see on my page, just because I have 300K, it does not mean I get views on every video. Like my last video literally has 800 views, okay? With TikTok, my entire strategy has always been this. Post on TikTok, be incredibly consistent, learn how to go viral, but push people away from the platform. That is why in most of the videos, we're telling people to go to Instagram, DM me on Instagram. We're telling people to click the link in my bio, or go to my YouTube. In my opinion, one Instagram follower is worth about 10, if not 100 TikTok followers. So an Instagram follower who watches your stories every day is way more valuable. So what I want you to do is I want you to use TikTok as your way to get attention, and then you push the attention elsewhere. That's really what has worked best for me. And that is how I have got my TikTok to over 300K, but also how I have built a 7-figure business based off of this success. My friend, I hope you got some value from this video. You don't want to fail, do you? If you don't, watch this video. All right, you're going to watch this video if you don't want to fail. See, failing in a personal brand is so easy. I mean, probably one of the easiest things that you could do is start a personal brand and fail. This is how you'd do it. You'd post for 2 weeks. You'd give up if you just haven't gone viral. And when I say post for 2 weeks, you might do maybe a video a day, maybe once a day, maybe one the next day, maybe you take a day off. This is going to be the easiest way to fail. You're going to try one strategy, 1 to 2 videos. Doesn't go viral, so you're going to say, oh, it doesn't work for me. Doesn't work for my industry. Doesn't work for my niche. Doesn't work for me. Something's wrong with my algorithm. I'm shadow banned. So easy to fail when you do that. Or you put in minimal effort. Minimal effort, you know. You know your video is not that good. When you compare it to others out there, it's just not that good. And you're expecting maximum results. You're expecting 10 million views on a video when you put in a few minutes, right? Now, we're not just talking about time. This is about effort. Some of my best performing videos I've made in 5 minutes, no joke, and I will show you those strategies for those videos in this training. So it's not about the time input, it's about the effort. It's about how does your video hold up amongst others. I've had videos that my editor has spent hours editing and they've flopped. So it's not about time. I want you to get that really clear from day one. It's not about time here, but it's about maximizing how good your video is. We'll talk more on that. But failing at this is so easy, and I want you to know that. Because if you can see that starting a personal brand and failing at it is easier than starting it and succeeding with it, which is true of any business in the world. It's easier to start a business and fail than it is to start a business and get results for any business in the world, because most people have excuses, they're lazy. There's tons of factors that come into play that wipe them off, that basically put them in a situation where they quit before they get results. And so building a personal brand is no different. So what I really want you to do before we jump into, again, strategies, tactics, the hacks, the things, right? The tactical, what you can do to get results. It's really, really important you watch our content around mindset. Okay. Now, this mindset content we're going to touch on soon. Some of this is specific to building a personal brand, and some of this is specific to other trainings I've had in the past about building a marketing agency or different business models. It's all the same at the end of the day. As I said, this training could be applicable to somebody that's trying to start an engineering company. Would the specifics be different? Of course. But the fundamentals of the mindset and the practices of the person that stays consistent and gets results long term is the same across the board. Okay, so I do want you to watch that, and I want you to not skip over it. As much as I get it, you're human. You're going to want to skip it. You're going to want to say, Adam, this is, man, I don't need mindset. Bro, what are you talking about? You do, okay? You do. Everybody does. So please watch it. So there's going to be points of this journey where you feel completely overwhelmed. When I started my personal brand, I was aggressively growing my other business. So this was not my sole focus, and I actually gave myself a 1 hour time limit per day that I would have to record content, edit content, post content, and do what I needed to do to build my personal brand. I was posting 3 TikTok videos a day when I started. So it was 20 minutes per video to sit down, get the idea, record it, edit it, and post it. And it was a stretch, and there were so many days where I was so overwhelmed. I could have days where my calendar was packed, and I had sales calls and meetings all day. Hours and hours and hours, and then I had to get a workout in, and I had to do other things, and I had to be a normal human as well. And then I had to do my personal brand, and there were days where it was the very last thing I did before I went to bed, and it had to be done. And there was days where things were perfect, and I just had everything optimized, my day-to-day was planned perfectly, and I could just etch it out of my schedule and get it done. But you're going to have times where you feel overwhelmed, and I want you to know that that's okay, that's fine, that's normal. But I don't want you to use that as an excuse, and I don't want this to hold you back. And this is why I'm giving you the harsh truths. I want you to get results with this. I want you to be someone that goes through this training and says to me, Adam, I just hit 10K followers. I just made my first 10K in a month. That would give me a ton of joy. That would make me really proud. And I would love to see that for you. So let's get into how you can avoid overwhelm, because it's going to be there. So we don't avoid it completely. So a better word is to deal with overwhelm. So if you're a complete beginner in this industry, you're going to feel overwhelmed with a lot of new information. Right, and a lot of new things I'm throwing at you, and you might be like, wow, this is a lot. That's fine, that's normal. Now, if you don't feel overwhelmed yet, you might later down the line, so keep this in mind. And if you do feel overwhelmed, let us know. We've dealt with many people that have been overwhelmed. I've been overwhelmed myself. My team have too. All right, so let us know. We want to be able to help you. Now, as I said, it's completely reasonable for you to feel this way. You're starting something new, so of course this is going to be uncomfortable. And if something's uncomfortable and there's a lot of new information, it's going to be overwhelming, right? Like, you're not going to be an expert just from watching videos, okay? You'll become an expert when you watch our content, you implement, you get results, and that's where you build true expertise. So you're not going to be an expert right away, and that's fine. That's fine. You see, you don't need to be an expert, because, you know, if you want to know every topic we talk about in specific detail and be a master of it, it's just not necessary. It's really not. And it's why we'll give you these action items throughout. And these are your opportunity to really take what we teach you and then put it together in your own words, in your own understanding. And you see, at the end of this course, we'll give you an exam as well. We'll give you like a, go through this. And if you pass a certain amount, we'll know that you know enough to get this thing started. This is your chance to prove to yourself you've learned the content. And, if you pass, then you've learned enough. You don't have to do the exam. It's just if you want to do it. So keep that in mind. Don't let perfectionism hold you back, because on this journey, the biggest reason you'll feel overwhelmed is that your content is not perfect. You don't feel ready yet. You feel like you need to watch more stuff, get more clarity. And there are times where that's true, but there's also times where you just have to, pick yourself up, dust yourself off and go, right, I just need to do this now. So for example, for myself on my journey, on those days where my calendar was booked out and I had to post my videos, I had to post my 3 videos a day, and I just didn't have, the time wasn't there, right? Like, I was stressed, I was busy, I was getting dragged between things. I didn't have the time to just, sit down and go, let me record content for 60 minutes. But I just had to force myself to do it. There's times you'll have to do that. And I want you to know that this is not specific to this business. This is for anything worthwhile in life. Anything worthwhile in life. So if you're thinking, oh, Adam, this just sounds too much, man, this sounds too hard, anything else you try in life will have this same level of difficulty. In fact, building a personal brand has probably been, on an effort level, one of the easiest things I've done. Has it been hard? Yeah, for sure it's been hard. Has there been those days where I didn't want to do it? For sure. But when I compare it to anything else I've done in terms of, let's say, running a marathon or building my first business to 7 figures, or other things I did like college and that, like, this was way easier, way easier. And so the times you feel overwhelmed, just know that it's just overwhelmed. That's all it is. It's fine. Write pen to paper, get clear on what you need to do that thing, and then sleep on it. You'll be fine. Now look, it'll get clearer. As you attend coaching calls, you complete the full program content, as you start thinking about the things more, as the information marinates more, as you get better, it'll all become clear. So just know that this is really normal. But coming to the coaching calls is key. We host multiple calls every week in the program. The best thing you can do if you're overwhelmed is just listen back to the recordings. You'll pick up the lingo. You'll learn the frameworks for what we're talking about and how to get through problems. And we have a saying, with competence comes confidence. All right. So the more you learn, right, like the more this stuff gets clear for you, the more confident you'll become. Now, there's a cutoff point, because you can't just learn information for forever. There's a point where you have to go from learning to action. But if you're feeling overwhelmed now, then yeah, that's fine. Just go through, learn more, and it'll get a lot more clear. So my friends, at this point, you know that building your personal brand builder mindset is very important. And there's a lot of content I'm going to give to you about mindset in general. You're going to see that in the next section. Keep in mind, a lot of the content is from basically another training program that I have. The content is 100% relevant. Just know that in the context of that training program, I was teaching people how to solely start a social media marketing agency. So there might be times where I reference specific examples, which might be slightly different, but the content is, in my opinion, really good based on the feedback we've gotten from people that went through it. So please do watch that. Now, before we do that, let me go through some really important things specific to building a personal brand. So let's go through it. Consistency is key. We've talked on this already. You want to commit to this for 3 to 6 months minimum. And if you're not willing to be consistent, then any online business is probably not going to work for you. Quality and quantity wins. Of course, there's a case to say one is better than the other. And there are times where this makes sense. There's times where I've pushed incredible high quantity of content and it's worked really well. And there's been times where I've pushed way less quantity, focused more on quality, and that has worked. My goal in this is to give you a mix of how to do both, how to create good quality content, but produce it at scale and push quantity. Because there's a saying, I don't know who said it, but I would rather be consistently good than occasionally great. There's probably somebody you follow on social media now that is occasionally great. They post once a month and it's a banger every time. And for me personally, I just don't really like that approach. But I also think in terms of building an audience that is willing to trust you and buy from you, I'm not sure that that's the best route. Whereas on the flip side, of course, there's people that post, 10 times a day every day, but the quality is not so great. So we want to try and find that balance between the two. You need to understand that, what is most easy is not always the best route. Okay, so the easiest content to make is not always the best. And I want you to keep that in mind. Now, what you can be consistent at over a long time horizon is the best. So we're not looking for the easy, quick hack and trend. We're looking for the thing that you can do consistently for a very long time. If we can find that, you will have no problem in this game. Posting yourself online, the mindset behind this, there's a lot to cover. Now, again, if you're doing this for somebody else, you won't need to worry about this. But it's important that you understand this if you're doing it for somebody else, to know what they might be going through. You see, posting yourself online is a little scary, let's be honest. I had lots of doubts and reservations before I did it myself. It took me a long time to build up the courage to do it. And if you're going to do the same, it's probably going to be the same. Like, you will probably have many, many weeks of prepping yourself and getting ready to do it. What I can tell you looking back is that you can get over that in one day by just posting yourself. Like, the fear you have is about posting yourself. So you can just face that fear immediately and post yourself. Okay, so keep that in mind. Again, you don't have to show your face for this, but it does work better if you do. There's people I know that have faceless accounts where they have lots of video clips of them, but just not of their face. They just wouldn't speak on camera, and it would be lots of, kind of aesthetic videos they would create of them working and doing stuff. That's an option. And of course, there's the faceless route where you never show your face and even your body. So we'll touch on all of that, but you got to keep that in mind. So again, we've got a lot of mindset content to cover. A couple of things I want to go and kind of walk you through first is, look, posting yourself online is like the Wild West. Okay, you're going to get hate comments. You're going to have spam accounts promoting scams and schemes. You'll have spam accounts set up about you trying to sell all sorts of things to your followers. It's happened to me many times, many fake pages selling crypto scams, forex schemes, and it's really frustrating because it's putting your name at risk, and that's really annoying. And I even had a case where people were messaging my family. I had my auntie message me, "Adam, is this you?" And they were trying to promote a crypto scam. And that's just part of the game, and you'll develop thick skin as you do this more. So for example, Cameron saying 5'4" behavior, right? Like, this kind of stuff, you're going to get this. Okay, even if you are nice to people and you're not calling anybody out and you're not creating controversy, people will still want to hate. It's just human nature that some people are very displeased with how they feel about themselves or their life, that it makes more sense for them to just hate on others. And I want you to really, really keep that in mind. I have really yet to come across somebody that consistently leaves hate comments on my page that is in a position I want to be in. I'm yet to find that person. Maybe there will be a day where somebody that's in the exact position I want to be in is hating on my stuff, and that will be interesting. But everybody so far has been in the situation I would absolutely hate to be in. And you can have your own thoughts about it, but most cases, those are people that are very jealous of where you are at. They don't like the way you did it, and because of that, it's easier to hate versus to try and learn from you or to do what you did. So keep that in mind. Now look, embracing this negativity and this controversy can actually skyrocket your growth. You see, on social media, the more comments you get, the more engagement you get on your content, the more chances you have of getting more views. So I purposely post content that I know will make certain people comment negatively on my page. Hate comments, cringe comments, etc. For the simple reason that it will push me further. So for example, 2 people on TikTok there, you'll see their comments, and 2 people that would comment on a lot of my stuff. They are the kind of people that won't follow you, but they'll have your profile like pinned and they'll check it every couple of days. So these people are great, and you want to form this nice relationship with these people where you keep giving them what they want. You see, what these people want is they want more of that content that they'll go, oh, this is so cringe, or this is BS, or this is that. Great. Because the more you do it, the more they're getting what they want, the more they'll comment, and the more they'll attract the others that want to do that, which pushes your content out there. This has really worked well for me, so I'd recommend it to you as well. Now look, my friends are scared to post on social media. I was too for a very long time. So you really just have to make it a non-negotiable. Follow our steps inside this program to make creating content much more easy and simple and just a thing that you do every day. But just know that it will be scary, and that's fine, because anything worth having in life is hard, and it's probably scary to get. So you're doing the right thing and you're in the right position. So my friends, now it is time to look at why we need to build your millionaire mindset before we use any strategies, before we use any tactics, heck, before we actually do any of the quote unquote work. We need to look at this first. You see, I wouldn't have become a millionaire if I didn't focus on this first. So first, let's answer the question, what is a mindset? A mindset is simply the lens through which you see the world. This is by far the single most important thing in business. Anyone that tells you it's not important, they probably have a really, really strong mindset, but they don't realize they have a strong mindset. And you see, that is what's actually accountable for all their results. So I've seen people online say, hey, mindset doesn't matter. It doesn't, it's not something you need to stress about. Just do the work. You see, the problem for most people is most people don't have a strong enough mindset to just do the work, right? So that person telling you that, and I may have even said things like this in the past unknowingly, I have a strong mindset, so I'm telling you it doesn't even matter because I've forgotten how strong it is, all right? So look, for me to go from 0 to 7 figures at 25, this literally, when I look at everything I've done, all of it stems back to focusing and working on my mindset. And this is why it's important. Now, look, mindset isn't manifesting a Ferrari in your garage without doing any work, right? That's BS. It's not set in stone. You can change your mindset at any moment in your life. In fact, I'm currently rereading the book Atomic Habits, and I have Psycho-Cybernetics up on my shelf there. These are 2 books I highly recommend for you to read. These are not only going to help you on this journey, but literally in every other avenue of your life, your health, relationships, family life, all of that. These 2 books will give you more of the insights about how you change your mindset and how you change your identity. We're going to dive into some of that today, but of course, I want to get straight into actually building your business, so I can't spend 10 hours just talking on that topic. All right. This isn't airy-fairy. I know when I first heard the term mindset and self-improvement and all of this, I just thought it was BS, right? I thought it was something that, was fluff floating through the air, fairy pixie dust. It's not. This is concrete stuff that literally works. So look, this is how your mindset changes your reality. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever had a scary nightmare? The one where you wake up in the middle of the night, you're covered in sweat, and your heart is racing. Maybe somebody breaks into your house. Maybe there's a monster under your bed. Maybe it's something far, far worse. Here's the thing. That isn't real. Let that sink in. That is not real. Your mind does not know the difference between an imagined scenario and reality. Think about it, right? The dream isn't real. It didn't happen. Yet your body has had a physical response to the dream. You're sweating, your heart is racing, you're panicked. Think about that for a second. Now, imagine the flip side of that. Imagine if you can create positive physical reactions to get yourself to do more work. Imagine you can create all these scenarios where you put yourself in a place where it makes sense to do the work. It makes sense to just work hard and get the results you actually want. You see, this is why mindset is so important. Think of it like this, right? Your mind is powerful enough to take a thought, to take a dream, to take a belief and turn that into a physical reality, right? A single thought into a reality. So you can pretty much change your reality if you change the way you think. If we really strip it back to first principles, that's what that means. You see, your beliefs influence your reality, and you'll always see the world in the way you're determined to see it. Okay. If you think the world is bad, people are evil, and there's just so much evil in the world, that is probably what you're going to see in all areas of your life. If you see the world as, hey, look, there's a little bit of evil. Yes, I'm not naive. I'm aware of this, but there's an overwhelmingly amount of good people, good intention in the world. You'll see things a lot better. So I want you to start thinking about how you use this when it comes to what we're going to teach you. Okay. When you start a business, when you start to make money online, there is a process you have to go through. You don't go from 0 to 1 without changing your beliefs, without changing your thinking. All right. You will need to change these things. And I want you to start thinking about this now. All right. This is a really simple, easy to understand diagram. You have beliefs that influences your thoughts, that influences your feelings, which influences your actions, and then influences your results. And then it's this one big feedback loop. All right. So it just goes on and on and on. You see, you need to believe it, you need to think it, you need to feel it, and then you need to act like it. If you just try and act like it, but you don't believe it, you don't think it's true, you don't feel like you can do it, there's a crack. There's a crack in your armor. So example 1, I believe I can make money online and I believe I can help businesses grow at the same time. I think it's 100% possible because I've seen other people do it. I feel motivated to do the work towards this goal. I take action every day towards this goal. And then I sign my first client for $500 a month after my first month. And this cycle then repeats and becomes more powerful. Okay. Now think of example 2. I don't believe I can make money online. I don't believe I can help businesses grow. I think it's all smoke and mirrors. I don't think any of this actually works. I don't think it's possible because I've only seen people do it online. Nobody in my real life, if it was so good, wouldn't everybody in my hometown be doing it? I don't feel motivated to do the work because it's just not realistic, this goal of mine. And then I don't take action every day. And I don't sign my first client for $500 a month after my first month. And guess what? The cycle repeats and becomes more powerful. So hopefully you're starting to get the importance of this, right? If you have any of these right now, any of these thoughts, feelings, doubts, you need to be aware of that. Because if you just continue through this program and say, yeah, whatever, let me just learn the strategies, right? Just give me the tactics, Adam. Tell me what messages to send and I'll get it done. You see how there's a crack, right? You see how there's a disconnect between the reality you want and the world, right? Like the dream you're creating right now. Okay, keep that in mind. So right now I'm going to show you some ducks. All right, I want you to just take a moment, look at the ducks, appreciate them, don't think too much about it, and just enjoy having a look. All right, so here's duck number 1, duck number 2, and duck number 3. Now, you may have noticed, some of you will, some of you wouldn't. That is not a duck. That is a duck because I told you it's a duck. And I showed you other photos of other ducks, so then you believed it was a duck again. If you really look closely, tilt your head a little to the side, you'll notice that's a bunny rabbit. That's a bunny rabbit. That's not a duck. So you can see how your mind literally tricks you. If I tell you that's a duck, and then I show you 2 ducks, you believe the third one is a duck when it is actually very clearly not a duck. So think about that in terms of how you will approach this. If I show you people that are winning, you start to believe you can win, you will most likely win. Whereas if you were to just look at all the negatives and say, this can't work. This is this is a fake guru scam, anything like that. Well, guess what? That's probably what result you're going to get. Okay. So you can bend reality. And this is the key point we want to get back to you. If you've decided to see the world in a certain way, you will find whatever you're looking for. If you're looking for a duck, you'll see a duck. If you don't believe you can make money, you probably won't make money. You see, you have to make a choice to see the world in a way that serves you. Because your mindset, which you have one right now, okay, you've had one up until this moment, okay, all the things you've done in your life leading to this exact moment. You have had a mindset at different points in time. It has changed many times, and it's either serving you or sabotaging you. I have had mindsets in the past that completely sabotage me. I have mindsets now that serve me, but you have those too. So look, the basis of this video is that mindset is greater. It's more powerful. It'll have a bigger effect on your results than strategies and tactics. Now, don't worry. We are going to teach you the strategies. We're going to give you the tactics. All right. But after working over 1,000 business owners, right? We've literally had over 1,000 people we've worked with. This is the most important thing. I cannot stress this enough. You see, so many people think they have problems in their businesses. What they actually have are problems in their personal lives showing up in their businesses. The reason that is true, it's because me, you, everybody else, we have an ego. Whether we think it or not, we have an ego, right? So if I'm to say to you, look, the problem isn't the strategies or tactics here. The problem is the way you're looking at it. The problem is the way you're approaching this. There's probably something in your personal life throwing off the work you're doing. You might feel attacked, right? That's me attacking your ego. Similarly, if you said that to me, I might react in the same way. But I want you to learn that that's fine, all right? But you need to be able to drop your ego. You need to be able to say, you know what? These guys might be right. Because look, at the end of the day, we have worked with over 1,000 people. Have you worked with over 1,000 people and made money online? If you have, then you probably know better than us or the same as us. If you don't, we might know a thing or two more than you, okay? So look, when you're in school, and this really hit me the other day, I thought about this. You're taught about how to know things, right? Like you're taught to know things. Memorize the facts, memorize the rules, the laws, right? Just know it. You see, we want you to understand things. This is the difference. We want you to adopt a way of thinking rather than just being able to recite things back to us. We don't care if you watch the content and don't remember certain specific words at certain specific times, right? We want you to actually learn this. We want you to understand this. If you understand this, you'll have real learning, which will bring you real results. It doesn't matter if you can tell us what we said in video 4.2. We don't care for that. You see, strategies and tactics are going to change. If you become the type of person who can win at anything you set your mind to, you will win even when things change. You see, we want to teach a man to fish or a woman to fish. We want to teach you how to think through these issues, right? If we just give you, here's one golden strategy that worked for 3 months, go use it. Yes, you might make some money for a couple of months. What happens when the strategy doesn't work as well? Because all the strategies and tactics don't work as well as they did at some point. Okay, you really need to understand this exact point. We're going to give you some more examples to drive this home. There's a tale of two sons, okay? Two sons from an alcoholic father, right? One of his sons grew up to be a miserable alcoholic, right? Doesn't look like the happiest guy. The other guy never drank. He actually became a millionaire. So the question is, why did you end up this way? Both of these guys, both of these sons were asked this exact question. Guy on the left said, I am this way because my dad was an alcoholic. Guy on the right said, I am this way because my dad was an alcoholic. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? So the two people started in the same position, but they got different results because the first son decided to blame his dad, just blame it all on him and say, this is what I'm destined for. The second son said, hey, I'm going to actually use this as a motivator. I don't want to be like that. All right. And you know what? In this program, it's very similar. Everybody starts with the same training, same coaching, everything the same. So how do we have different results between different students? Two examples. Example one, this is someone with a fixed mindset, John. So John has had a mindset up until this point. He's not open to changing it. And he just says, hey, give me the strategies, give me the tactics, tell me what to do. So John joined us at 0. 6 months later, he's still making 0. You see, John doesn't believe, he doesn't think, he doesn't act like this can actually work. He doesn't believe he can do this, and he thinks the model doesn't work. You see, John doesn't take any accountability for his actions either. He just blames the model, the business, the industry, it's saturated, or us, the coaches. You see, John doesn't actually use the resources in the way they're intended to be used. And that's the result John gets, 0. You see, Kai real example, real student, very different results. Kai has a growth mindset. Kai joined us at 0, hit 10K per month in 6 months. Not 10K, 10K per month. So in 6 months, he possibly has made, I would say, 40 to 50K. That's a massive difference. That's a massive difference. One guy made 0, one guy has made 40, 50K already in 6 months. You see, Kai decided he was going to make this work, right? He didn't just say, yeah, guys, cool, tell me what to do, I'll do it. No, he came in and was like, I believe I'm going to make this work. I think I can do this. I feel like I can do this. And then I'm going to act like I can do this. Now, another thing that's very important, Kai decided he would rather be rich than right. So when he asked us for advice, when he asked us for help, he took action on everything we told him. Even if we said something that some other guru on YouTube said you shouldn't do, right? Because he decided if I'm investing with these guys, I should just trust their judgment, right? They've done this with 1,000 other people. They are the masters of going from X to Z, the goal I want to get. Let me just follow that. And this is really, really key. You see, Kai would rather be rich than right. And I hope you agree, you'd rather be rich than right. Would you rather try and prove us wrong? Or would you rather come back in 6 months and say, hey guys, I'm making 10K a month. I know what result I want for you. Kai didn't blame the model. He didn't blame other people. He didn't blame the industry. He took responsibility. He asked questions. He used the coaching to its fullest, and that's the result he got. So my final point to you on this training is doing what got you here isn't going to get you there. So you have a mindset right now. It's either going to serve you or it's going to hold you back. And you see the results you've got in your life so far are the result of your actions and your mindset. So unless you've already built a 6-figure business, unless you're already a millionaire, unless you have all the things that you want to get, what got you to here is not going to get you there. So you're going to have to develop your mindset on this journey. Hope you're ready. So this video will be a little bit heavy. I'm going to walk you through my entire story, my struggle, my battle with depression, because I went through this before I started on this journey. And chances are, if you've seen me on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, you've seen what I am now. There's a part of me that you haven't seen, and there's a part I want to talk about. And the reason I want to talk about it is not just because I want to talk about it. It's because I think you will actually learn a lot from this. You, if you've gone through this in the past, may resonate with this. If you're yet to go through it, maybe you're better equipped to go through it. And because a lot of our students are in a very similar state, maybe not as down and, as far gone as I may have been, but pretty down, okay? So this is why it's important. A lot of students we have in our program are miserable. Like, I mean miserable, right? They hate getting up in the morning. They fall into self-sabotaging sprees. And, this behavior is not going to make it for you. So you need to cut this behavior. You need to figure out why are you doing all these things first. And then you need to start correcting them. And you might not figure out the exact reason, but you need to start to try to understand it. Because if you just try and put a Band-Aid over this, all right, it's not going to work. Okay, so let's get into it. So that's young Adam on the left. All right, I'm going to talk about him in a second. Current Adam is on the right. Just a couple of recent photos to show where I'm at, right? At bottom right-hand corner, that's me speaking at a mastermind event where students attended, never thought I would have done that. Then there's a photo of me and my mom having a glass of wine together, right? Giving back to her, giving her holidays, trips, all that good stuff. There's a photo of me after I finished my first marathon, right? With my mom and my brother. I should have kept that part in. That's better than just looking at me. And then there's a photo of me just in a nice hotel, right? A very nice hotel. And, this photo really stood out to me, right? Because I've got a MacBook, which is obviously, a couple thousand. I've got a Remarkable, which is a fucking $500 notepad, and I'm wearing a Rolex, right? It's a lot of material things, and I don't want to stress that, but those material things are because of the inner work. They're because of the inner journey that I went on, okay? So you know where I'm currently at, I've got freedom. So young Adam, if you look at that photo, that's probably when I'm 16 or 17. So If you don't want to know my whole story, you can click away from this video. I don't feel like everyone needs to watch this. Some of you will want to watch this and will need to watch this, okay? I'm going to go a little bit deeper here. I'm going to be very vulnerable. I'm going to open up to you on a level that I've probably never opened up publicly ever before. So the main message, if you decide that you don't want to watch all this, completely cool. I don't take offense. Is I want you to understand that if you're going through anything deep, dark, you know you have depressive thoughts, I want you to realize, as I mentioned before, that you need to take stock of that. Don't just say, oh, it is what it is, work harder. No, like take fucking stock of it, right? Because if you put a Band-Aid over it, nothing will fucking work. Nothing will heal that. Right? There's a lot of guys online right now saying, hey, depression it's not real, la 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 la. It doesn't matter what you think about that. If you know you have something that is just eating you up alive, you do need to work on that. You need to work on it. Okay. So, right, how did we get here? So at that point in my life, that's when I had cystic acne. That actually wasn't the worst. That's when I was actually comfortable enough to take photos and take a selfie. There was a period where I wouldn't do that for at least a year. Like I was literally scared to look in the mirror. Okay. So before that time period, I was always very shy, just very shy as a kid. And for a long time, I just thought that's who I am. I'm always going to be this way. It is what it is. When I really look at it, it's because I was very insecure. I wasn't happy with how I looked. I wasn't happy with my appearance, how confident I was. And because of that, that just made me less confident, right? We looked at this earlier in some of the mindset training, how it's all a feedback loop. So when you start going down negative, it can keep going negative and negative, right? So cystic acne, you can see it on my face. You would notice it, right? But at the same time, you would be able to look past that. Whereas I thought at that time in my life, I genuinely believed everybody was staring at me. I believed everybody thought I looked horrible, disgusting, repulsive. Like my brain, my thought process was incredibly negative. This then led to a second issue with my skin. You'll notice my lips in that photo. I was on this medication called Accutane. Some of you might have had it or heard of it. It helps with acne. It really, really helped, as you can see on my face. Like I don't have these cysts anymore. I have the scar tissue from the cysts, but I don't have cysts. And yeah, it worked. But the side effect was that it dried out your skin, specifically your lips. And it developed into this weird, crazy issue where the skin on my lips wouldn't really grow properly for another year. So all in all, I was in this period for 2 years. So I had 2 full years of being really depressed. I mean, I gave up on my friends. I remember this one time vividly. It was like a Saturday night. I'm 17 and I'm laying in bed watching Netflix because I am down, I am deep, deep down. And my friends literally call over to the house because I was just ignoring the group chat. And they're like, come out, man. Like, what are you doing sitting here? And at the time, I didn't even do that. Like, I couldn't even face to get up and go out. Like, it was bad, bad stuff. So in this journey, because I was in school and I was always around people, I felt like the only route was a very bad route. So, and again, even saying this feels kind of weird. I've only said this a few times to a few people, but yeah, I genuinely thought I would kill myself. Yeah, it's weird to say. Yeah, I thought I would kill myself because I thought there was no way, there was no future where I could be happy. And that's a really, really scary thought. Like I literally thought that I could never experience happiness. Thought I could never be confident, that I could never be proud of any achievements, to do great things. I genuinely thought I will always, always be depressed. I'll be always unhappy. I'll never be loved. That was my thought process. And that's crazy, right? For me to say that. And maybe you have felt this. Maybe you felt that same way. And it's amazing looking back to see how negative you can go. If you don't know this stuff that we've talked about, right? Your identity, your beliefs, your thought processes. It's crazy how dark you can go. Because I had a loving family. I had a brother and a sister that were always really fucking nice to me. I had friends, right? I had all the things to make a very happy life. My family weren't broke, right? Like we always had enough food on the table. You get me? Like I had so many good things, so many good things. And all I could think about was, I am destined to never be happy. It was my thought process every day. Wake up unhappy. I'm never going to be happy. Now, the reason I'm telling you all this is so that you know the depth. All right. It wasn't that I just had a couple of spots and I thought, oh, I don't look too good today. No, like I wanted to kill myself. That's literally how I thought. So where it changed for me was, there was a couple of moments. So there was a moment when I went to my doctor, and I used to go to him very often, and he said, yeah, I'll prescribe you antidepressants. So that was the first moment where I realized, okay, I need to change this. So he said that to me, and I said, no, I'm not going to take those, because I knew that was not the answer. And I knew all that would do would just dull my brain. It would bring me down, or maybe it would falsely bring me up, but it wouldn't solve the problem. I knew the problem was deeper than just a couple of pills. So I said, no, I'm not going to take those. So that was first point. The second point, and this is where it really changed, was I went to a appointment for like a skin doctor. Can't think of the name. For a skin doctor. And I come out of the appointment, and I was with my mother. I'm in the car. She's driving. I'm sitting in the passenger seat. And the sun is just beaming in the car window. Like, I even feel emotional just saying this. It's fucking weird. Sun is beaming in the window, and it's like in my eyes. You know when the sun is like literally in your eyes? And I literally just think to myself, the only reason I am so unhappy and so depressed is because of me. And this was a crazy moment. I mean, my entire world fucking changed, because I realized, here I am, I'm fucking 17, sitting in the car with my mom. She just drove me here. She, is so helpful. She's so emotionally supportive. And all I can think about is poor me. Like, so, so self-obsessed. And in that moment, even though I realized, fuck, this is all me, I got this crazy wave of joy, that I'm going to change. It was insane. I cannot describe it. And hopefully I'm doing an okay job at this. But I literally couldn't describe. I went from, I want to kill myself, to, oh my God, I am the fucking problem, to, I'm the only one that can fix this. And now I know the answer. I have to change my life drastically, radically. I've got to change everything about who I am, what I think, what I believe, and what I do every fucking day. And that's exactly what I did. I went on this extreme journey, right? And the reason I say extreme is because I say this and most people are like, why the fuck would you do all that? This is just an example, okay? You don't need to do any of these things if you fix your mindset. These were just physical things I did that helped me fix my mindset. So cold showers every day. If you live in Ireland, it's already pretty cold. So doing cold showers every day is not fun. Cold showers every day. No FAP, no pornography. Maybe you've heard of this, maybe you haven't. This, one of the biggest things I think specifically guys, because more guys struggle with this, you need to stop doing this, okay? I could make a whole separate video on this, but that's something I did. I realized, okay, I'm addicted to pornography. That's clearly not making me any happier, because it's completely fucking up my worldview of women, but it's also fucking up my self-identity and how I feel about myself. Because every time I do it, I feel miserable. Every time I do it, I feel like if somebody had saw me do this, I would be disgusted. So I decided, why the fuck am I doing that? That's completely ridiculous. So I stopped doing that. Really hard to break that habit, but I did it. Quit for an entire year straight. I remember it very clearly. Loads of other things. Started training much harder at the gym. Started cleaning up my diet. Stopped binge watching YouTube, Netflix, all of that. Started listening to podcasts, self-improvement, reading books about personal development. I mean, anything you can think of, I did it. Meditated, yoga, spirituality, the whole 9 yards. And it worked. It worked really, really well. I mean, in 1 year, I was unrecognizable. Like literally, I would be at a family event. We'd have them maybe 3-4 times a year. And I remember being at a family event and people just could feel it. People could feel it. They could feel my confident energy. They could feel that I had become a new person. And it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. And that only changed because I decided to change. This is the message of this video. You will only change when you decide you will change, because if nothing changes, then nothing will change. So hopefully you have not had this same experience as me. Hopefully you'll never have this. But there's something beautiful about an experience like this. When you get an experience like this and you go so low, so deep, so dark, your brain does everything in its power to never go there again. Never. You never want to go there again. You know how scary and how painful that experience is. So there you have it, folks. That is a quick recap of that story. I hope you really actually got some value from this, because I think if I had heard more people talk about this when I went through it, I would realize that there's a way out of it. Whereas during the time, for me anyway, I would just see other people online and they looked happy. I would see people I went to school with and they were happy, they were confident. And I used to just always think to myself, some people just get dealt this hand. Some people just get dealt this shitty hand and they have to go through it. Some people don't. And those people have their own struggles, of course. I'm not taking away from that. But if you've had this struggle, hopefully you've learned from it. And if this resonates with you right now, and some of the stuff I've told you like hits a nerve with you, good. Because you'll have the realizations I had. You'll have those moments where you realize it's all on you. And that realization is scary, but it's also beautiful, because you know everything in your life is your fault. All the good things, all the bad things. So you have full control. How empowering is that? You have full control. This is why you must audit your life before you can truly have success, right? I want you to think about what else is going to affect your success. So we've covered that your life is really heavily impacted by your mindset, but it's also affected by your life. What you do every day, your habits, what you eat, who you hang around with, etc. In this video, we're gonna talk about basically auditing several key parts of your life. Right? Our goal here is to make sure that you have your life set up in a way where you don't have to change your life completely. Right? We don't want you to alienate people or do anything too drastic, but we want you to have the basics dialed in, because if you don't have those dialed in, then yeah, doing the successful things that you want to do will be really difficult. So the first, we're going to start with your identity. So there's this question we like to pose to students: who, not how. So when you're starting on this journey, you'll probably ask a lot of how questions, right? How do I do this? How do I send messages? How do I sign clients? How do I get paid? These are all how questions. Some of them very, very important. I want you to lean on who, okay? Because as you go throughout this journey, what you will really find is that the people you see us show, the people hitting 10K a month, 20K a month, 5K a month, those people are focused on becoming the person that makes that money rather than the technical details. All right. You might have heard of the 80-20 rule before. It states that 20% of your activities will lead to 80% of your results. All right. We like to use this analogy. The who is 80%, the how is 20%. What that means is if you're just focused on how do I do this? How do I do that? What's the tactic? What's the strategy? That's not going to get the results, right? That'll get you 20% of the results. If you focus on the who, that will get you 80% of the results. Who is the kind of person? How can I become that person that does the successful things? All right, that's the shift you need to make. Now, look, you could look at little things. Where do you live? Do you live at home with your parents? Do you live with roommates? Like, what's the environment like? What things do you do? What do you wear? How's your desk set up? All of this. Let's dive into it. I'll show you why it's important. So we want you to put on the costume, take on the identity, fake it till you make it. Don't fake results or anything like that, but fake the identity until you become that person. So your identity is the first thing we need to look at, right? Your behaviors can stem from your identity, right? This is just an example. This was some study that was done about smoking and how to quit smoking. And it talks about the importance of non-smoker identity in predicting smoking behavior and responses to a smoking ban. What this means is the person that says, right, let's just say I smoke, okay? I smoke and you smoke. And we both decide we're going to quit for 30 days, right? Let's say I approach it with this mindset. I say, I am no longer a smoker. You say, I'm trying to quit smoking. What's the difference? We're both going to hopefully get the same goal, but I'll probably last longer. I'll probably embody this, and maybe I'll never go back to smoking ever again because I've changed my identity from smoker to I am no longer a smoker. So if I am no longer a smoker, why would I smoke, right? We act in alignment with our identity. So if you're acting a certain way, it's that your identity aligns with that. Whereas if you are telling yourself, I am not a smoker, I am no longer a smoker, well, then why would you smoke? You won't. Very simply put. Okay. Now, obviously, there's other factors. All right. I'm not saying this will cure everything in your life, but this is one of the most important things. So, how do you shift your identity? First, in the context of what we're teaching here, you need to ask yourself, how does someone who makes 10K per month or 5K per month, how do they think? How do they act? Let's start there. So, you're going to stack your small wins. All right. We're not saying that if you shift your identity to, okay, I'm a 10K a month business owner, that you'll magically make 10K a month. No, like small wins will compound. And with those small wins, you'll get competence. That competence will breed confidence. But up until you get the small wins and the competence and the confidence, you do have to work on telling yourself, look, I am going to be that person and I'm going to start embodying that person now. And I will get there, whether it's next week or maybe it's 2 months from now. Be careful of your language. Or as we mentioned, you want to fake it till you make it, and your mind can't tell the difference. We've covered this previously. If you imagine you make 10K a month, that's no different than actually having 10K a month in your bank, which is kind of insane. It's kind of crazy, but you can hack that. You can use that to your advantage. And when I say be careful of your language, think of it like this. Imagine 2 students that work with us, and one of them comes to a coaching call and talks about, hey, Adam, I've started this journey. I'm doing all these things. I'm starting to become this person. I've got these habits. I've got these behaviors I'm taking on now. Everything's moving in the right direction, right? Very positive, very positive. And they also say things like, oh, how do you do that? And I tell you how to do it. And you say, oh, I can do that too. This other person comes to us and just constantly is, negative and doubting. And they're thinking, no, I can't do that. I can't hop on a sales call. I can't sell to a business owner. Yes, you can. You can do anything you put your mind to. Those are all limiting beliefs, and that's all they are. All right. So let's keep moving. Your relationships. You've heard this. It's cliche. You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So look, if you're taking advice from someone who isn't in the position you want to be in, probably doesn't make sense, right? Learn how to say no. One of the most powerful things I've done is said no to opportunities, to, let me pick your brain over a coffee, like those kind of things. I say no to those pretty much all the time. Why? Because why would I put myself in an environment around people that are just trying to take from me? Why would I not instead just put myself in an environment where I'm around people that are going to uplift me, bring me up? We're going to learn together, and there's a win-win. All right. That's what you need your relationships to be. That. Now, hey, if you want to look at your romantic relationships, of course, it needs to bleed in, right? If your romantic partner tells you, why are you doing this business stuff? Just stick in your job. Like, that's not very supportive. I'll tell you how it is. I have been in that situation where I've been with someone and they didn't like what I was doing. She didn't want me to do what I was doing. Her family didn't like it either. And obviously that ended, right? So not saying you got to break up with whoever you're with right now. I'm just saying if they're not supportive, or maybe it's your mom who's not supportive or your brother, like, yeah, just don't spend that much time with them, all right? So look, your environment. Who's going to get more work done, A or B? All right, I think we can all agree B is going to get more work done, right? Better work, quality work, focused work. So take care of your environments. You might have a fancy desk set up like this with, a big PC and a nice chair. That's fine. It doesn't have to look like that. You just need to make sure it's clean, organized, so that you can approach it with a clear mindset. So yeah, not everybody can improve everything. I had to start out in a dusty college apartment. And when I say dusty college apartment, I mean an apartment in Ireland with no, what's the word? Not heating. We had some heating, but we didn't have insulation, right? So it was a freezing cold apartment, really, really dusty. I mean, this thing was dirty as hell. And I lived with questionable, some questionable characters, but very interesting people, but not on the same path as me, right? And then when I was maybe about 6 months later into the journey, I was working from my childhood bedroom. So, childhood bedroom that I basically grew up in with my brother. We had bunk beds and just a little desk. All right. So these are just two screenshot examples from old videos I could find. Okay. The right is the old apartments that I was in. Look at where I'm working. I've got a laptop on a chair and then I'm kneeling on a cushion. Like that's how I started. I was working from that, which is kind of crazy because now I'm in this office and I've got this amazing space, but I still made it work, So whatever you have right now, start with what you have. But you'll notice it's organized, right? It's just laptop, nothing, not much clutter or things in the way. If you look at the left, that's childhood bedroom. You see I've got the same laptop and I've got it up on top of a set of lockers, which is beside the bed. Super basic. But literally, I scaled to, I think, 20K a month from that exact setup. So I scaled to 20K a month in my childhood bedroom with that exact setup you see right there. So you can do it. Trust me. So work in different places, right? If your home is chaotic or, you literally don't have a room to yourself, right? To take sales calls, to do deep work, then yeah, get creative. Go to libraries. It's probably free. Go to coffee shops. Okay. Costs you a couple dollars for a coffee, but you could sit there for 3-4 hours. Do what you got to do, right? Make that investment, make that change. So we've had students in the past where this is the scenario and this has helped them. Clean your life, organize it, make your bed, do all the little things. All right. You approach it that way. You start to now become the organized person. The organized person has clear thinking. The person with clear thinking can get more work done, right? This applies to your devices too. If your phone, computer are just a complete mess and they've got all these distractions on them, clean it up, get rid of them. Your health influences your wealth. All right. I could touch on this topic for so much time. Many of you know I'm very invested in my health, in my fitness. It's something I've been doing for a long time. And I know this to be true. So I'm going to touch on some points that you might not have heard. Okay. A lack of downtime will most likely lead to burnout. Okay. So I'll tell you a personal story I have observed in my life, right? When I don't have downtime, so let's say I don't have anything organized to meet friends, right, during the week or to do some form of a lunch, a dinner, or a gym session with somebody, or if my partner is away, then I'm going to be more likely to just work, right? I'm going to be way more likely to just put my head down, work all day. I know this does lead me to burnout. Right. And it leads me to burnout because if I have a dinner at 6 p.m., because I don't have other things planned, I'll just go back to work. Like I'll just do more things. And I'm not really doing things that need to be done. I'm just doing more things to do more things. Right. So take the downtime. We see students come into this program, right? Some students say, hey, I'll spend 1 to 2 hours a day on this. Some say I'll do 10, 12, 14-hour days. I'll do whatever it takes. We actually tend to see better results with the person that approaches it with a couple hours a day. The reason is that they're less likely to burn out. If you come in and say, I'll just spend 14 hours a day on this, that's fine if you last, but most people don't last. So they come in and they do that for a month. So think about it. You do a month of 14-hour days, right? On a weekly basis, that's like 100 hours or so. So you've done like 400 hours in your first month. And maybe you haven't signed a client yet. Your brain is going to start to try and push you away from the thing. And also to actually get results, you don't need to hustle. You really do not need to hustle all day. All right. We'll touch more on that later when we get into the juicy details. Reading, journaling, meditating, exercising. These are just some things that I do because they keep me sane, right? They keep me human. They keep me in this place where I'm not just working on a laptop, right? But I'm expanding my mind. I'm expanding the things I'm thinking about. I'm aware of what I'm thinking about. I'm reflecting on them. These all help. So make sure you're doing some of these things. Avoid overworking, work smarter. All right, you don't need to hustle 12 hours a day. We've covered that already. Have you ever seen a rich construction worker who works really hard all day, 6 days a week? I haven't. Downtime is necessary. Okay. So rich people take breaks and relax, even though you might think they don't. Sleep. Okay. For me personally, sleep is my top priority. If I do not get a good night's sleep, my work output is really bad. The reason it's bad is I really find it hard to focus. Of course, there's times where I get 3 hours of sleep and I just get the work done anyway, but the quality of the work is always not as good. So prioritize it. Everyone's different. For me, I need 7 to 9 hours a night. Just depends on the workload of that day, and avoid screens at night. Something I do. So wear blue light blockers. You guys, you'll see me wear glasses like this. These I can see perfectly fine. These are just blue light blockers. I wear another pair at nighttime, which are like orange, and they block out even more of the white light and the blue light. So essentially all that does is it relaxes your body more. It gets you more ready to go to sleep. And yeah, it's something I'd recommend you do. Make this a priority. So sleep for everyone is a priority. Some people say, oh, I don't need to sleep that much. I think that's BS. I could be wrong, but I've not met a person where their life hasn't improved if they've gotten better sleep, right? Like anyone I know, if they get better sleep, they have a better life. Intermittent fasting is something I do where, for example, I'm recording this and it's like nearly midday and I haven't eaten food. This is something I personally do. It helps me to stay focused because it means that when I wake up, I don't have to think about food. I don't have to digest food. I'm not groggy and, weighed down by food. I just do what I got to do, right? When I started my agency, funnily enough, this was very extreme. I'm not recommending this, but I'm just telling you how you could use this. So when we were doing about 10K a month at the start, I was still very involved in the operations, running it each day, talking to clients, etc. And I would not eat food until I got all my work done. It was really extreme, but I would just tell myself, okay, if I get done at 1 p.m., I eat at 1 p.m. If I get done at 3 p.m., I eat at 3 p.m. And I'm not saying that's healthy. I would not recommend that, but I'm just saying that was a thing, like a mechanism I used to get myself to do the work. When you look at your meals, look, just don't eat shit, right? Like avoid sugars, just avoid not, healthy sugars are fine, right? Some honey, some fruits, that kind of thing. Just avoid the shit. You know what I'm talking about already. Aim to get your meals balanced, healthy fats, proteins, carbs, lean heavier on the fats and proteins if you're early in the day because carbs will probably weigh you down. Just some basic stuff. You can read into that more. We won't turn this into a health and fitness lecture, all right? Coffee and stimulants. These are either a superpower or a curse. For some people, they really help them. They really help them get in the zone, focus, get more work done. For me personally, they do sometimes, but sometimes they do the opposite. Sometimes if I have a coffee, maybe I have too much because I'm very sensitive to it. And then I can't really focus. I'm just fidgety. All right. So test it out, see what works for you. And just the main thing here, the main message I want to get across to you is that you need to take control of all of this stuff. All right. Like take control of it, because if you just eat the food that your friends are eating, your family are eating, etc., yeah, it's probably not going to be the best. All right. So take control of all these areas. Don't be afraid to do that. Addictions and your tendencies. All right. Let me preface this very, very clearly. We're not doctors. I'm not trying to be a doctor. I'm not telling you I have all the answers. Let me just tell you some stuff. We have known so many students that have struggled with so many addictions. Like, we're not just talking about smoking, drugs, alcohol. Like, we're talking about more serious addictions, social media addictions. All right. You can read the stats. 70% of teens and young adults in the US have a social media addiction. 100% true. I believe that. By no means of any doubts do I not believe that. It is so true. So look, there's going to be some of you watching this exact video right now, and you might be scrolling on TikTok or on your phone. If you are, I'm calling you out. Why are you doing that? You're watching a training program that you have invested into to get you from A to Z, yet you're still not taking it seriously. You're not taking it all in. So what I recommend you do, put your phone in another room. We could talk all day about the gadgets and hacks you could use here. For example, you can get a lock box where you set a timer and you put your phone in, and then you can't open the box for an hour. You could put your phone in a different room. You could put it on airplane mode. You could just not turn it on, right? This will depend on your life scenario. Do you have kids, right? All these things. Okay. I'm not telling you to just turn your phone off, but don't use it if you don't need to, because you're probably addicted to it. Most people are. and you should try and fix that addiction. So look, some of the things, as I mentioned, social media, your phone, steals your time and focus. Open up your screen time on your phone right now. Check it. If it is above an hour, an hour a day, that's crazy. Crazy. Unless you're running a business already. Okay. If it's above an hour a day and you don't run a business already, you need to question that. You need to take a real hard look at that. Okay. I personally, when I was building my agency, even though we did outreach on Instagram, where I would send messages on Instagram on my phone, I would still keep my screen time under 1 to 2 hours a day, every day. And that's including using WhatsApp, socializing, etc. So you really don't need to spend as much time on it as you think you need to. Alcohol and drugs, all right, we won't go into too much detail. You know about that already. Porn, this is something I could speak about for an hour. It's something I'm very passionate about. I used to watch this all the time. I would admit I was very addicted to it. I felt like I had to watch it every day. It was like I didn't feel right if I didn't watch it every day, which is crazy to say now. If you relate to that, I want you to take a deep, hard look at yourself and ask yourself this. If you watch porn, do you feel proud? Do you feel like you should be doing it? Is it something you would do if your mom could see you? If you believe in religion, right? If God could see you, would you still do it? You probably wouldn't. And that was my exact eye-opening moment. I was like, this is not something I should do. It also steals your testosterone, makes you lazy, and really holds you back. So stop doing it. One of the hardest addictions you'll break. I think it's easier to quit social media than porn. Probably easier to quit drugs and alcohol than porn. Very difficult, but you can break it for sure. Bad food steals your energy and focus. Video games steals your time and focus. Dopamine, right? Are you just addicted to dopamine, right? Dopamine for most people comes in the form of you wake up, you scroll social media, watch some TikToks to get some dopamine. You play video games with your buddies because it gives you dopamine. You watch porn because it gives you dopamine. Like you eat bad food because it gives you dopamine. These are all things that are just your body is just craving dopamine. Your mind is convincing you, I need dopamine. Trust me, the dopamine you get from going to the ocean and swimming in the sea, from taking an ice bath to going to the sauna to working on your business to signing a client, that dopamine is different. That's clean dopamine. Clean dopamine. So focus on that. Your why. What is your motivation? Right? Motivation is something that comes and goes, but still it can be very helpful if you lean into it. So why do you want to start a business? Why do you want to make money? Like really, why do you want this? And don't say because I did it, because another guy on YouTube did it. No. Why do you want it? Not me, not somebody else, not society. Why do you want it? Do you want to provide for your family? Do you want to retire your parents? Do you want to just make enough to live on an island and just detach from the world? Like, I don't care what it is. I want you to get clear on what your motivation is, because your motivation is not my motivation. My motivation shouldn't be somebody else's motivation, right? Because some guy has a Rolex and a yacht, it doesn't mean you need to say, oh, I want to buy a Rolex and a yacht. If you do, cool, fantastic. If you know your goal is, I just want to make 3K a month, I want to be able to travel, I want to not worry about money, and I want to, pay for some flights for my family every now and then, fantastic. I'd be more happy you stick to that than some other goal if that's your real why. And here's why you should start with why. Elon Musk says he works about 120 hours a week. All right, you don't need to work like Elon. You probably shouldn't. He even says he's working pretty much 24/7, too much work on his plate. Do you want that? That's a question you need to ask yourself. And now the second question is, why does Elon do this? If he's so rich, why would he keep working? Well, it's his why. You see, Elon believes he's literally saving the world. He believes he's saving humanity. So that's why he'll work so hard. You get it? His why is so big. So if your why is you want to make 3K a month, you don't need to work 120 hours a week like Elon, right? Because your why is completely different. Now your how. This is your discipline, right? Motivation, as we said, comes and goes. It's unreliable. You're not always going to be motivated. So instead, you need to be disciplined. A couple of days a week, I don't really want to work. I don't wake up and go, oh, I can't wait to just work today. No, I might wake up and be like, oh, I'd actually really like to just kind of relax for the day, go hit the gym, go to the beach, take some time out, maybe go watch a movie. Like there's days I feel like that, but there are days where I feel like that and I still do the work. I still do what I need to do. And this is why discipline is important. Are you disciplined enough to do the hard things? If you're not, you can work on that. Here is how you build your discipline. All right. First, you're going to create accountability. You need to make it hard to not be disciplined. This is why people invest in fitness coaches when they know exactly what to do. It's because somebody sends you a text or checks in with you every week to make sure you did what you said you were going to do. Same goes for you. We've talked about accountability already. If you've missed that, go back to that training. Get accountability, whether it's with us, our community, or somebody else. This will help you. Limit cheap dopamine. All right, you might have heard this famous quote. It's been going around a lot lately, right? Easy times create weak men create something, and it goes on, and I've butchered it, but you get the point. Basically, if everything is easy, if it all feels nice all day, then you're not really going to be disciplined. All right, get used to doing hard things. If you want a hard life, do easy things. If you want an easy life, do hard things. Okay, for me, some examples. The gym, I started cold showers, eating clean. They're all hard things I didn't necessarily want to do. But guess what? It made me enjoy doing the hard things. It allowed me to see that, the benefit I get from them, the delayed gratification, is greater than just giving in to the cheap dopamine activities. And test what works for you. All right, this doesn't mean that everything I tell you, you have to do. It doesn't mean that if you don't make your bed, you're going to fail. Everyone is different, but you need to think about most of the things we talked about in this module are applicable to 90% of people we work with. And that's why we're giving you this information. It's not me thinking that this works. It's me looking at over 1,000 people that we've coached and mentored and giving you exactly what they've struggled with, what got them to where they want to get to, and what held them back. I'm giving you all of that. So try these things. Change your routine, change your identity, change your environment for a couple of months. What is the worst that can happen? You turn back in 2 months, you're like, oh, I wasted so much time bettering myself, reading, becoming more aligned with who I really want to be. No, you're going to say that was so worth it. And then if you build a business on top of that, amazing. I want you to take this little minute to do a quick SWOT analysis on your life. A SWOT analysis, shout out to college. This is where I learned this. It looks at your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. Okay, the main things I want you to focus on are S and W, strengths and weaknesses. Okay, be aware of what you're good at, what you're not good at. For example, when I started my agency, I could create graphics and content for clients. I could do it, right? But I realized I'm good at this, but I'm not great. Like, I'm not 10 out of 10. So that's why we decided, okay, let's hire people to do it. Because if we can hire people to do it, and that saves me time, and I can spend that time on other things, and they're better at it, everyone will get better results. And weaknesses, same thing. All right, I looked at that and I was like, yeah, I'm kind of weak in that area. So be aware of what you're good at, what you're bad at, get real with yourself, and then obviously lean into what you're good at. And for the things you're not good at, you can learn it. That's the beauty. You can learn the things you're not good at, and you can bring it to a level where it's satisfactory. And then when you get to a point where it's satisfactory, let's say in terms of providing a service to clients, you can always outsource that later on. You don't have to outsource it right away. And now I want you to stop. All right. I want you to go execute. This is our challenge to you. I want you to take at least a minimum of 10 minutes in silence. And I know your brain is like, oh my God, Adam, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. No distractions. All right. No headphones in. Nothing. I want you to sit down or lie down in your bed, wherever. Think about what you need to change in your life. Look at everything we've looked at so far. We've covered a lot. Look at your health. Look at your identity. Look at your relationships, your friendships. Look at your environment. Are you addicted to anything? Your motivation, your discipline. Just look at it all. Maybe take a pen and paper and write this stuff down. But really think about it before you go any further. So how do you shift your identity to become the successful person? Becoming the person first. This is a concept you're going to hear from me, our team. We talk about it a lot. If I want to make 10 million, I need to become the person that makes 10 million, right? Like, I can't be the old person. I can't be the old version of me. I have to step into that new person. So to make 10K a month, You need to become the person that thinks, acts, and believes as the person that makes 10K a month, right? So if you tell yourself, I want to make 10K a month, but you know you're still falling into the same old habits, old routines, and you know they are keeping you stuck because let's be real, they've kept you stuck for years up until this point. You can't expect yourself to then level up and become a six-figure earner. All right, it doesn't make sense. Think of it like this. If you put in $10 worth of effort and expect to be making 10K a month, that doesn't make sense, right? That doesn't line up. You're putting in the effort here, expecting to get this result. See, this is why this stuff is so important, because you can hustle, you can do all the strategies and tactics, but if you don't have this part figured, the rest may not work for you. So if you don't take care of your health, if you neglect responsibilities in your life, if you have a really hard time sticking to plans and goals you set out, you need to fix these areas in your life to make it in business. All right, you need to. And I don't mean that you need to fix this, let's say for 3 months, spend 3 months fixing it and then start business. No, you can start business as you do those things. Don't get it wrong, okay? But these are important. And I'll just give you a really rough example. But let's say right now, I'm recording these trainings. I'm doing a lot of them. Let's just say that at the start of the week, I said, I'm going to wake up at 7 to 8 a.m. every morning, okay? I'm then going to make sure within the first 30 to 40 minutes that I get a walk in, get a little bit of sunlight, move my body a little. Why? Because I'm going to be sitting down for hours just recording trainings. And then I'm going to start right into the trainings. Okay. So I'm not going to post a TikTok. I'm not going to check my Instagram DMs. I'm not going to do anything else. I'm just going to get straight in to recording the trainings. Imagine how I'm going to feel if I don't do that. So let's just say on Tuesday, I wake up and I don't do that. I wake up at 10, I don't go for my morning walk, and I check TikTok straight away. What is that telling myself? That is telling myself that I'm out of alignment with the person I said I was going to be to get the results I want to get to. So if I feel out of alignment with that, it's going to be very hard for me to get up the next day on Wednesday to do that again, right? To actually do what I was meant to do. And even if you do it that way, one day on, one day off, one day on, one day off, it's still going to be a struggle for you. See, what would be much better for me, right, is I say, okay, I'm going to do it Monday and Tuesday. Then because I know I'm putting in a ton of effort, right, and maybe I'm going to be a little bit tired the next day. So I'm going to plan a few hours off on the Wednesday, and I'll take that time off completely. Then I should be fresh to go on Thursday, Friday again. That's a much more logical, better way to do it. All right. So make sure you're focusing on these things, because if you don't, again, you won't become the person, and you don't become the person, you won't make the money you want to make. So for me personally, the biggest driver for my own success was my identity shift from victim to owner. Okay. Victim mindset to owner mindset. From the world is out to get me to I'm out to get the world. You know what I mean? Like that's a complete shift, and that will change your life in all areas. All right. So I'm the owner of my life. I'm the owner of my choices, my habits, my routines, my results. It's all on me. Take full responsibility, put the blame on yourself, take the hard right over the easy left. Not an easy thing to do. That's why we say taking the hard right over the easy left. But you do these things and you be harsh and very real with yourself. Again, it's going to benefit your health, your relationships, your money, everything. So we've talked a lot about identity, right? And this specific video is about shifting your identity. Now, we can't go into the fine details. We could be here for hours and hours and hours. There's a lot more to this stuff, but this is just a very brief look at it. Okay, so in this program so far, we have looked at your beliefs and your habits. All right, let's look at it. Your beliefs is your conscious or subconscious underlying beliefs, how you see the universe, how you see yourself in the universe, right? Next up, your habits. This is what you do every day. Okay, so your beliefs influence your habits, and then your habits influence your identity. But your identity also influences your habits and your beliefs, right? It's all interlinked and it's all a circle. So your identity is how you see yourself and how others see you. And even though this looks at how it's about others seeing you, it's more often about how you think other people see you, right? So my identity is largely based on how I think you see me. not what you actually think of me, because I'm not inside your mind. I have no idea what you think of me. You might be like, Adam is fucking crazy, right? He's just weird. But my perception, my identity is what I think you think of me. All right. So that's powerful. Why? Because if you're saying to yourself right now, I'm not really confident. I'm not really the person I know I want to be. Well, you can start to change that, right? Because you can start to think that other people see you in a different light. And the best way for that to happen is to change the things you do. Physical change, action, right? Change the habits, change the routines. And this starts on a very small level. All right, let's say you live at home with your parents. Okay, this is a great example because I was in this exact scenario. If my parents have seen me as their child who sleeps until 10 a.m. and plays video games all day, I have to shift their perception from that to Adam's going to be this successful guy. How does that shift? It doesn't shift by just telling them, "Hey, mom, I'm going to be successful, mom." Right? She'll be like, "Yeah, whatever." Like, no chance, right? That's going to shift by my actions. So let's say for an entire summer, I start getting up early, I'm start working out, I'm reading, I'm meditating, I'm doing all these things, which are just like physical representations of me becoming the person. So if I do that for 3 months, at the end of summer, they might be like, geez, this guy changed. Like our son is completely different. And you see, this is what you're going to do to yourself. You're going to change who you are so that you get the results you want to get. You can tell I get excited about this stuff. This stuff is really, really powerful. So a real example for you, okay? Let's look at this, okay? This is a matrix we put together a while back that I think sums this up really nicely. So we're looking at the 10K per month agency owner and the 0 per month agency owner or business owner for that matter. Now, these are polarized, okay? So, I'm giving you extreme examples here. This is just to highlight the point. So let's look at the diet. So the 10K a month earner typically doesn't overcomplicate their diet too much, and they focus primarily on meals that just, aid their life. They don't bloat them, they don't distract them, they make them feel good. The diet of the person not in that position, it's not a priority, right? So they don't really ever think about what they're eating and the consequences of those foods, which leads to maybe late night binging, to feeling bloated, to having brain fog. All right, very different. Exercise and training. Maybe the agency owner doing 10K a month works out a few times a week, 3-4 times a week, focuses primarily on working out to boost their mental health, their cognition, to stay in check, right? Whereas the 0 per month agency owner, maybe they're too extreme. They either don't work out at all or too much. And I actually fell into this years ago myself, where I put training above my business, where business needs to be the top priority for this period of your life. And for my life, it had to be as well. So I actually scaled down my workouts a little bit, still did my workouts, but just instead of spending 2 hours in the gym 5 days a week, I'll just spend 40 minutes 3 times a week. I'll still get very similar results, but I'll be in a place where I can focus more. I won't be as fried after the gym. Relationships. So someone who's 6-figure earner typically only has relationships when it makes sense and there are clear boundaries. And this is for romantic and for friendships the same. The person, on the other hand, making 0, not the person, typically uses relationships to feel good or to make up for a lack of results in their business. We have seen this with students, and it's understandable. I understand why you would do that, but it's a shame. It's a shame because from my experience, if you're in a relationship when you're doing that and you're just making it make yourself feel good, you feel comfortable, you like snuggling and watching Netflix, and it just makes you feel safe, but then you're doing that to make up for a lack of results in your life, in your business, in your health, long term, it's not going to work. And this is just my very skewed perception. So you might listen to it and say, Adam, you're wrong. And that's fine. I'm just telling you my opinion. Boundaries. All right. So the 10K a month earner knows when to limit time with certain people and certain activities, whereas the 0 per month person is reactive. They don't set any boundaries. They don't set any limits. If somebody is like a friend or a family member that just sucks their energy, they don't, set limits with them. They don't only restrict to seeing them once a month. They see them all the time. That's you not being in control. That's being reactive. The 10K a month person pretty much has no addictions. No addictions. All right. Now, they might have some, maybe they're still battling some, but they've probably cut down a lot of them. The 0 per month person probably has many, maybe video games, maybe binging Netflix, weed, porn, things of that nature. Waste of time activities, 10K a month agency owner probably has none. Maybe they enjoy a Netflix every, a couple times a week, a movie or something like that, but they're not addictions. You get me? They're not a complete waste of time. They're using it strategically to wind down, strategically to relax after a day. That's different than using it because you just feel really bad and you just want to binge it for 6 hours. And 0 per month person, maybe they use it every single night. So how do we describe the 10K per month person? We want you to focus on who, not how. Okay, so don't think of strategies, tactics, like they have a unique strategy that works for them. Probably they don't. They're probably just the person that can make it work. So they're gritty. This means they know when to push and they know when to pivot. There's going to be times where you need to grit your teeth. Okay, when I did a marathon recently, I had to grit my teeth. All right, that's what you need to be. You need to be gritty. Times where you just say, this thing hasn't worked yet, but I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going, right? That's being gritty. Analytical. What gets measured gets improved. If you're not analytical, how will you know how to improve? You won't. You'll be guessing. As we say in Ireland, you'll be pissing in the wind. Action taker. Do they need more information or do they need to act? They constantly ask themselves that, right? If they had a slow week, they didn't get results. They're like, do I need to learn more, right? Do I need more help? Or do I need to do more? Do I need to execute more? And they're responsible. They are totally responsible for their own success, their own failure. Become a master of one, my friend. If you're trying to get jacked, you're trying to find a long-term partner and build a business at the same time, you could do that. I've tried it. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. And I did this on another level where I was trying multiple businesses. I heard this quote online once: millionaires have 7 sources of income. And I thought I needed 7 sources of income. That is BS. Most millionaires have 1 or 2 sources of income, and then they build out other streams after that point. So just keep this in mind. If you become a master of one, you're way more likely to get results. Our student success manager did this as well. He focused on his agency, got it to 20K a month before he did anything else. Now, fix your inner scars. This is something we've touched on already, and I've shared with you my personal story in the hope that if you're in that scenario, you can relate to it and find some help within it. You see, before starting a business, before becoming a man who had this business, what did I have to do? I had to fix who I was. I had to fix the scars. I had to look at the things in my life that weren't aiding me. I had to remove the things that were holding me back. And I had to take the time to say, hey, why am I this way? Why am I not happy? Why am I sad? All right. And you need to do that. And again, let me stress, I don't want you to just dismiss business. I want you to do this as you're doing it. You can do them hand in hand. You don't have to just do this and then do business. You can balance the two, but just keep in mind, as we looked at here, if you're trying to do 101 things at once, it'll probably become quite difficult. So I want you to focus on this, my friend: long-term impact and long-term results over short-term pleasures. This is taking the hard right over the easy left. And this all comes down to this, my friend: the internal versus external locus of control. So everybody has this. You either have internal or external. Internal is you believe you're in control and you take responsibility for your actions and your outcomes. Okay, your results. External is blaming external forces for their circumstances. All right. Someone who has an external locus of control is way more likely to fail in our program. The beauty is that this is something you can change. You can have an external locus of control. I definitely had it for some time, and I changed it to internal. External examples are this: if you're finding yourself saying, this doesn't work, the industry is saturated, the business model doesn't work anymore, that is external locus of control. Because how can you say that when there's other people winning every week in the exact business, in the exact industry as you? Think about it. Like, logically, I want to challenge you to think about it. Why is that the case? It's because that person probably has an internal locus of control. They've realized, Okay, yeah, there are people competing in this space, but they're competing in every space. Like literally every business model out there, they're competing in that space. They're just more in control. So they look further. They look, what can I do to be different? How can I stand out from the crowd? They're using that internal locus of control. And this is what I want to leave you with. The 1% Better Everyday Matrix from Atomic Habits, a really good book by a guy called James Clear. Recommend you read it. So this is the concept. If you can get 1% better every day for a year, you'll be 37 times better by the time you're done. Isn't that amazing? 37 times better. But if you get 1% worse each day for an entire year, you'll basically be at 0. Or if you're at 0, you'll be further down than 0, right? And here's the graph, just so you can see it visually. So what it shows us, right, is that over this span of a year, with 1% improvement or 1% decline, there's actually more of a positive effect. Isn't that crazy? So if you just decide to get 1% better every day, but your friend decides, I don't really care, like I'll do all the bad habits, and they get 1% worse, you'll actually be so far ahead, right? They'll have dipped down a level and you'll have risen up to a whole other level. Think about this, take a screenshot of it, use it. With your personal brand or a personal brand you're building for somebody else, there's really 3 routes you can take in terms of monetizing, selling services, making money. Now look, there's many other routes. I'm sure you could come up with 10 other routes, but there's just some that we're not even going to look at because they're not what I've done or they're not what I've helped others do. I only teach what I know to be true for me and my clients. That's my ethos. I'm not going to teach you something that I've not done. So the 3 main routes are offering done for you services. So this is typically, social media marketing, aka finding businesses or people that need a specific service, selling them that service, and you do the service, or you outsource that service to other people to do it for your clients. Done with you, consulting or coaching people. So essentially, you're teaching somebody how to do a certain thing. You're kind of doing it with them. It's not just that they look at a course and do it by themselves. Like they'll have calls with you or they're in a community. There's something extra where they're doing it alongside you. And then finally, do it yourself, which is selling, courses, ebooks, PDFs, templates, lots, like photo templates, all this kind of stuff, where it's very much package up a product and sell it. There's pros and cons of all of these, and we're going to get into that now. And I don't even want you to be certain on which route you're going to go down to start, because this will change over time. For me, this changed many, many times. So route number 1, done for you, SMMA and services. How this would look like is you build a personal brand, and then you attract individuals and businesses who want you to do something for them. That's as simple as it is. Again, it's a done for you service. An example is you manage their social media, you manage their ad campaigns, their email marketing, or other marketing services for them. And here's the pros and cons of this. The pros is done for you offers are typically easy to sell, right? You come to me and say, hey, Adam, you have this problem. I will solve the problem for you. You do nothing, you pay me, I do it. That's a very easy thing to sell. So I started with an SMMA, a social media marketing agency, aka selling a service to a business and doing it for them. And that's really why I started there, because I didn't have any proof or thing I could teach somebody. It was like, hey, you pay me money, I'll do a thing that you already want and you can see the value in. Great. That's the pro of that. On top of that, it's because you're being hands-on, it means you learn really fast. So for example, if you send a client tomorrow and you're going to manage their Instagram page, you'll learn really fast what works on Instagram, what doesn't, how to stay consistent. All the things that we're going to teach you in terms of content, you'll learn very fast because you're hands-on. Now, the cons is this. It's not as scalable. It requires more hours to deliver your service, and it's just less profitable on a percentage basis. Now, these cons are more so things you need to look at long-term. So if you're trying to get to your first $5,000 a month, first $10,000 a month, the hands-on done-for-you approach, probably the easiest, fastest way to get there, in my opinion. For me, it's where I started, and it's where I would start again if I was starting anything tomorrow. Okay, so it's not as scalable. Let's touch on that for the simple reason that you are kind of trading your time for money in a sense if you do all the work yourself. If you're outsourcing, it's more scalable, but then you have to manage those people. So basically, the more clients you get, the more work needs to be done, whether that's by you or by other people that you hire. Requires more hours to deliver your service. So if I get a client tomorrow for $1,000 a month to manage your social media, it's probably going to take me at least 30 minutes a day to serve that client, which isn't so bad. It's a really good trade-off. But it does mean that if I then have 10 clients, that's 5 hours a day just on delivering the service. Just the service, not creating my content, not running my personal brand, not doing sales calls, not having calls with clients, just that. It's also less profitable on a percentage basis, okay? So as you scale, you will need to hire people. And of course, that's when, if you look at a done-for-you business, an SMMA, let's say that does $1 million a year, right? The profit margin on that would be probably between, maybe on the lower end, 40, 50%. Some people would have it even lower. I've seen people with 20, 30%, but on the higher end, 70 to 80%. That's kind of like the high level. For most people, it's lower, 60-ish, somewhere in and around there. Whereas with some of these other routes you're going to look at, if you were to make that same money, nearly all of it would be profit. Okay, so keep that in mind. So the pillars of a done for you business are pretty simple. You've got outreach, finding clients, sales, service delivery. So in your case, what would this look like? Because you're going to be building a personal brand. Well, outreach is this. It's you posting content on social media platforms and then directing the people that are interested in what you offer or starting conversations with them to your free offer, or to maybe like a Facebook group or a community that you have. We don't want to sell them right away. We want to give them some value first. Sales then will be converting those that followed you on social media and let's say took your free offer, which is maybe a lead magnet, a PDF of some sort, a case study, a free training, something like that. And then you get them onto a free strategy call, a sales call where you sell what you offer. And then service delivery. So again, this is maybe, let's say, creating content yourself for your clients, or hiring designers, editors, and contractors to create this for your clients. So these are the pillars. We're going to be walking through in a lot more detail what this looks like for the other options, the other routes. But keep in mind that, if I was starting tomorrow and I didn't have any proof behind me, this is probably where I would start. So this is a training that I made a little bit of time ago, and I basically just walked you through, the exact process that I used to make over $1 million in my agency. So we did over $1 million in revenue. And so the premise of this video is to be, as blunt and straightforward as possible, to show you step by step in kind of like a very high level overview manner. So it's not like a 50-minute training. It's like maybe 15 minutes or so to show you like step by step what I did. Okay, so is this the exact plan that you should follow if you decide to go with the SMMA done for you route? No, this is just to plant the idea in your head. This is the step-by-step what I did, so you can see at scale what that looks like. Without further ado, let's roll that video now. A lot of guys in the SMMA space talk about Facebook ads, no-brainer offers and things like that. For me, that's not what we did. Our prices typically range from very, very low end for our first few clients. We had some people pay $150 a month, but that was rare. That was just because we were figuring things out at the start. On average, between $450 a month, and then on the high end, $3K per month. Okay, so those are the price points. Anyway, in this video, what I'd love to do is break all of this down for you. Now, a couple of things we need to get really, really clear on before we go any further is this was revenue. This was not profit, and I didn't personally take $1.3 million into my own bank account. Okay, this was revenue. Our profit margin was typically around 70%. We had periods when we were starting where myself and my business partner were more hands-on, so our profit margin was probably 90 or 95%. And then, of course, we had times when we were scaling very aggressively. And for example, in the final year before I sold my half to my business partner, I didn't really do anything, as in, yes, I would look at the business every day. Yes, I would speak to team members, but I didn't take any calls. I didn't do any sales calls. Everything was handled by team members, which means profit margin was definitely lower than 70%. So let's get into how I believe this was possible for me, and then how you can hopefully replicate something similar for yourself. And I think the frameworks we're going to look at today will be applicable to you if you're a beginner, just starting off, and you're not even dreaming of 1.3 million, but you're trying to get to your first 5 or 10,000 per month. But look, if you have a business already doing 10 or 20,000 a month, this might hopefully help you get to that next level. Okay. Let's start off with a little bit about the story, because I didn't start an SMMA from nothing. What I mean by that is, I started my SMMA in 2019, okay? Late 2019. It was November when we got our first client.
I had tried a bunch of other stuff before this point. Okay, so before this point, if we go back in time, you know, I don't know the exact year, but let's say 2014, roughly, I remember building a Twitter theme page. All right, if you know what a theme page is, it's essentially for me, it was a meme page, posting funny videos on Twitter. I wouldn't show my face, I wouldn't post myself, and people find that stuff funny. So you do it long enough and you do it consistently enough, you will get followers. So in and around this time, I built a page to 10K followers. This was on Twitter, and it took me about a year, okay, a full year. And what I want to highlight about that is I didn't make any money in that year, no money, but I still worked at it every day. I still had the willingness to post the content, do strategies like follow for follow, if you're familiar with that, where you just follow a bunch of people and hopefully some of them will follow you back, which worked well. Maybe 20 or 30% of people actually follow us back. So every day I would spend maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours, maybe sometimes 3-4 hours a day just working on the Twitter page. And I was in school. I was like, at the time I was like maybe 16 or so I've probably messed up on the date here, but who cares? And I kept doing it even though it wasn't getting me results. And that's the first thing. This is like the first thing I want to highlight. For you, if you're starting an SMMA or really any online business, there's probably going to be a period where you don't see results. You're putting in the work, like you know you're putting in work every single day and you're not seeing results. And what I mean by results are you don't have clients paying you, you're maybe not booking calls, and you're really not seeing tangible results, right? Now, what happens in this time is invisible progress. I actually got this from one of my students, Alvi. He was talking to a group of beginners in our program about how he has gotten past 10K a month, even though for 2 months he thought everything he was doing was a waste of time and he nearly gave up, right? If he gave up on day 58, he wouldn't now be making 10K per month. And he talked about this topic, invisible progress. You see, when Alvi worked for that 2-month period and didn't sign any clients, he barely took any sales calls, so he had a lack of results. He kept going. Now, of course, he had doubts. He had times where he wanted to give up, but he knew deep down, even at a young age, he started at 16, that invisible progress was in play, right? That what he was doing, he was building his character, he was building his discipline, being able to work every day without getting instant reward. And he was essentially building up all these muscles that eventually he would be able to flex. Eventually would turn into him getting a client. And that's what happened, okay? Now, I wanted to highlight this because this is what most people forget or they don't want to acknowledge when they start anything for the first time, right? I'm sure you know somebody that started going to the gym and quit. Maybe you've done that yourself. It's the same thing, and it's the same with business. It's very rare you're going to start an SMMA and get immediate, instant progress in month 1. Now, in my program, where we coach people on how to do this, we have so many people that have done that, right? So it's a bit of a contradiction. We have so many students that have come in and gotten results in month 1, as in signed client, made money in month 1. But I want to give you the realistic view that for most people, right, most people, it will take them a little bit longer, okay? So you need to be okay with this. If you're not, then you need to work on your overall sense of discipline. You need to look at potentially detoxing from dopamine sources, maybe your phone, TikTok, if you're doing things like watching pornography, all of those. Because if you can't put in a couple of months of invisible progress, right, putting in the reps without seeing immediate results, you don't have a problem of being in the wrong business model or the wrong niche, or your offer isn't good enough. Those, of course, could influence it. Your biggest problem is this here. Maybe a lack of discipline, and you're just so focused on getting instant gratification because in your daily life, that is what you get. Then you need to work on that, okay? Now, the second thing, I want to further bridge my story. So I did Twitter for quite a bunch of years, I think 3 years in total, and it worked pretty good for me. I had over 3 million followers at my peak. Now, that wasn't one page, it was spread across probably like 10 different pages. I remember my biggest page was one called Shower Thoughts, and we had, I think 550 was the number, so 550,000 followers. Now,
before I tell you the rest of the story with Twitter, this all ended very badly. Very badly. A few years into the journey, when I went to college, I spent a semester in Singapore, and I woke up one morning and all of my pages, bar I think one of them, which was a scary stories account, we would literally just post scary stories from Reddit, all of them were banned, like permanently suspended, no reason why. And this was obviously very heartbreaking because I thought I was really good at this thing, marketing, right? Which was building up an audience on social media. And how we would make money with Twitter was we would sell ads to e-commerce brands, or, I tried a few drop shipping stores. We would just basically make money off the attention that we had garnered. And this led me to probably the biggest lesson in my business journey ever, okay? And that was the fact that you're never going to know it all. So I thought I knew it all, right? When I had my 3 million followers, over 500,000 on just one single page, making money by barely working. I probably worked 30 minutes a day because I had somebody that managed all of my accounts. His name was Zach. So Zach, I know you watch some of my content. Shout out to you. I didn't do much and I made good money. So whenever you don't do much and make good money, you have to always be looking at, is this going to last forever? Will this continue? And I naively thought Twitter would continue. Whereas really I was on rented property, right? Twitter owned my business. If Twitter shut down, my business shut down. And this is then what led me to really look into SMMA. And you're probably wondering why? Well, two reasons. One, the marketing, okay? The experience of growing pages on Twitter, amazing, right? It's going to give me some general knowledge about marketing. And number two was I wanted to get away from rented property, right? I wanted to get to a point where my business could work even if Instagram shut down, if LinkedIn shut down, if Upwork shut down, if any of the platforms we used to get clients, build our team and make money shut down, that I would be okay. So that's exactly what happened when I got into the SMMA space. You see, getting clients, we never focused on just one thing. We got clients on Instagram, we got clients on LinkedIn, we got them through email. We did a bunch of stuff. And the reason we did this was that if one of these failed, for example, if Instagram, our page on Instagram got banned, we would have LinkedIn, we would have email. And to go even deeper on this, with Instagram, we didn't have just one page. So when we had an Instagram page that was reaching out to business owners, essentially trying to get clients for the marketing agency, we didn't just have one page. All right. So, at one point, I think we had 10 of these, probably more actually, probably more. I need to correct myself on that, but 10 minimum, which meant that if one Instagram page got knocked off, well, we actually had more. We had like 9 more, right? So this was me essentially learning this lesson of when you're on rented property, you need to get your own property, or you need to have all these backup plans so that this doesn't happen again. This is a lesson that you need to use when you are trying to start anything online. You need to have security in the fact that all of your revenue doesn't just come from one place. Okay? Now, at this point, starting SMMA, I didn't see results straight away. Okay, so it's hard to say numbers-wise how long it took me to get my first client, but I know it was at least a couple of months. So we're going to put down, let's say 2 months minimum. Now, the thing is, and you might have heard me if you've watched any of my content before, we went from 0 to 10K a month, right? That's over $10,000 a month in revenue in 45 days. Which is kind of crazy. Like, it is kind of crazy because we have students in my program that think that's going to happen for them, and most likely it won't. We've had students get to 10K a month in about 4 months, but doing it in 45 days is quite rare, okay? And the thing was, I was just figuring things out. Like, I didn't have some master plan strategy. Like, one of our first client paid $1,200 a month. And as I mentioned before, we had clients paying, like one I remember paid about $150 a month in that first 45-day period. So I had no idea what I was doing. I was just, any business that would pay me money, I'd be like, come on board. Like, you're welcome, pay us money, let's get things going. Okay? So now, if we go back to the earlier example of Alvi, the student that taught me about invisible progress, in that first 2 months where I didn't get results, I could have quit. right? I could have said, this isn't for me. I could have said that I'm an introvert, so this whole getting on calls and selling my services isn't comfortable, so I'm not going to do it, which was the case for me. But I did it, right? And I did it because what is the other option? This is a mindset you need to have. What is the other option? Truly. Let's say you're running a marathon, right? You enter a marathon and 30 kilometers in, you've got over 10 kilometers left, you've got a stitch, or your ankle is kind of sore, or your calf is cramping up. Yes, you have an option, which is you could quit. But really, like, what is your one true option? Your one true option is to keep going. It's to stick to your word, push to your goal, and make it happen. And that sounds cliche, but that's exactly the mindset I had in those 2 months, or whatever it was, 2-3 months, where I didn't get clients. It's the same mindset Alvi had that's now at 10K a month. And if you don't have it, you'll probably have 2 months of potentially no results, and then you'll quit. And I don't want you to quit. Again, this video is to show you how I made money so that you can hopefully make money as well. So, when you start SMMA, I don't want you to think about, I need to write over here. I don't want you to think about this word here. Perfect, or the second one, best. I see it all the time. You want the best and the most perfect niche. You want the best and perfect offer. You want the perfect packages and prices to charge. These things don't exist. They don't exist. They exist in your mind. They don't exist in reality. There's always going to be a better niche. There's always going to be a better offer, a better package, better price you could charge, a better strategy, a better sales call script, a better outreach message, a better everything. You need to get that whole idea out of your head. You see, when I started, as I mentioned, right? First client, $1,200 a month. Other clients, $150 a month. That's not perfect. If I did things perfectly, they all would have paid the same amount, and I wouldn't have been figuring anything out. But you see, that's the thing. When you're starting this type of business, it's all about figuring things out. One foot in front of the other, step by step, figuring out what's going to work best for you. What worked for me isn't guaranteed to work for you. What worked for Alvi right here isn't guaranteed to work for you. And what works for you is not guaranteed to work for me or for Alvi. You have to find your own path within this. So I can give you the path that I took. I can give you my niche, my offer, my prices, my packages, give you everything that I've done in my business, and you will replicate and change certain parts to figure out what works best for you. Okay? And I really need to drill that in. That point is so important. So you're probably wondering, okay, Adam, you went from 0 to 10K a month, 45 days. Well, what did you actually do in that time? Like, how did you get to 10K a month? Well, some of the things I did was I looked at my network. There was this one client that I had done some freelance work with. I think they paid me maybe $100 for some graphics. And that didn't go anywhere. We created the graphics, delivered, and I don't think they ever used them. And that was it. End of story, end of the relationship. Now, later on, when I was starting the agency, because I did some freelance work beforehand just to kind of get some experience, kind of learn how to create content for social media, because it had been a few years since I had done the Twitter work that I mentioned before. So when I started then the SMMA, because I started this with a business partner, I looked at the network and I looked at, okay, well, who have I maybe done some stuff with before? And I thought of them. And we figured out they were going to this event called Veg Fest in London, and we went. Yeah, we booked a ticket. We got on a flight from Ireland to London, and we went there. We met them at the event. You know, we shook hands, and it was very casual. Just, how are you doing? You remember us? Fantastic. Super short. Now, like a week later, we closed them. Right? So what happened here was we met them in person. There was already a previous relationship up because they were in my network. So network, then we met them, and then we closed them, and this was through a call. So like after the event, we reached out to them again and pitched them again, but this time they were more interested because we'd built up that trust in person. Now, that was client number 1. This actually led us to our first 3 clients. You see, this business that we signed, the first one, they had 3 business partners.
Okay. And one of them, it was a woman, she had 2 other businesses she was a part of. She had 2 other businesses she was a part of that then we worked with. So one was her personal page, okay, and then one was a CBD company. So we had essentially gotten 3 clients from one client, and they all paid in and around $1,200 a month. So we're up to around $3,000 per month from one connection. So that was using my network. Then I realized I don't have many other people in my network. There's not many other people I've done work with that would use my services, okay? So that's when I had to look at other places. So where did I look? Instagram was my big one. Bit of LinkedIn and cold email. These were the 3 methods, okay? I'm going to put this here. These are 3 methods that I decided to use to get clients. Now, most came through Instagram, probably 80%, but 20% came from these here. Let's just say 10 each. So I used these because my network was small. It got me this massive win, which was kind of lucky, but I knew it wasn't going to get me all of my next clients. And I do see this as a mistake for a lot of people. I know a lot of guys that have marketing agencies in Ireland specifically. They get clients through their network and they just rely on that forever. And that's fine if you're okay with that. But if you're trying to scale fast, it's normally not going to work, because you're relying on something that is very small and finite. If I go to Instagram, LinkedIn, and I start sending emails, I can essentially hit hundreds of people a week. Hundreds a week. If I'm hitting hundreds a week, I've got tons and tons of opportunity. And now I'm actually indirectly growing my network. Because if I cold email a business owner, have a call with them, and they decide that we're not a good fit and we don't work together, well, what's to say that they don't refer a client to me? What's to say that they won't come back in 6 months and actually use my service? So this is doing 2 things. This outreach is getting me a bigger network for later on that I can tap into, and it's getting me calls with business owners where I can pitch directly my services. Simple stuff. A lot of people don't do it because it's kind of scary. It can feel a bit awkward. You're going to face rejection, and it's boring. It's not going to give you instant gratification. You're not going to feel 100% satisfied sending messages on Instagram to business owners when most of them ghost you, some tell you to fuck off, and it's just uncomfortable, right? But this is how we got to our first 10K per month. I was doing this aggressively. Now, if we want to go deeper on the strategy, let's take Instagram, since that was 80%. I did a lot of voice messaging. Why? Not many people did voice messaging. I went onto YouTube. I watched quite a lot of videos, like you're probably doing, about SMMA, how to get clients, how to do outreach, what to say, what not to say, all of that. And one thing I noticed was nobody really talked about voice messaging. Everybody was talking about text messages, cold calls, cold emails. Nobody was doing voice drops, right? So this is what I did. I did this quite aggressively, and we did this on multiple pages. Okay, so I had my page, right, which was like just my personal, Adam Walsh. I had a page which was called Adam is Healthy. You can still find it. It's still on Instagram. And there was probably some other pages. I can't fully remember, but I know we used more than one. And this was how I could hit, instead of hundreds a week, I was actually most likely hitting hundreds a day with voice notes, and we did some text as well. Now, what you're probably understanding from this right here is this was a lot of hard work. Like it was hard work. It wasn't particularly motivating work. It's not the most enjoyable. It's awkward, and again, you're facing rejection, and that can be really uncomfortable, okay? This was hard work. Now, this got me to that 10K per month mark. But to get to, let's say, beyond, right, and to when we got to 50K per month, that really didn't come from hard work. I worked way less at 50K per month versus 10K per month. At 10K per month, God knows how many hours I was working, like, I don't know, 60 hours a week, I would say. More? I don't know. I worked every day. I worked 7 days. I did outreach every day. I took sales calls every day that I had calls. I would just work all the time because I was just so focused on this big goal right here, 10K per month. Getting to 50K per month, I knew that the strategy that got me to here wasn't going to get me to here, right? And that's something you're going to notice on your journey. What got you to X won't always get you to Y. So I knew I had to change what I was doing. This is when I learned about VAs, virtual assistants, also known as appointment setters, just depending on your terminology.
So I thought, okay, so VAs are essentially somebody that I will pay maybe $3 to $4 per hour to, typically in the Philippines, that will do admin work. Sending messages on Instagram, that's admin work. Problem one, I don't want them to send voice messages because then it won't sound like me and they might not have fluent English, and there's a ton of problems with that. So I'm going to have to bite the bullet and do another hard thing, which is learning how to do text outreach via Instagram. Right, so I need to test this, and I know it's more competitive. I know there's more people doing it, but I need to test this, get it to work, and then when I get it to work, I'm going to give it to one of these people. That's what I did. So I tested messages on Instagram, and until I got one to work, I did it all myself. Every day, tweaking messages, different follow-ups, sending a case study, not sending a case study, you name it. We got to this point, had a process that worked, and when I say I had a process that worked, it just, if I sent 100, if I booked a call, I was like, cool, that's a win. Let me run this up, right? Let me scale this with a VA or multiple VAs, okay? So eventually we had 3 VAs not working full-time, probably 4 hours a day each. So you do the maths, that's 12 hours a day, and all they would do was send messages. All right, that's literally all they would do, send messages. We then had it set up. I think this was really smart. We had a sheet, a Google sheet that connected to ActiveCampaign, which is an email sender. And what we would do is when the VA would message a business owner and the business owner would say, yes, I'm interested, the VA would essentially take the email of the business owner. They'd ask them, say, cool, can I send you a case study of what we do? Get the email, then put the email on a Google sheet, and then that would automate over to ActiveCampaign and send them an email saying, hey, we spoke on Instagram, here's your case study. And this then would actually follow up with them automatically about like 6 to 7 times, all automated over the course of probably 4 or 5 weeks. Every like 2 to 3 days, we'd send them a new email. And if they booked a call or if they started replying to us, we would pause the automation and they wouldn't get spammed. So this was the next step of the journey, was moving from hard work to smart work. So that's how we got clients using smart work. Then when it came to the team, like actually, you know, how do we deliver the service to our clients? How do we get them good results? How do we make sure they stay? That's when we really hired a team. You see, at 10K a month, it was this, me, business partner, and like maybe 2 graphic designers who would create content. So basically this is how it worked. Me and my business partner would come up with content ideas for each client, send it to our 2 graphic designers. They would make the graphics, send it back to us. We would recommend any changes. They'd make some changes, send it back to us. And then we would post it to the social media for the client and do all the other little small details, the intricacies of social media management. And that was the team, the process. Again, as mentioned, this was probably like 90% profit margin, super profitable, but we did a lot of work. So going then to 50K per month, we added team members. We added, for example, client managers. So instead of communicating with clients ourselves, instead of taking calls with clients ourselves, we had somebody else do that. We hired quite a few female client managers. We had 1 male client manager and didn't work out very well. So we always stuck with female client managers, mostly from South Africa, and they ran the show. Their job, essentially, it was kind of like we were building a leadership structure. So it was me here, business partner here, okay, all right. Then underneath us, eventually we had a senior client manager. So essentially 1 person that would report back to us and 1 person we would speak to. And then this senior client manager was in charge of client manager 1, client manager 2, and we had like 4 at our peak, but normally it was 3. So then these client managers would have under them designers, video editors, virtual assistants, and other people that would help them, because the client manager, what we wanted their role to be was speak to the client and manage the project. When you have a client paying for 30 Instagram posts, you need to work with the graphic designer and the video editor to get those 30 pieces done. Then when they're done, you're going to go and post them on social media.
So the client manager's job was essentially speak to the client, manage the project, aka get all the content made, and then deliver it, post it to social media, update the client on the results, and voila. So this is how the team dramatically changed. And I'm sure if we were to go to 100K a month or 200K a month, this structure would probably have to change. And that is a universal law of business. Change. What got you from X is not going to get you to Y or to Z. You most likely will have to change things. Okay. So what I want you to take away from this, because we've talked about a lot in this video, we've looked at what my team structure was like. We looked at the difference of the hard work I did to get to 10K per month versus the smart work of getting to 50K per month. We looked at how I got my first clients through my network, through cold outreach methods, mainly Instagram. We've looked at a lot here. We've looked at not focusing on being perfect and being best, but figuring everything out as you go. We looked at my student Alvi and the kind of mindset tactics that got him through a dry spell of 2 months to then get really fucking good results and, you know, make 6 figures a year. He's 19 now. He started at 16, 17. Just insane. We looked at the importance of not being on rented property. So when you have a business that's reliant on just one thing, it's very likely to break. You want to make sure that you've got clients coming in from multiple sources. And if there's one place that you're relying on, you need to fix that. Ideally now, because you might have the issue I had with my Twitter story I told you about, where I had a thing that worked, that made me some money, and then it all went away in one day. No warning, no real explanation, and I couldn't get my pages back. So that is how we made 1.3 million with my SMMA. Now, of course, there's some details we've not gone into here. This would turn into a 5-hour training, but I hope you got some value from this, and I hope you can take some of the mindset principles from this into your journey of building a business. If you want more help, there is a link in the description of the video. You can book a free call with me or one of my team members. We can have a chat and we can see if the mentoring we offer is a good fit for you. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but you may as well book the call and have a chat. Hope you enjoyed. Have a good rest of your day. So, route number 2 is done with you, consulting and coaching. So this is what this looks like. You build a personal brand and you attract individuals or businesses who want your help or your advice or your expertise, but you won't be doing the service for them directly. So for example, you're going to be showing someone how to learn a new language, how to grow on social media, how to create content, how to improve their email marketing. The pros of this, it's very scalable, it's very profitable, and it can facilitate a massive change or create like really massive impact for somebody, because you're not doing it for them, you're helping them do it themselves. So to give an example, in my agency, let's say our best client's results was 80,000 followers in 3 months. Pretty mind-blowing stuff, if you ask me. It was pretty damn good. You know, one of our, let's say, best results in terms of consulting and coaching, someone that I've taken from zero, you know, we've had people get to 30,000 per month within a year. That, as you can imagine, has a lot more impact, creates a bigger change, because I didn't do it for the person. I helped them do it. I gave them the direction, the coaching, and the clarity, and basically helped them through the entire process for them to do it themselves. And so if you help somebody else make a change, the way they view you is normally more positive than you just doing the thing for them. So we looked previously at done for you being, you know, a lot easier to sell because it's I'll do the thing for you. You're avoiding a lot of pain. With this is an element we're going to touch on in the cons. But on the flip of that is the impact. Okay, now let's touch on the first point. So more scalable, right? If I am coaching with people, my time input is probably less than done for you services. So let's say I'm coaching people one-to-one, and it's a one-to-one coaching session every week. Well, I really just have to look at how many hours of coaching do I want to do. So for example, we looked up previously, right? If you did, let's say, social media management, 1,000 per month for clients, it's going to take you probably minimum 30 minutes a day on service delivery. And then that's not including like calls you'd have with clients and things of that nature. Okay, so let's just put it at like delivering the service 5 hours a day minimum for 10 clients. If we look at
one-to-one coaching, let's say you're charging $500 a month and it's one call a week. So you break that down and it's about like, I think $125 per call is what you're getting paid per week. Let's break that down. So your call is an hour and you're doing one of them per week per client. Well, if you would need, let's do the maths, you would need 20 clients to make the same money as in the done for you business. So 20 clients paying $500 a month each. That's 20 hours of coaching a week. So on a daily basis, it's slightly less. Okay. So that, of course, is how you would structure it that way. On the flip side of that, to make it even more scalable, let's say you do it where you host group coaching. So, for example, people don't actually get one-to-one calls with you, but they get group calls. And there's one call a week that you do for the group. And then there's some extras they get, like a course and some other stuff to go through, and then a community. Well, now, wow, Jesus, if we took in, 40 clients, it would still be an hour a week on the coaching. Right? So you can see how you can structure that to be a lot more scalable. And of course, that leads to it being more profitable, because do you need a massive team? Do you need to outsource and do all of that? No, you don't. There is a time where it makes sense to bring in a team member, and I did, and I'll be walking you through that in this training of when I brought in a team member to help with coaching. But just know that that's a massive, massive pro. On the con side, done with you offers are not as easy to sell. So the impact is bigger. But if I'm saying to you, look, I'm not going to do the thing for you, you're going to have to do it. I'm just going to show you how to do it and what to do. It is harder to sell that, because people will have limiting beliefs about themselves not being able to do the work or not being able to understand it. And hence that's a reason they might not buy. Whereas with Done For You, we solve that by saying, hey, I'll do it. I'm the expert, I'll do it. So keep that in mind. You can get stuck trading your time for money, but this is true for the Done For You route as well. This really comes down to how you structure your offer. So again, if you are doing one-to-one calls, then there will be a point at which you're pretty much capped out. You need to work with dream clients, or else this can become quite a dread. If you are coaching people, consulting with them, again, you're not doing it for them, you're teaching them how to do it. If you work with people that are not dream clients, this can turn into, you dreading the work that you do. And I've had this in the past, I'll be honest. I had people that I enrolled in my program in the early days that they weren't a good fit, and I didn't really have a process in place to disqualify them, because our process was that anybody could join at any time. So there was no call or no conversation or anything like that. And, a couple of the first few people wouldn't have been a great fit. And that kind of became to a point where then I would dread working with them, because I knew there was way too many things that they had to solve for themselves first before they could get results with this. So that's something to keep in mind. So this is a training where I walk you through how to generate inbound leads for your SMMA or your coaching offer specifically. Similar to one of the videos previous, this is a off-the-cuff training I recorded a little bit of time ago on this exact topic. So again, is this the exact route I think you should follow? No, it's just really raw, and I think there's a lot of good insights I give in this video that I want you to be aware of as we progress through the content. So with that, enjoy that training, and I'll see you in the next. So in this training, what you're going to learn is pretty much the step-by-step process I use to build a personal brand that has brought in well over $1 million. Now, what I also want to do is touch on all of the key aspects that you need to dial in if you're trying to get clients for your SMMA, coaching, consulting business inbound through your personal brand. So what we're going to cover here in this training is applicable to you if you're a beginner, you're at zero, you're trying to get this thing just started, or you already have an SMMA, a coaching business, consulting business, or you even sell digital products. So I made a claim at the very start of this video. I said my personal brand has made well over $1 million. Now I want to break that down for you. That has primarily come from coaching and consulting that I have done. Some of it, yes, has been digital products, but the biggest chunk being these two right here. Now, to build my personal brand, I didn't just use one social media platform. Now, in this training, we're going to focus on one social media platform, because there is one platform that has brought my business by far the most revenue. And this is where I would put all my focus if I was to start again. But because I believe in you getting the real truth of what actually has happened, I have gotten clients through the YouTube content that I post here, through TikTok, and I'm sure other platforms that we've posted on, such as Spotify or even Pinterest. But the main focus is this, Instagram. This is what we're going to talk about today. Quick note, if you are a beginner, right, you don't have an offer, you don't know how much you're going to charge for your agency services, your coaching, consulting, digital products, you can still start your personal brand. In fact, it's better to start your personal brand before you know that stuff, because people are more likely to follow you when you don't have anything to sell them. Plus, you never want to create an offer or define your pricing in a vacuum. This is actually a lesson my student success manager has been drilling home to people in our program. If you're a beginner and you create a package for your SMMA today, you don't actually know if that package is in demand. You don't actually know if the market wants that offer, or if the pricing is too high, too low, or where it even sits. What you should be doing is creating your packages and offers based on, of course, what we know to be true. So talking to people like myself, students of ours, and people that have done well with this, all right, to get the insights as to kind of what we think will work. But the real truth is going to come from you going out there, having your offer in front of certain people and seeing if those people buy or if they don't. So you need to be creating your offer, not in a vacuum. And what better way to do it than to build your personal brand, get content out there, attract people to your stuff, and then from there, they will most likely give you the feedback as to what they actually want, not what you think they want. Cool. Got it? Let's rock and roll. So there's 4 steps we are going to go through today. Step 1, P&B. This is your profile and bio. For Instagram, it's very important, right? When you are setting up your profile, you're looking at the bio and you're thinking, what do I add in there to make it attractive to people? You want to look at these 2 things. Does it make you look authoritative? AKA, when someone reads your bio, that they go, wow, that's something that I've either not done or that, something I aspire to do. Because if so, someone is more likely to follow you. On top of that, basically, why should somebody follow you? What are you going to be providing, or what can you help them with directly? If you want to funnel hack what I've done, you can just go to my Instagram profile and you'll see exactly what I have. There's things I have in there that give me authority, probably things in my bio that you read that you have not done, and hence you feel that you can learn a thing or 2 from me. And number 2 is why. AKA, what can I give to you? What benefit are you going to get if you decide to follow me? Again, this links back to the authority, and if my authority piece is good enough, then the why takes care of itself. But if you're a beginner, you don't have, tons of accolades or case studies or these results that you can market, you're going to rely more on the why and less on the authority, because you mightn't have a set thing that you can put in your bio to show that you have authority. Right? People normally put in things such as how many followers they've gained for their clients, or a result they've helped their clients get, or how much money you've made yourself. But if you don't have any of those things, you're going to tap into the why more. So basically, if they see your content and click your profile, why should they follow you? Now, this is step 1, right? And this is really important because this is the foundation of what you are going to do next. But if you do not have this defined, I still want you to move on to stage 2, 3, and 4 and actually post content, for the simple reason that if you get caught in this, trying to figure out what's the perfect bio, the perfect profile, well, it doesn't exist. And you're telling yourself a lie. So spend 30 minutes on this, no more, and then move on. It's important, but the most important thing is actually posting content to social media, not how your bio looks or your profile. All right. Next up is the feed. This is AKA Instagram's place where you're going to post content that is going to go out there. And this is where we hopefully attract new people. Now, we could break this down and, I do in other trainings in more detail. But what I want to get clear today is that there's 2 main kind of points you want to focus on here. So when you're creating content for your feed, whether it's graphics, carousels, quotes, or videos, you want to make sure that one type of content is what we call viral content, AKA content that has the potential to go viral. Is it going to go viral every time? Hell no. But we need to ensure that some of the content has the mass appeal, has controversial statements, has the things that has the likelihood of getting out there in front of a new audience. And the second type of content is what we call nurture content. Because if I just post content that is controversial and gets me tons of views and clicks and engagements, but never really gives true value as to how I could help somebody, I'll probably not get many clients from the content. Right, the power of nurture content is that in my agency, I work with fitness coaches. So I have tons of data points on fitness coaches that were making really good money and then not so good money. I have an example of this guy that was making 50K a month, and his audience was less than 50K. He had less than 50K followers. He was making 50K per month. On the flip side, I had other clients with 100K plus followers who double the audience, yet would make like 20, 30% of the money the other guy made. All right, they might make 10K. Some made less. I had people with 100K plus making less than 10K. So how's that possible, right? The maths don't math. Simply put, the guy with 100K was focused pretty much all on viral content. That's kind of just what he did. Stuff that would get people in, give them a bit of value, but not really deeply attacking their pain points, their problems, and the things that he could help them with. The guy doing 50K a month at 50K did some viral because he had a good audience, so he had to have viral content to bring the people in. But the growth of his business came from the nurture content. He was really good at striking the exact pain points that his audience was going through, then offering them a solution, which was his paid coaching program. And this guy was charging $5,000 for like a 90 to 120 day fitness coaching program. That sounds absurd even to me. When I met this guy, I was like, that is like, how is that even possible? Because they could get fitness coaching from some dude for $100 a month, yet this man was charging $5,000. It's because he knew his audience so well. Of course, he attracted them in the first place with the viral content. Then he could nurture them incredibly well. So you need to have these two types of content. Go look at my Instagram profile. You'll see I do this. I have content that will get hundreds of thousands of views, but does it get me a client directly? No. What it does is it brings people into my funnel. It brings me into their awareness. And the other half of my content, if not more of it, is nurture content, aka content that will show I actually know a lot about this thing, and I know a lot about their pain points, and I know a lot about how I can get them to the place they want to get to, and I've got results to back it up. I've got all these things sprinkled in as nurture content. Because if you attract people like an influencer, but you don't know how to sell, well then yeah, you won't make as much money. Cool. Now I know you're thinking, okay, Adam, great, fantastic, makes sense. But when it comes to posting on my Instagram feed, when do I post? What hashtags do I use? How many times I post? How many times do I post a day? I know you've got all these technical questions. I'm going to give you a guideline. This is not the, Instagram guru blueprint, because you will have to test this for yourself. But for me, what has worked pretty well is 2 videos a day, typically split, 1 viral, 1 nurture. And then some days there'll be an extra post, which might be a graphic, a carousel, an extra piece talking about a promotion I'm doing or a certain student result I want to highlight. And this is nurture content, but roughly following that 50-50 approach. 2 a day. I don't think it matters what time of day you post. Of course, just don't be stupid with this. If your audience is American, post at American friendly times. If your audience is Irish, don't post at 4 a.m. in the middle of the night Irish time. Just be sensible about when you're posting. But I've tracked this in the past and I've never found a correlation between certain times. And as for hashtags and these things, yes, again, they're important, but these are not the foundations. The foundations are actually posting the content in the first place. So if you can post 1-2 videos a day every day for weeks on end, then you can start looking at hashtags. Then you can start looking at the time you post. But if you can't do those things, doesn't matter. You're looking way too much into the details that don't directly influence the output you're trying to get to. Cool. Still with me? Point number 3. We're going to move on to this now. Point number 3 is your stories. If you are using Instagram, stories is probably where you're going to make the most money. You probably know this because you probably follow people and you probably know them really well just because of the stories they post. They post about their day. You feel integrated into them as a person, their lifestyle, and what they actually do. On the flip side, they're always posting polls and Q&As, and they're doing questions and answers so that you can actually figure out who they are and what they can help with. Every now and then they'll probably do a call to action, right? We'll touch on that. Point number 4. But your stories, right? This is really where you're going to build up a ton of trust. People are going to understand about you, what you do, your journey, and the way you're going to approach your story content. It's not the same as your feed content. Your feed content, right, was about content with mass appeal that can appeal to tons of people, and then content that will nurture those people. With stories, it's different because if you get 1 million views on a video, how many of them are going to watch your story? Not many. Few hundred, a couple of thousand. So the people who are going to be watching your stories most frequently are the people that already follow you. So think about it like this. If John followed you 2 weeks ago, what can you post on your stories today that gives John a better insight into who you are, why he should trust you, and what you could potentially teach him or do for him, or a result you could get him? So that could be doing a Q&A with your audience. That could be posting polls about what you do. For example, you're a fitness coach. You could have polls talking about, do you struggle with binge eating? Are you happy with your weight? Do you work out more than once per week? Polls like this that give you a pulse on who your audience is, but can also get your audience to engage and do mini hand raisers, right? When someone says, hey, when someone votes in your story saying, yes, I work out once per week, cool. Why not reach out to that person? See how they're doing. Are they seeing good progress? How's the progress going in the gym? Is it where they think it should be? Or the person that says no, reach out to them and, figure out why. Like, are they trying to get into the gym? Are they trying to work out? What's the problem? Of course, that's where you're going to get a lot of sales. And what I found to be probably the most powerful is when you use stories. Well, point number 4, which is call to actions. CTA for short. So you've probably heard of the term a funnel before, right? Well, Instagram is like a funnel. You see, the top of the funnel is the people coming into your content, seeing it for the first time from a viral Instagram reel. People at the very bottom of your funnel are the people that are going to buy your stuff, that have probably gone through all these stages. They've seen a viral video, engaged with your content, seen your stories on a daily basis, potentially saw you posted a call to action about what you do or how you could help them. They reached out and boom, you made a sale 2 weeks later. So if this is your funnel, we want them, of course, as many people down here. We've got our feed post up here, number 1. We've got our stories in here, and then CTAs. This is where the real money's made. So where are you going to do CTAs? You're going to do your stories, your feed, and your bio. When someone finds your content for the very first time, you want to make sure that there's a call to action in various places that they can see. An example, you have a video. In the caption of that video, there's a call to action at the very end of the caption. Fantastic. But is everybody going to see that? No, they're not. So then on your profile, because people are nosy, they're going to click your profile, see what you're about when they see your video. In your profile, in your bio, add a line that will show them how they could work with you, how they could learn from you. And that could be a call to action to click a link or to message you. It's up to you. And then finally, in your stories, maybe not every day, but every couple of days, add a call to action. I'm looking for X number of people that want to do this. Or if you want to learn about X and Y and get this results, DM me the word X. So you want to have this in multiple places. Don't just rely on one. So that at every point of the funnel, whether somebody's brand new, already watching your stories, or has been a follower for like 2 years, make sure there's call to actions consistently so they know how to reach out, how to get your help. Now, I'm conscious that we cannot spend too much time on this from now, because my goal with you watching this video right now is to get you to do really one thing, which is post content. If you do not post content, everything we've looked at here doesn't matter. You have a better understanding, right, as to how to do it, but it's only ever going to come to you if you take the action and post the content. And this can be scary, overwhelming, and for a lot of you, you're not going to have the exact clarity you feel you need to post content, which will hold you back. So what I'd recommend is getting help from somebody that can help you get that clarity, whether that's me or somebody else. I would love to continue and talk about, my DMs strategy, because when I say that my personal brand has made, well over $1 million at this point, how many people bought my stuff and bought from me from the DM conversations I had with them, which weren't always handled by me, which were sometimes handled by either VAs, automation, or appointment setters? Yeah, a really, really high percentage. I don't know, at least 60%. So I'd love to sit here and talk to you about the DM strategy, what to say, what not to say, how that works. But at the end of the day, this is where you need to start. You need to figure out your steps as to how you can post content. So before we move on to the route 3, which is do it yourself, I want to walk you through what a slightly higher paying client looked like for, this was for my marketing agency, but they were paying for content creation and consulting. So it was a mix of the done for you and the done with you. For context, in my agency, that was something we moved to at scale. So we got to, above $50,000 a month with pretty much just done for you services. It's a very, very small amount of consulting with a little bit of, the odd call here and there with clients. But there was a point at which we then switched and said, hey, we're not going to do as much of the direct done for you anymore. We'll still create content for our clients, but we won't be managing their social media. Instead, we'll consult with them and teach them how to do that themselves. So this is an example of a $2,000, $916 per month client for content creation and consulting. Again, this is a training I recorded at a different time, walking you through this package, the contract and everything that was included. So just keep that in mind as you watch. And I want you to see this now, just before we get on to the next section of route number 3.
In this video, I'm going to show you exactly what a $2,916 a month content and consulting client package looks like. I'm going to pull up my screen. I'm going to show you the exact contract that I sent to a client that was signed and paid by them for $2,916 per month. This was a 3-month contract, meaning that the client agreed to pay us close to $9,000 over 3 months minimum. And after that, then it would go to a rolling monthly setup, meaning that they can continue or cancel. It's up to them. Quick caveat, not every one of my clients paid this amount of money. I worked with a lot of clients throughout the years that paid way less than this, and this is one of the higher paying clients. Without further ado, let's get into it. So this is the exact contract proposal that we send. Fun story, this is the exact template I used to sign my first client, and I still use this exact super basic proposal to sign my 300 and my 355th client. So although this looks really simple, it works. All right, so we have business name of my agency and then the name of the client here, which we're going to blur for obvious reasons. We called this a monthly content package, but there's a lot of consulting that we've added in on top. More so as a bonus, we didn't really charge extra for this, but we knew it would help them get better results. You can see it's not crazy detailed, right? It's just a very brief price we charge and exactly what we offer. Okay, so we charge $2,916 per month. Now you'll notice this had a 3-month discount applied because the client was willing to work with us for 3 months, and we're actually doing this for 10 brands that they owned. That's why we gave them a discount. Normally we would charge more than this. This is the bulk of what we were doing. 90 pieces of content. So this was graphics, specifically infographics and carousels for Instagram. So 10 custom pieces per brand. This company essentially owned multiple CBD and hemp brands. They would partner with athletes and celebrities, and they basically sold the same product. They just packaged it differently, and that was their whole business. So we're basically creating content for 9 of those brands. Now the extras, A, B, C, D, and E, these are extras where again, we don't typically charge extra for this, but we add it in as extra because it makes it seem a lot more valuable. And this stuff, if they actually use it, will be more valuable. They will get better results with the content we use. Because I don't want this client to just take 90 pieces of content and then not know when to post it, not know what hashtags to use, or not know any of the strategy behind the content. So we want them to know all of that so they can actually post it and get better results. So we included weekly group coaching calls. So we offer this to all of our clients where we would just host a call every Wednesday for maybe 1 hour. And it would typically be just like a general Q&A. So if you have questions, if your content is not performing, you can just come on the call, ask us, and we'll help you out. Monthly one-to-one strategy calls are really important to make sure that everything is moving the way it should be. So for example, if we're behind schedule or we've sent them content ideas, but they haven't approved the content ideas, meaning that we can't create the content, we're going to bring that up on that call. Or if their content isn't performing, again, this call is a place for us to discuss that. It's really important you do this, okay? So I don't recommend you even charge for this. Just do this, add it in. Even if your client doesn't want a call, I would still recommend you push them to have the call. It's much easier to figure out issues and solve them on a call rather than getting the dreaded 3 months into a contract, you get that text where it's, hey, we're going to pause on this for now. We also gave them access to an Instagram growth course. So for this business specifically, the owner wasn't going to be the person working directly with us. So I knew it was very, very important that the person that was going to be working with us, who didn't have a social media background, had all the information and all the tools necessary to do this effectively. So we gave her an Instagram growth course, and we would give this to all of our clients. So we built it once. We just updated it when new strategies came out, and a content planning system. It's pretty simple, and this is the exact content planning system I actually give to my students so that they can also give it to their clients. It's essentially a fancy content calendar that helps them with coming up with content ideas, getting those ideas approved by the client, and visually planning everything out so that it's easy to show the client the content, just easy to work together. Payment plan by us of $2,916 per month. And then this is where the client would sign. They confirm that payment will be made via preferred payment method at beginning of the agreed payment period. This payment plan covers client to 10 pieces of content per month for each brand. Total of 9 brands equals total of 90 pieces of content. And other above mentioned features starting September 2021. Then this will be renewed for a total of 3 months until December 2021 before moving to a month-to-month commitment. So that's when the client can then decide if they like the service, they can continue month-to-month, no 3-month or 6-month contract. And if they don't, they can cancel. Very important, we have a non-disclosure here where we mentioned that, look, we're not going to sell or show what we're doing for you off to anybody else. What we are going to do is we're going to be able to market your results in case studies on our website, but we're going to blur out your details. And then this is it. I would sign here, get the client to sign here with their company name and the date, and then we're good to go. Okay, now if you're looking at this proposal and you're thinking, Adam, that is so basic. Like, this is something anybody could make in probably 20 minutes. You could make something like this. And I have friends that have agencies that have really fancy proposals. They're like 10 pages long. They've got like a colored background. They've got images. They've got tons of things on them. The reason this super simplistic contract works is because I sold this already to the business owner on a call. So I had a 30-minute call with the owner. So he was fully convinced. He was already agreeing to my price on the call. He agreed to the exact service on the call. This is just the formality behind the deal. So he doesn't care if it doesn't look fancy or pretty or whatever. He already knows what he's signing up for. He knows the package. He's agreed to it. This is just the format. Now, we would typically get our clients to pay our invoice first and then sign this contract. So very often on the sales call, I would pull up my Stripe account. I would create a payment link or an invoice or a subscription, send the link directly to them on the call so that they could pay it, where I didn't have to take their credit card details. They could enter the information themselves. They'd feel more safe that way. But getting them to pay on the call so that then after the call, I just send them the onboarding information, get them set up for an onboarding call, get an onboarding form sent over, and send them this. All right, so then I'd get them to sign that, which ensures that they are going to complete the 3-month contract that they've signed up for. And key note, if you're going to send out a proposal or contract like this, don't start your work until they've signed it. Because if you start the work and they haven't signed it, chances are they're probably not going to sign it. And then this whole proposal that you have is kind of worthless.
So route number 3 is do it yourself. As we looked at, this is selling maybe ebooks, templates, anything where you can kind of package it up, build it once, and then sell it pretty much for forever. So step number 1 is you build a personal brand, and then you attract individuals and businesses who want your help and advice, but they're not looking for one-to-one, they're not looking for a community, they just want to pay you for your information, and that's about it. So for example, let's say you have an ebook that shows beginners step by step your process from going from zero to your first $10,000 a month with social media marketing. And this is actually where I started off with mine. Before I sold coaching and community and all of that, I started off with an ebook. I had the 6-figure roadmap. If anybody is in this training that remembers that, congrats to you. It was a very cheap ebook, I think maybe $27, $29, something around that. And it was quite detailed. You know, I do think it was a very good product to start with because it was easy to deliver, which we'll talk about now. And it gave me, an idea as to what people actually needed and wanted. So needless to say, it was good to start with, but it definitely didn't get me very far. So the pros of this approach was it was very scalable, meaning I could create the ebook once and sell it 1 million times technically. It was the most profitable, literally just any cost was what I paid to get it made, which was nothing because I made it myself, and then selling it through my payment processor, which not really much there. With this, this really required the least amount of pre-selling or selling that was needed to convince somebody to buy because it was very cheap, right? It was less than $100, so it wasn't a fancy process involved. It was just like, cool, I've got this ebook, it'll teach you this thing, here's the link, go buy it. Now, I didn't need to sell to only my dream clients, so that's a pro, meaning that I could have technically sold this to anybody, and because I didn't have to deal with them essentially and coach them or have them in a community, it was fine. Now, the cons of this is do-it-yourself offers can sell well, but really with their lower price tag, it makes it quite hard to scale your income. You need to have volume of traffic to make this work. So the people I know that are making, let's say $10,000 a month or beyond with this approach, with low ticket products, under $100 or maybe $200 or so, typically have a big audience and they're pushing scale. That's what they're doing. They're pushing scale. So for example, there's people that would have, let's say, a theme page on Instagram, a faceless theme page, right, where they post content, motivational content. A lot of those pages would sell these types of products. A lot of times, there's a few reasons for that. One is they don't want to be involved and they want to just sell it to as many people. But a big part of that is as well the audience they attract. For example, I have a friend of mine with a theme page, about 1 million followers, who have a good insight in this. A lot of the followers they attract would be from third world countries with lower incomes, meaning that are those followers as likely to buy $1,000 coaching, $5,000 done for you services? Not really. They just don't have the access. Okay, so because of that, these lower ticket products can make really a lot of sense for that audience. So you will need to keep that in mind. Just some tips on this. I personally am not a big fan of this approach anymore. I think it's okay just for kind of finding your feed and getting something out there to sell. But you would just make a lot more money with one of the other offers we've looked at so far, either done for you or done with you. But also, it's just quite limited in what you can do. The impact you can create with somebody as well, how well you can serve them, not much. You don't have much input with people. So you won't be very involved in the people you're helping because you won't really know if you're helping them or not because there's no communication. So keep that in mind. So now you're probably wondering, cool, where do I start posting for this personal brand? Well, let's get into it. There's a general debate between picking one platform, mastering that platform, then moving on to a second platform. And then there's the other side of the debate that says, hey, what if we just set up on all major platforms? Maybe we post one piece of content to one platform and then repurpose it onto the other platforms. Essentially, we've done the work once and we're just putting in an extra few minutes to post on the other platforms. And this is a general debate. There's no right or wrong answer with this. There's people that have done really incredibly well with both of these approaches. Of course, I'll walk you through what I've done and what I've seen most people do, but just keep this in mind. So let's look at, one platform, right? Here's the thing. It is easier to get good at one platform versus 5. Okay? Like, if you were to say to yourself, look, I'm going to master TikTok versus I'm going to try and master TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube, you'd probably have more chance at mastering TikTok, right? What you would be doing there is optimizing for that specific platform, because the way TikTok operates is different to Instagram, to Facebook, to LinkedIn, to YouTube. They're all slightly different. Is there fundamentals that apply to all of them? Yes. And so are there people that create content for one and go viral on all of them? Yes, there are. Okay. Something I have learned to be very true is that sometimes the same content performs better on different platforms. I've had content that I've made specifically for TikTok thinking it would blow up on TikTok, and it didn't. Yet that same content we reposted, let's say on Instagram, and it popped off on Instagram. You see, I often repost content across platforms using a tool. There's an example of a tool, ssstic.io, that could be taken down. Just type in platform downloader, so Instagram downloader, TikTok downloader, and that has been true many, many cases. So I want you to keep that in mind if you're going with the one platform approach, that you might be limiting yourself as well. And I'll give you my take on what I would do. Now, if you go with the approach of post on all major platforms, you do have a split focus, right? Because you're not optimizing for one of them specifically. You're just trying to create good content across the board. But at the same time, as I mentioned, you post the same content and maybe it performs better on one. You make it for TikTok, or you just make it and then you put it on TikTok and it doesn't perform, but on YouTube Shorts, it blows up. This is something to keep in mind. Now, again, what would I do, right? Is before I tell you which of these approaches, it's important to know my next thoughts on this. So instead, why not focus on the type of content and then distribute that on the platforms that type of content fits into? An example, if you just focus on creating good short form videos, as I mentioned, that would be fundamentally good content that could work anywhere, then you could just post that to Instagram, to TikTok, to Facebook, to YouTube. So you basically create once, post it on all of them, one input, 4 potential outputs. This is my personal favorite approach, because if you get really good, really skilled at TikTok, for example, and I do believe for me there was a period where I was like really good at TikTok, I kind of really got how TikTok was working. But what I know then is that trying to transfer that to other platforms didn't really work. And if TikTok was to change, the algorithm changed, or the way they favorite videos changed, then I would just be at the mercy of that. So I don't think it's a very long-term strategy, and I think this is a more long-term conducive strategy for you to get results, not just this month, but for forever. So just to kind of drive home this point, this is a piece of content where it got 13K on one platform and then it got 359 on another same piece of content. So you're probably thinking, okay, Adam, great, this all makes sense, but then where do I start? Like, how do I know what that content should be and where to post it? What I would first do is I would find the platform that your audience lives and breathes. Okay, so if you don't know that, you maybe don't know your audience well enough, and you might need to research that more. Now, again, if you're using coaching with us, this is where we can really come into help. Is let us know, talk to us about this. We've probably worked directly with someone that has your audience, probably know where they are, so let us know. So what I would do then, let's say I've figured out, okay, Instagram is what they live and breathe. So for example, for my audience, Instagram is more popular. It's where more of my people spend time. They spend time on other platforms, but Instagram is the most common. So then what I would do is I would create content for that platform in a style that fits that platform. And then I would just redistribute that content onto other relevant platforms. You see, now we have a starting point. And that's important, because that's all I want for you right now, is I want you to know exactly where you can start with this. And if you've already started creating content, this will hopefully kind of bring you back to say, okay, this is where I should now focus from here on out. So the question is now, what do I do from here? You've probably heard of a quote. It goes something like, throw shit at a wall and hope that something sticks. Have you ever heard of that? You know, I heard about that back when I started in this content game. And essentially what we're going to do is we're not going to exactly produce content that is shit. That is not the point. That would get us absolutely nowhere. Doesn't matter if you post all the time with really bad stuff, it's not going to go anywhere. But we're going to use this metaphor. Okay, so let's say you realize your ideal audience is on TikTok and Instagram. Fantastic. You would then start posting on TikTok. You know, for a video, you would make the content that fits into the style and format that works on there. And then you would start posting that content on Instagram after a couple of days. And then, of course, you can post it to Facebook, YouTube Shorts, and these other platforms. But essentially here, you just really want to pick up traction. You just want to get momentum going. And that's why I use this analogy of throw shit at a wall and find something that sticks. And this is what I've done many times. You know, this is off topic, but really relevant. I have this strategy. This is my go-to content strategy. It's not what I'm going to show you in this training, because I'm going to be showing you lots of like technical, here's where to find ideas and this and that. And I use that, right? And that's really good if you don't know where to start. But because I've been doing this for a long time, I have a good pulse on this stuff, because I've spoken to thousands of people in my audience. I've had thousands of customers. Like, I know them really, really well. So at this point for me, whenever I get on a flight or like a train, this is where I'll normally write out content ideas. And so I'll first look at what I've been posting that's been doing well, because I'll look at data and that will feed my idea of where to go next. But then I'll also just brain dump, right? And I'll just sit there in silence, maybe with my noise cancelling headphones on, maybe with some light music in the background, and I'm just thinking through, okay, cool. Like, what keeps them up at night? What's the real struggle? Like, I'm thinking through all the things that they would be thinking about when they go to bed at night, first thing they think about in the morning, when they scroll on their phone. Like, what are they looking for? What do they actually hope they'll find on their phone that will make them stop? And that works really well for me. And that's something that you can try, and you'll probably get better at that the more people that you serve. So let's go back to my example. So let's say, again, you start with TikTok and Instagram. You create the post, you put it on TikTok, then you repost to Instagram, and then you repost on other platforms, okay? But what you found is that your content now actually really starts picking up traction on YouTube Shorts. We're in a bit of a dilemma, because first we said that we were going to just post on Instagram and TikTok because that's where your audience lives, but now your content is popping on YouTube Shorts. So the question now is, do you now put all your main focus on creating content that will perform best on YouTube Shorts, aka double down on what is working, or do you stick to the original platform you chose? It's not an easy answer. There's not a straightforward yes or no. What I think makes the most sense is if YouTube Shorts is giving us the audience we want, then that makes sense. For example, YouTube Shorts is getting us tons of views. We're getting 50,000 views a day on every video we're posting. Amazing. Let's look at the audience. Are they actually the people that we want? Because those could be people from, let's say, a certain region or a certain age group, or they're interested in a certain thing that doesn't really resonate with the people that will buy from us. So what you might end up doing there is you go all in on YouTube, but you build an audience, but it's not really the audience that you know to be the best it could be. Would it make sense then to maybe deviate the focus, not for YouTube, still post on YouTube, but keep posting on all platforms till you find where it pops off with the audience you want? That's kind of where I would focus. So let's continue. You know, then we would still post on other platforms, but we would really start now with YouTube Shorts, and then we'd move on to reposting the content onto the other platforms. So instead of starting with TikTok and reposting YouTube Shorts, we would start with YouTube Shorts and post elsewhere. But again, the point here is that if this is the audience we want to get, if the audience we're getting is not the audience we want, I would keep your focus as is and then adjust when we find that audience. Because what can happen here is you fall into the trap of chasing views and followers. We're trying to build a business at the end of the day, okay? So would I rather have 10,000 followers of a more ideal audience for me? Let's say, in my case, would I rather have 10,000 followers of people that are from Ireland, the UK, that are between 20 to 30, and that's it, right? Just those demographics. Yeah, I would really like that. That would be perfect. Versus, would that be better than 100,000 followers of people from, let's just say, Asia, and they're a bit older, 30 to 40? I'd probably prefer the 10,000 of the first demographic, because I would know them more, I'd resonate with them more, and like financially and all these other factors, there'd be more chances of being able to sell, and so I'd actually prefer that. So that's a decision you'll make yourself, but now you know kind of my thoughts on this. So look, some general rule of thumb that you need to know where you're going to start off with posting is I would pick one platform for short form and one platform for long form. So short form and long form go really well together for the simple reason that short form normally gets people in the door and long form then turns them into customers. All right. So for example, Instagram and YouTube goes really well together. I have a friend that has a coaching business. He's got, I think, maybe 5,000 followers on Instagram and less than maybe 2,000 subscribers on YouTube. And he does really good money, probably 50 to 100 grand a month with his coaching business. Very small audience, but it's this process. A lot of people find him on Instagram. They see the behind the scenes. They see his lifestyle. They see all that proof. Then they go on his YouTube and they watch him speak to the camera for 30 minutes in a video or 10 minutes. Great. They're more sold. They book a call with him and he sells them from there. TikTok and Instagram go really well together. I would never rely on just TikTok, right? The reason I would do TikTok and Instagram, even though Instagram isn't necessarily a long form platform, it's more long form than TikTok. TikTok, people are just used to scroll. Instagram, people are used to scroll, but also watch stories, message people, comments. It's more engaged. So what a lot of people do in our industry is post on TikTok and Instagram, but they might get a lot of traction on TikTok, but they direct those people from TikTok to Instagram. Why? All the factors we've looked at. It's more engaging. They'll watch your stories. They'll see the behind the scenes. They will have the option to message you, whereas TikTok, that's very limited. So it's a more sales-driven platform. Another example is LinkedIn and YouTube go really well together. So you can do some messaging on your LinkedIn, great, but then you want to educate them with long form on YouTube. And really the last rules I want you to remember is consider sellability. So Instagram DMs, in my opinion, will blow the features on TikTok out of the water. So would I rather have 10,000 followers on Instagram versus 100,000 on TikTok any day of the week, for sure. Next thing is what format, okay? Like where does your content fit? Think of this. So if you know that the format of content you want to create is long form videos of you speaking to the camera, cool, do that. Of course, you could chase the other types of content that work, but I've seen that oftentimes not work very well. I have a friend where he knew that short form was where he'd probably get the most traction, but he didn't like short form content, and in his words, he was not good at it. So he knew he was good at speaking, 10, 15, 20 minutes back to back, long form content. He knew he would sacrifice a lot of views, but the people that would watch would be more engaged because they'd watch him for longer. That's what he's focused on, and that seems to be working really well for him. And then the last point is, where do your audience spend time? So hopefully you know this already. We've already touched on this of understanding where they live and breed, but yeah, these are the really, really key points. So you have an idea as to where you're going to start to post. Fantastic. Now I want you to get your social media set up. So this what we're going to look at, okay? So number one is your bio. So whichever platform, and this might be for multiple platforms, you need to have a good bio, all right? So if somebody sees your video and they watch 20 seconds of it and they're nosy and they click through to your profile, you want to make sure that your bio screams out to show what you've done, what you can do, and how you might be able to help this person, okay? So number one, your bio helps your audience understand what you do easily. Spelling mistake. Number two, it helps you show up in search. So for example, if you were a fitness coach and you had the keyword fitness coach in your bio, that can show up in search. Number three is it shows authority and proof of success. So if you have coached a bunch of people, put that in your bio. Or in my case, I've helped over 100 people make a certain amount of money. Cool, I'll put that in my bio. Number four, it looks professional. So we don't want it to be, just a mess of like, for example, you're a young guy and you just put in your bio, Adam, age 20, Ireland. It's a little boring, right? It's vague. Nobody knows what I do. Whereas if I have in there, Adam, Irish, and then I put in all the details of people I've helped, what I do, yeah, gives more professionalism. And number five, improve sales and link clicks, all right? So if people are coming to the profile and we're at the point where we've got enough of an audience to be able to sell something, so remember our rule of thumb of 2,000 followers, we have that. Cool. Well, I can have a link in there and I can have a very strong call to action to the link saying, hey, buy my ebook or book a call or join my community, right? Your bio is going to push that for you. So what to include? We want you to include keywords. Again, searchable keywords. So fitness coach, if you're a fitness coach, how you can help people. So call out who you help and how you can help them. So for example, you're a fitness coach. I help busy moms drop this amount of weight in this amount of time. Great. Now add some proof. How many people have you helped? Put that in there. Or put in a proof of a result you've gotten, right? Like helped a certain person get this certain result. Call to action, and then your link in bio. This is the rough what you want to include in your bio. This obviously changes, but just to give you a look. So on each platform, it's different. You can have a different length with each platform, and there's kind of limitations on what you can add. So let's just look at my TikTok. Okay, so I've had Millionaire at 25, DM on IG at Adam Walsh, go from 0 to 100k with this, and then link to my call to action, my link in bio. That's worked pretty well on Instagram. You'll see my name. I've got my username and then the name. The name is actually at Adam Walsh on IG. The reason I do that is because TikTok for me, as we've kind of looked at so far, is very much just a place where I get people's attention, but I don't message people. There's nothing really, there's no conversion that happens there. It's all on either they click the link and they go into my funnel and my emails and all of that stuff, or they go to my Instagram. And so my main thing is getting them on Instagram, and that's why I push people there so strongly. So that's why I haven't put in the helped this amount of people as strong, because I want to get people from TikTok to Instagram, and then on Instagram you'll see that gives the proof, right? So the TikTok is very surface level. Millionaire at 25, DM me on IG. People are kind of like, not really sure what he does, but I'm kind of intrigued because Millionaire, okay? Then when they go to Instagram, they see the actual proof. They're like, okay, so he built a 7-figure marketing business, then he sold it. He's helped 100+ people make between this amount of money with this thing, which is his program. And then you can message him the word go to learn more. So that's my approach. On another TikTok account we have, it's a little different. It's, this is an account where it's very kind of informal content about Ireland mainly, so it's less pushy, in your face, go DM me. I still have that there, but I'm more leaning into the fact that I'm Irish. That's kind of my main angle on there. On YouTube, and again, obviously my angle here is to get them off of here and onto Instagram. And then on YouTube, it's very basic, just about what I did, sold it, results, and then work with me. Not too pushy, but most people on YouTube don't ever read this. This is very hidden, so it's not as important. An example for a client in my agency that we would have helped, very simple, but quite a few changes. Before, they just had this: performance and health supplements harness the power within hashtag something related to their company, and then their website. I'm blurring this obviously because I don't want you to know the exact client. Afterwards was, we changed their name. So before, their name was just their name, which was like something nutrition, right? Then we changed it to the name and then the keyword vegan supplements. So now if people type vegan supplements on Instagram, they'll probably find it. Then what we've put in is performance and health supplements founded on integrity, quality, and loyalty. This was like a thing they had on their website. It was really important. So great, put that in there. Then we put in harness the power of this thing, tag us using this. So instead of just having the hashtag, actually explain to people how they can use it and then how to shop their products. So not a crazy difference, but there's quite a few things. The call to action is clearer, and there's a more clear understanding of what they do and who they help. Is there tweaks I would now make to this? Yes, there are, but it's a good starting point. So that's your bio, and make sure you set it up correctly, but don't be spending days on this. So to start posting on social media, start building out your personal brand, these are some of the things that you need to start. We've already looked at, knowing who your audience is, knowing where you're going to start posting content, setting up your bio, but this is the more specific stuff. So you need your page set up. You need to have a rough idea of content pillars, content types, content calendar. We'll get onto that very soon. And you need basic equipment, and you need action. All right. So my personal brand, before it ever made me 10K, right? It got me to 10K, right? Before I ever bought a tripod, a ring light, a fancy microphone like this one here, or any of the fancy setup that you might see online. People with cool desks and lights and all this stuff. This is what I had. I had a phone and I had action. And that beats a fancy camera and a fancy mic, but very little action. You will get further with a basic phone and consistent action than some fancy setup that you occasionally use. You want to be consistently good rather than occasionally great. I've seen too many people in my program, in my community, with a fancy mic and a fancy camera and a fancy laptop, and they just won't do the thing, the action that will actually get them clients. So what I want you to do is I want you to forget about all this stuff. Is it important? Does it help? Yes, it helps. Okay, to have, you know, good lighting helps. To have a good, nice, clear picture helps. Clear audio quality, it all helps. It really does help. But there's ways and means to use the setup you already have, which I'm going to show you now, without spending money. And it's not even about spending the money, right? It's about wasting the time. So for example, you need to understand how to use what you do have. So for example, lighting, good lighting. I'm not using a big fancy light right now because I'm currently traveling, and I could have packed up this big light that I have that I spent a lot of money on, but I was like, you know what, I don't need it because where I'm going to be situated, the Airbnb I'm in, has, guess what? It's got a big window in front of me. Right behind here is a big window, right? And because of that, my lighting's fine, right? I don't need to change anything. I have no lights turned on in the entire apartment. It is just this big window. So if I was to turn this desk around and film towards the window, it would look terrible. Absolutely terrible. But what I'm doing is I'm just facing the window and the light is coming onto me. So if you don't have this, and let's say you're in a house or a place where there's not really that good natural light or a big window where it comes in, fine. Your bathroom, if it has a window. Now I know not every bathroom has a window, but most bathrooms have windows, and it is some of the best lighting I've ever seen, because your bathroom window is typically like frosted glass, which normally just reflects light really well. So I've recorded many bangers in a bathroom. That sounds funny, but I have. Your camera angles is a big part of this as well. So if you're recording all your content, you know, with your front facing camera and you're pointing it up like this, like you would kind of take a selfie for your friends, let's say if you're still using Snapchat or something like that, that's not really gonna look too great, right? But if you were to put it up here and angle it and make sure that it gives a better look at your face and all that stuff, yeah, great, it's gonna work better. Your back camera. So for example, if I take my phone over here, right? If I use my front camera like this, okay, so I hold the phone up like this and I speak to the camera like this, it will be fine if you have a decent phone. But would it be a lot better if I held it like this and I had the back camera coming towards me? Yeah, it would be a lot better, a lot clearer. So you can use that. Microphone. You don't need a microphone, okay? I didn't have a microphone for months and months and months. If actually I look back, I think I maybe over a year, and business was doing very good numbers before I had a mic. So there's something you can use, Adobe Podcast. It has a free option as of recording this video, and there's probably others you can find online. Essentially, it just takes your audio and makes it sound really good, kind of like it was recorded in a podcast studio. So if your mic on your phone is that bad, then you'll use that. But for most of you, if you just speak closely to your mic and don't cover it, it will be fine. So for example, if you're recording on your phone, don't place your phone on a table, right? Where like the table's here and the phone is here, right? Because if the mic is at the bottom of your phone, it's just going to be muffled. So figure that out. Where is the mic? On most of them, it's up here, but I have seen cases where it's at the bottom. So test it, record it like this, see how it sounds. If it sounds fine, great. Maybe move a little closer, pronounce your words more, fantastic. If it's at the bottom, you'll just need to figure that out. So simple workaround, hold your phone. Just hold it at the side, and then the bottom is fine. Software to edit your content. You don't need anything fancy. You can use CapCut. TikTok app itself probably has one of the best editors out there, and the Captions app on phone, really cheap. Now CapCut, you can use the free version, TikTok free version, Captions app is paid. You can Google these and you can find other alternatives. My goal for you is find the one that's just super easy to use and know how to use that. Right? And I know you might be watching this thinking, yeah, but I want the specifics. I want to know exactly what light I should buy, what camera I should buy, all these things. I still don't even have a camera. This is just an iPhone that's recording right now. This is an iPhone on a little mini tripod, and that is basically used as my webcam. You'll see I can move it around, right? So I do that just because it's easier than me having some fancy webcam setup. All right. So what I want you to focus on is the inputs and using what you already have. I have seen, like, there's guys I'm thinking of right now that have like 500,000 followers, make insane amounts of money online. They've got the most janky basic setup ever. If you can make money with a janky setup, you'll just make more money with a better setup. But if you can't make money with a damn, really good setup, you're kidding yourself. Okay, so start with the basics, work with what you have. And yeah, when you start making money with this, you can reward yourself and buy something more fancy, but it's not needed. All right, let's go ahead and look at you creating a free and paid offer. Previously, we've looked at waiting till you have at least maybe 2,000 followers in your audience before you create your paid offer, okay? But a free offer is different, because this is something you can offer for free that just gives additional value. So it doesn't really detract from the whole, I'm not really selling anything until I've got 2,000 followers, because you're not. You're just giving something out for free. So let's just look at an example, okay? So Jane and John both started personal brands, and Jane offers a free ebook in her TikTok and social media content, okay? She always talks about it and reminds people that they can get it. From this, she builds an email list, which she can send targeted emails to. So basically, people opt in for her free ebook, they give their name and their email, and then she has them on a list where she can send them additional valuable information. This builds rapport and trust between Jane and her audience, and people love free things. So let's assume now Jane converts 5% of the people who sign up to her ebook to her paid course, which is very, very possible, right? Because you're giving these people a ton of free stuff for free. How many of them might be interested in your paid thing? Maybe more than this. This is just an example. Now, John, on the other hand, doesn't give anything, right? He doesn't like giving anything away for free. He's like, I don't want to give it out for free. I want to pay. I want to charge people, right? He doesn't have an email list. His audience, they don't feel like they trust John, because they can either watch his content or buy his program. Simple as. There's not much they can get from him for free. And so John has to rely on the small percentage of his audience that will buy without seeing anything for free first, because that's a small percentage of the audience. Big portion of your audience will buy from you, but they need to see value from you first. They need to be educated first. They need to get enough to think, wow, if I gave Jane just my name and my email and I got all of this for free, imagine if I then paid her. Okay, that's the kind of angle we're looking at here. So let's go through your options. Option 1 would be a free report, a free strategy call, a free case study, a free training, a free live training, a free consultation, a free plan, a free ebook, tons. Okay, so that's your free offer. Your paid offer, which we're going to get into in a lot more detail. This is just a rough glimpse of it for now. Maybe it's one-to-one coaching, maybe it's group coaching, maybe it's a course, maybe it's a course and group coaching, maybe it's a course and group and one-to-one, maybe it's an ebook. All right, remember what we looked at before, done for you, done with you, do it yourself. This is your option 2. So for both of these, you want to consider scalability, satisfaction, and impact. So for example, if your free offer is a free strategy call, scalability wise, it's not that scalable, but in terms of satisfaction and impact, like how satisfied would the person be with it and how much impact could you provide? Quite a lot. So you're going to optimize for these factors. Doesn't have to be all of them, but pick your poison. Now, with our free and our paid offers, there's something we always want to do, which is sell it and then build it. So for example, instead of spending 2 weeks creating a free ebook, how about we post on let's say Instagram and TikTok for a week to 2 weeks, and we tease the ebook. We ask people if they want a copy and what they would want to learn from it. See, in my opinion, that's better, because you're testing things out to see if people actually want it and what they want. So it gives you real feedback, so the launch will be more successful, and then it starts conversations with people. So if 50 people gave you feedback, couldn't you also pitch them on a free call and see if they qualified for your paid offer too? Maybe. But if we didn't do that and we just put out a, hey, here's my free ebook, go get it, it's kind of a risk. You might have put in a lot of that work for a thing that people don't even want. Whereas if we can do it this way, we can build the hype, see if people are interested, and if they are, then we'll build it from there. Now you can do the same for your paid offer. Once you've gotten feedback and you're ready to launch it, you could host a pre-sale, right? Where people could essentially buy your paid offer. You only let in maybe 5 or 10 people, and then you build it when you get those 5 or 10 people in. You see what this does, this removes all the risk of you wasting time, and your customers get a better deal. So it's a win-win. And you see, I did this and it was I didn't do this, and it was a struggle. You see, my program, when I first launched my program, you see, I sold my ebook first, right? Low ticket ebook. And I sold that for a few months, and then I was like, all right, this is not going to get me to where I want to get to. So it's been great. Let's move on. Then I was building out a program, and I built the entire program before selling it. And that's normally what people do. The reason that was a struggle was because I had to keep changing the program until it matched what people actually wanted. You see, I didn't really do the whole teasing it out and getting feedback, right? And people do this in like the startup world, right? Like Kickstarter, for example. People launch products before they have a product. They launch the idea of it and they get feedback and they use all of that to build a prototype and build their MVP, minimum viable product, and then they launch the product. We're kind of taking the same approach here. So basically your customers, when they get a better deal and they get to put input into the thing you're selling, so they'll probably get more of what they want, and you get to build more of what they want, which is probably more sellable, and you'll make more money. So this is what I would recommend you do for both your free and your paid offer. So we've just started into probably the most important section of this entire program, which is figuring out who, what, where, and how. First, let's look at who. This is essentially the audience you're going to help. We've already touched on this briefly. We've touched on figuring out where your audience spends time, what that platform is. We're going to be giving you a lot more clarity on that as we go throughout the next couple of sections, okay? So let's get straight in. So who is the audience you're going to help? Route 1, which we're going to cover next, is old you. That's who you're going to help. Route 2 is not old you, and this is a specific target audience. So an audience that is not you in your past life. Fitness coaches, local business owners, whatever this may be. We'll cover that soon, but let's start with old you. So let's take me, for example. I started my personal brand after my social media marketing business was doing well. It was doing over 6 figures a year. And I wanted to help old me, the person who wanted to start a business, the person who didn't want to work a 9 to 5, but the person that didn't really know where to start. Hence, they went off and tried a million different things and not really had substantial results with any of them. That was my who. I knew my who. Why? Because it was all me. There's this quote, and I don't know who said it, so whoever said it, shout out to you. We're best suited to serve our old selves. And I didn't know that at the time, but it made sense. It made sense. I never heard that quote, but it made sense. You see, if I'm going to help old me, I know the pains, I know the struggles, I know the thoughts, I know the limiting beliefs, I know all the things that old me went through. Because I can just think back. I can put myself back in that situation. So get clear with that. Who is old you? What have you now overcome that you could help someone else overcome? What do you wish you could have had guidance on when you were younger? These are the things you're going to think through. The reason we're starting with who is because it's going to help shape your offer, the type of content you put out, all of this. The clearer you can get on this, the better. Now, I'm going to show you the alternative, which is route number 2. This is not old you. So you might be thinking, look, Adam, I want to work with business owners, and I wasn't a business owner. So old me is not that. And that's good. I'm glad you know this, okay? It doesn't matter if you go with route 1 or route 2. The important thing is you pick one. So let's define the who. Now, I have a preference. My marketing agency went with route 2. It served online business owners, which I was not. Whereas my personal brand and coaching business went with route 1. So I know for a fact that both of these can work. So let's define the who if you're not going with old you. First, who are they? What do they do? What do they need help with? What keeps them up at night? You could list off 10 more questions. These are just the main things to start with. So who are they? What do they do? What do they need help with? And what keeps them up at night? Get clear on all of that. So you probably remember we've already talked about done for you, done with you, do it yourself offers, right? You see, your who needs to take into account which offer you're planning to go with, okay? So, this is not set in stone. You can offer multiple types of offers to one audience, but this will help you decide on your who. So if you've already decided, look, I'm going to do done for you services. It's going to help you, right? Because when you have 5 potential audiences that you want to work with, you can start to look at those audiences and look at which of them are probably going to get the most value, the most benefit, and would pay the most money for a done for you service. On the flip side of that, let's say it's do it yourself. I just know from experience, if I was working with online business owners, I'd be more inclined to go with done for you offers. Okay, so if I started and knew, okay, done for you offer, online business owners would fall into that very well because they're busy, they normally have money. The problem is they don't want to do the thing themselves. Whereas if I've decided already do it yourself is going to be my approach, well, is it going to be feasible to sell, a course or an ebook or a DIY product to an online business owner? Yes, of course, but I just know from my understanding of the industry that there'd be a lot less chance of that. So hence, that would shape my who, and maybe I don't work with online business owners. So this is the key thing to note for now. Let's just go through an example. You're offering done-for-you marketing services to online business owners. Does this work? Yes, we know in the market of online business owners, they need help with marketing and they will pay for you to do it for them. Fantastic. So let's go back a step. Let's define the who. Who are they? What do they do? What do they need help with? What keeps them up at night? So you don't need to tell me specifics here. I just want you to know who your content should be targeted towards. Because if your content is just like vague, right? It's not targeted towards anyone specifically. It's just going to get lost. And I see this as like quite common. Someone decides, look, I want to start a personal brand. I want to help business owners. I'm going to offer done for you services. So I'm just going to talk about, how to grow on social media. And that's great. That's a great starting point. Is that a topic that they would need help with? Yeah, probably, right? But if you don't know the who very clearly, it's just going to get lost. It's going to get lost in the sea of other people that are also doing that. You see, most people that start personal brands don't think through it in this level of detail. So what they think through is, okay, what will I help them with? What do I want to sell to them? And they think, okay, I want to get clients from a marketing agency. Okay, so I'll just talk about getting leads with Facebook ads, right? Like they just go straight to the most basic, which is how am I going to make money? And you have to think more selfishly about this and think, okay, well, who am I actually helping? How am I going to help them? What exactly am I helping them with? When you get clear on those things, selfishly, you make more money. So it's selfish to be selfless when doing this, okay? So please don't get lost. I say this too often and I don't want that for you. Okay, I want you to be able to just have complete clarity and then your content actually hits the nail with people and people see your content and they go, fuck, wow, that got me. That piece really stood out to me. And that's the kind of effect my content is currently having, which it didn't have at the start because I was just figuring things out. Now people see it and oftentimes they go, wow, that's really hitting a pain point with me. And that's what we want. Next step of the process is defining your what. This is the content that you're going to talk about. Okay, so let's start to define this what. This is the content you'll talk about and it's also what your content will talk about. Okay, so it's what you talk about, but it's also what your content will talk about. Okay, now the who and the what need to go together. If there's no symmetry between the two of these, there's no relationship between them, it's just going to be an absolute mess. So for example, if the what and the who doesn't match, then you're going to be lost. Okay, now this requires testing, so you don't have a crystal ball. I don't expect you to do, so don't pretend you do either. So you're not going to be able to just say today for 100% fact that this is the exact content that I will talk about and the things that my content will talk about. This will happen over time. Okay, what we want to start with now is getting you a good idea of this. So let's take an example. A student of mine, Alfie, he had a marketing agency serving online business owners. He wanted to niche down to just online coaches. Beforehand, he was getting clients with a platform called Upwork, a strategy we teach in one of our programs. And with that, he was getting all types of business owners, some online coaches, some e-commerce stores, some local businesses, everything. So he wanted to niche down to just online coaches because he was getting great results with them. And that's where he could see his business doing the best long term. So he wanted to build up his personal brand to attract coaches. That was the goal that we had. So the who was online coaches, and this was route number 2. This was not old Alvy, because he was not an online coach, just specific audience. So online coaches, mainly fitness and some mindset. And the what then was the thing they needed help with and what he could offer to them. So it's kind of a mix of the two. So for example, they needed help with getting more leads, optimizing their social media, and posting content that would convert followers into clients. So Alvy now knew what he needed to talk about, right? And let's just go back a step here. So the what, as I mentioned, was a mix of the two, what they needed help with and then what he could offer them. So we just looked at what they needed help with, then what he could offer to them was essentially the solution to those things. So it's kind of the same thing, right? So it's like his offer to them was getting more leads, was optimizing their social media, was posting content for them. So it matched the two parts. So let's look at this. Alvy started this personal brand. He chatted quite a lot with me to get clear on the who, the what he was going to do, what it was going to look like. And his content didn't go viral right away. He posted well over 100 videos before getting over 10K views on a single video. And then this happened. He had a video here that got 50K views within the first day or so. And then as you'll see here, it went on to get 6 million views in total. Right? Now, the key thing I want you to focus on is not the 6 million views. That's amazing. the thing I want you to focus on is he posted 100 videos before getting over 10k views on a single video. He could have very easily given up during that time frame, and I know he utilized our coaching, and he really leaned into the fact that he could use us to stay accountable to that goal for a very long time. Because when Alvi wanted to start, that's what I told him. I said, hey man, let's do 1 to 3 videos a day every day for minimum 3 months, like minimum 3 months. And that's exactly what he did. So he was somewhere in probably month 4 or 5 when he had his content start to pop. And this video then got him, 5,000 followers overnight, and his audience started to build. And within that audience, guess what? There was quite a few online coaches. So you can see how this is so incredibly powerful. But there's things we need to look at, which is consistency, we've already talked on, but more importantly, the what. So again, Alvi knew what he needed to talk about, but it didn't go viral right away. Why? Because he needed to figure it out. You might remember at the start of this, I said this would require testing. This is the exact case with Alvi. So very soon, we're going to talk in a lot more detail about how to generate content ideas, how to create your content calendar, your content plan, and all of that. For now, we just want you to get as clear as you can on the what, the content you're going to talk about. Now, if you're going down route 1 of serving old you, I want you to start journaling and brain dumping, put pen to paper, or open up your notes app on your phone and start fleshing out what you needed help with. What did you struggle with? What were your limiting beliefs? What were the things that you wish you had help with? That's where you're going to start. If you're going with route 2, yes, you can do the same, but you're going to have to try and get into the mind of the person you're trying to help. We'll touch more, again, on the section of generating content ideas very soon, and that will help you there. Next up, we're going to look at where you will post. We've already touched on this, and we've touched on the main routes you can take, where you can just pick one platform, post there, and then post on other platforms when you get more results. Or you can go with the content, figure out a type of content that you want to make and that will resonate with your audience. Post that on any platform that will be relevant. We're going to go a little deeper into this now, so let's touch on it. So you know your who, you know your what, so where will you post? Again, you have a good idea on this from the previous content we've covered. All right, remember these slides, quick read over them if you don't remember, just pause this and read through those, and you'll see this second slide as well. Okay, we looked at all of these. So as we mentioned, the key here is we want to find out the platform that your audience lives and breathes on. We're going to then create content for that platform in a style that fits that platform, and then redistribute that content on other relevant platforms. And that is your starting block. And this is where you can start to throw shit at the wall, hope something sticks, and then from there, we will get more clarity. This is what Alvi did, right? Alvi started with Instagram. He knew, look, this is where they are going to be. Now, Alvi stuck with just Instagram. He didn't branch out into posting on other social media. Do I think he should have? I think so. I think he would have potentially had other results from those other platforms as well. But a lot of his content was specific to Instagram, okay? You'll see the post that I showed you that went viral for him was about the Instagram algorithm, which is Instagram. So for him, yeah, it didn't make sense for all of his content to be posted on TikTok, for example, or on YouTube. But I still do think that it would have gotten some traction. So that would have been an important part for himself. So just to recap on everything we've looked at here, you should have clarity on where you were going to be posting thus far. But if you don't, I want you to revisit all of these slides that we've already looked at in that section. If you're confused, obviously lean into the coaching to make sure that we can help you figure this out. But you should have your where pretty clearly defined, at least to start off with. Will this change over time? Potentially. So keep that in mind. So finally, the how. This is the transformation that you sell and your offer. We've already touched on creating a free offer and a paid offer, and we looked at, hey, look, your paid offer doesn't make sense really to be launching this until you have an audience. So let's stick with that. With the free offer, we've kind of gone through some of the options there that you have for that, and I think it's a great idea for you to be building that out. I don't want that to get in the way of your posting. So if you feel like you need to create your free offer now, definitely don't do that. Okay, but let's get clear now on the transformation. So let's go back to Alvi. Okay, he wanted to help online coaches get more leads, optimize their social media, post content that would help convert followers into clients. So he didn't really know exactly how he would help these online coaches, right? He didn't know, was it going to be done for you, done with you, or do it yourself? Now, as you can imagine, this part of the puzzle is usually best figured out after you have people that want your help. So in Alvy's case, he was just going to start posting content, talk about these topics, talk about the things he would help with, but the how, the specific of the offer, and the route that he was going to go down, he didn't know, and that was fine. And for him, I think this has worked out really, really well. Because again, we don't want to create offers in a vacuum. We want to work on getting some hungry people before we go and cook some food. So, how then do you figure this out when you're at that stage? A few things to look at. Market feedback and offer validation is normally the process that you're going to use to define your how. So for example, right, once we have hungry people that want our help, you have an audience, we can test what would help them the best. We can test out what would be the easiest to deliver to them, what would be the most scalable, and what would fit their budget, etc. This is an example of using market feedback to validate our offer and our how. So we're not just creating an offer and saying this is it and it's the best thing and we're never going to not sell this thing and this is it, because that would be creating an offer in a vacuum. But instead we're going, look, we've got a bunch of hungry people. Let's put out some teasers. Let's start conversations. Let's invite people to calls. Let's go about this in a way where we're just gathering as much feedback from these people to figure out what they truly want, what would serve them the best, what would be easiest to deliver, what's going to be most scalable, and what's going to fit into their budget. So an example, myself. First thing that I focused on was posting content. Then I sold something when I had hungry people. So once I got hungry people, I launched an ebook. Again, it was like less than $50. Kind of worked. Then I tested one-to-one coaching. Kind of worked. And then I launched my 6-figure accelerator program, which was a thing that worked long-term, but it didn't explode right away. It felt right though, right? Immediately when I launched it, I was like, this is the thing though. Like, I know this is going to be the thing. There's been interest. It hasn't quite blown up to what I thought it was going to blow up to. But compared to the one-to-one coaching, compared to the ebook I launched, this has more legs. This has more potential long-term. So people were interested. Pricing seemed to be within their budget, and most importantly, it had everything to truly help people go through a transformation. And I think the only reason I knew that was because I had seen the ebook and what that lacked, and I'd seen the one-to-one coaching and I could see what that lacked as well. So it was very clear to me then from the market feedback, this is going to make a lot more sense. So you see, I thought people, when I built this, right, would be interested in the systems I built in my business that scaled us past 10K a month without working all day. That's what I thought people wanted. I was very wrong. Some people liked that, but a tiny percentage of my audience. Most people wanted to know how to get clients for marketing and how to make their first $5,000 a month online. That's what most people wanted. So I had to pivot and I had to tweak the how, the offer. So then what did I do? I gave them what they wanted and I showed them all the systems when they were in. There's a saying, you might have heard it before. Give them what they want. That's wrong. Sell them what they want. Give them what they need. Okay? So this is a process of you figure out what your audience wants. You sell them that. And as long as then you can figure out a way to actually give them the thing they really truly need to get that result, you give them that on the back end. You got to be careful with this, okay? If your audience is like, I want you to guarantee me this result, and then you guarantee them the result, but you don't know if you can even get them the result, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, let's take fitness, for example. Your audience wants to lose weight. That's it. They want to lose weight in a simple, easy way. That's it. You give them that. That is your offer. Your offer will help them do exactly that. Will lose weight in an easy, consistent way. What you will then actually give them, so that's what you'll sell them, what you will give them is the systems to make that possible, which is training them on mindset and discipline and consistency and understanding the basics of working out and the basics of nutrition and the basics of good sleep and all this other stuff, which is kind of boring and people won't find that sexy, right? And they won't really love that stuff, but that's what actually gets them the results. So you sell them the thing of, look, I'm going to make this easy for you, which you do, but you do it through those systems then. So this is how we want to approach the how, which is the offer you sell. Okay. So you see, when I first launched my program, it didn't sell as well as I imagined. The other factors were there, as I mentioned, to show me it could work. The people were interested. It was showing good proof of what people, I was figuring out what people actually wanted and then giving them what they needed on the back end. And I took inspiration from others that were in a similar position to me as to what they included in their programs, their pricing structure, how they offered it, how they sold it. So I used all that first, and then I used the feedback of what people wanted. So I first modeled what others were doing, competitors, taking bits and pieces, putting my own unique spin on it and making it unique for me and how I'd be different. And then I used the feedback of the people that wanted my thing but didn't quite buy my thing to make it better, to make it more accessible to more people. So I hope now that at this point you're getting a lot clearer on this, okay? You're getting a lot clearer on how this all works together. The how, the transformation you sell and you offer, but also how it's quite different. The transformation you give someone and what they want isn't necessarily the specifics of what you sell them. If you have questions on this, I want you to reach out in your coaching group to make sure we can clear this up. So we've just wrapped up talking about the who, the what, the where, and the how. We're going to follow on from the who, because there's a lot more information I want to give you on this, because this is the most kind of really important part of figuring out all the other parts, where you'll post, what you'll post about, and the transformation, the how. So I'm going to give you a bunch of content here from a different program, the 6-Figure Accelerator program, which is a program where we teach people how to start a marketing agency specifically. So some of these points, just keep in mind that I'll be talking in the context of building a marketing agency. But in terms of choosing your niche, a lot of this is very much relevant. We won't talk much about helping old you, because most people that I teach to start a marketing agency haven't been a business owner before, which is the person they would help with their marketing agency. So keep that in mind. For that, you want to use the content we've already looked at and obviously reaching out to us in your coaching. But there's a lot of content here on figuring out your niche and knowing when to change niches and all of this stuff, when it makes sense to change, how long you should stay with it, all of that I want you to go through. So we'll roll those for you now in a moment. Make sure to check those out. So again, we have a lot to cover here. In this short video, what I'm going to give you before we roll those is basically the mini version, the to the point bits, and obviously then you'll see the full details very soon. So finding your niche, the most common niches that we see, business and personal finance, mindset, productivity, relationships and dating, health, fitness, nutrition, yoga. Look, there's the three biggest overarching niches in the world are pretty much money, health, how we look, and dating, relationships. Right, those are the big categories. So for example, if you had an offer or your niche was going to be to help people with basically all of those things, it's pretty strong. When we look at something like mindset or productivity, these are a little weaker, right, in terms of being strong as a niche. But if you can link them to the other parts, they can be very powerful. So for example, if you want your niche to be mindset, right, you want to be helping people with mindset that are interested in mindset. Well, if you can link the mindset to growing their business, or mindset to improving their relationships, or mindset to being more disciplined and having a better physique, then it's probably going to be more powerful. So just keep that in mind. Now, a process you might want to go through is this, a Japanese concept, ikigai, means a reason for being. So essentially it's this, it's what you love, what the world needs, what you're good at, and what you can be paid for. So look, you can coach, consult on almost anything in the world. So you may as well make it something that you actually like and that people will ultimately benefit from. So in my case, with what I currently do, the ikigai fits in here really nicely. What do I love? I love being able to help people with the things I help them with, which is having freedom, being able to travel, having the financial freedom to give back to their family. I absolutely love that. What do they need? Well, I think they need that, because that's the biggest problem I see with most people is they don't have that freedom. What am I good at? I'm decently good at this because I did it for myself. And then what can I be paid for? People will pay for this, okay? So if you look through the ikigai breakdown, you can do this in your own time, you'll see they all kind of interlink. So for example, what you're good at, your profession would link between what you can be paid for and what you're good at. For example, what you're good at and what you love might be a passion, or what you love and what the world needs is a mission. And then, for example, what the world needs and what you can be paid for is a vocation. So you want to try and figure out the intertwining of all of this. It doesn't need to be perfect, right? Your goal right now mightn't be to start with your ikigai. It might be to really just make some money, get some more freedom, and that's fine. But if you can figure it to fit into this, you will be much more motivated, because it won't just be about the money, and that will show up in your content, and people will feel a level of truth and authenticity that they wouldn't quite see without this. So when it comes to finding your niche, there's a test you need to do. You need to test your niche. And again, we're going to talk in more detail on this, but I want to give this to you quickly. So first is research. Are others doing what you're doing? If not, why not? For example, if there's no other mindset coach in the world out there, why isn't there? You want to look at that. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. Sometimes it means there's a gap in the market. Sometimes it means that people have tried it and it doesn't particularly work very well. Number two is, can you find successful people doing this that you can take inspiration from? You don't want to copy people, but great artists steal. It's a saying of, you find loads of people that are in your industry doing what you want to be doing, and you don't just copy them, but you figure out little bits of each one and put it all together into your own specific way of doing things. I have definitely done that, and I've taken inspiration from others. Can you come up with 50 plus content ideas for this niche today? It's a really short, easy test. And if you can't, then it's probably not the right niche, or you're just not thinking deeply enough about this, because you should be able to. Can you talk about this niche and topic for an hour without getting bored and tired? Something to consider. If you get bored of it after 5 minutes, then you're probably going to hate it at scale. You get the gist. All right, I want you to enjoy this before you start selling an offer in this niche. Is this necessary? I'm going to say no. There are people that it doesn't tick these boxes, but it really does help. So I would urge you to do this. So as we dive into the content around your niche, do you need one, how to find one, and all those questions, first let's start with what a niche is. So simply put, a niche is a part of the market, aka, this is the easiest way to define it, it's who you want to work with. Who do you want to serve? Who do you want to help? What type of businesses? Are they in an industry, or is it a specific type of business, right? Like a business model. So this is your target customer, and we're going to talk a lot more about it. Okay. So you have two routes to take. Route number one, choose a niche now. Some students choose to work with certain types of businesses or industries, right? They choose a niche from day one. But those who pick a niche typically tend to change it a few times. Okay, so that's route number one. You pick a niche and you're open to the fact that you might change the niche. All right. Route number two is you choose a niche later. This is the most common for beginners, and we'll talk more about it. This is simple, right? You're starting off. You might not be an expert. You might not feel like you can make decisions for the long term. So you need to focus on the short term. So don't niche down and figure it out later. Okay. So as mentioned, some students don't niche down at all, and they scale to 10K plus per month without a niche. Okay. The purpose of this module is to help you figure out if you're going to niche down or not, the pros, the cons, and what makes more sense for you, because we have students doing both. All right. We have students not niching down, getting to 10K a month. We also have students niching down and getting to 10K a month. So it just depends on what your goal is, and hopefully we can help you make that decision. All right. So look, first, before you can make a decision, you need to know what types of niches are out there. So the first category we look at are types of businesses. For example, coaches, influencers, e-commerce stores. These are business models, right? For example, you could pick coaches and you could work with fitness coaches, but you could also work with mindset coaches, and maybe you also work with business coaches. They all sell to different people, but they pretty much sell the same thing, right? On the other hand, you could pick an industry or an interest. For example, you say, I love dogs, so I'm going to work with dog businesses. All right. Now, you wouldn't just pick a niche just because you love dogs, and we'll talk more about how to pick your niche and qualify it later on. But if you were to say that in the dog industry, there's many different segments. Okay. We have e-commerce. Okay. So businesses selling dog treats, dog collars, dog toys, e-commerce stuff. Training, right? These are people that literally train dogs, or training centers or competitions. So you can see how there's different areas within one industry. All right. So keep your mind open to the fact that it can be an industry and different types of businesses within that, or it could just be a specific type of business in different industries. Okay. Now, later on, we will actually give you a list of around 400 niches that you can look at. So if you're stuck, if you want some inspiration, you can check out that list later on. Examples of some niches. Okay. Let me just make this really clear. please do not choose these niches just because we mentioned them here. We're not mentioning them because they're the best niches. We're not mentioning them because these are the niches that so many of our students get the best results with. No, these are just random off the top of our head. Okay, so for example, fat loss fitness coaches, realtors or real estate agents in Florida, e-commerce fashion brands. Those are examples of niches because they do a couple of things. One, they pick either an industry. Actually, all of these pick an industry. Okay, so fitness coaches, realtors, and e-commerce brands. These are all based on a business model. These are all based on a business model, not on an industry. But the other thing is that they're slightly more niche down. Okay, so they've got level 1 and then level 2, which is deeper. For example, fitness coaches is the niche. Fat loss fitness coaches is a level deeper. Realtors or real estate agents is a niche. Realtors in Florida, it's a level deeper. E-commerce fashion brands. All right, so you can have layers to your niche to make it more niched down, more specific. Okay, so again, we're going to give you niches later, so don't worry about that. Some examples from some of our students. Okay, Dylan, 5K Club, dog trainers. That's who he worked with. And Dylan did niche down. Okay, so he worked with dog trainers pretty much from day one, and pretty much all his clients are dog trainers. Karsten, soon to be 10K a month, doesn't have a niche. Pretty much just different businesses, different business models. Scott, 5K Club, fitness coaches. Again, similar to Dylan, decided from day one, yep, that's the route I want to take. Why did he pick that? Really strong interest personally for him. Same with Dylan, had a really, really strong interest in that industry. Atlanta, same thing again, niche down with artist, hit 10K a month. Why did she pick it? She was in the industry herself, knew all about it. Amanda, no specific niche, mainly just small to medium businesses, but no specific niche. All right, and I wanted to give you those examples just to show you that, again, there's two sides to this: students with results with no niches, and also students that have a niche that are crushing it. So these are some of the reasons why you might not want to niche down. Some of the pros and some of the reasons why students don't niche down from day one. So again, we're showing you two different arguments. We're going to make the case for whether you should or shouldn't niche down. And please keep this in mind. This is not a decision that you need to make today. It's not a decision that you need to be 100% convinced on. Most students that scale their businesses, if they choose a niche, change their niche over time. So this is not a set in stone thing. It's okay to change your decision too. Most people do, but we're going to talk a little later on about how you shouldn't just pick a niche, try it for 2 days, and then swap to another one. Okay, that's niche hopping, and we'll touch on that later. So here's a stat from our students. About 80% of our students who have signed at least their first 3 clients haven't niched down. So you can see for the students going from 0 to 3 clients, the vast majority do not have a niche. When we look at the students then that have 5 to 10 clients, okay, moving more towards 5 to 10K per month, that number starts to shift more towards 50-50. Okay, so what can you take from that? You can take from that it's more important to have a niche when you're scaling, not as important when you're just starting out. So the question is, who should niche down? Someone who has a deep understanding or industry experience typically is the person that niches down. Also, as we looked at with Scott, with Dylan, with Atlanta, they had some experience, yes, but mainly they had an interest. They just knew that's the thing I know a lot about. That's the thing I'd love my business to be based around. And that was the primary motive for them picking those niches. All right, let me give you an example. We've had a student that was a real estate agent, a realtor for over 10 years. So for him, it was pretty much an obvious fit for him to niche down on real estate. Of course, we ran him through our niche checklist and we helped him qualify that niche. But we pretty much knew straight away from day one, you're going to work with real estate agents. Like, there wasn't much debating that needed to happen. It was pretty clear that would make sense. Why? Because he knew a lot about it and he had previous results working with that industry. The person who doesn't niche down is typically a beginner starting off. You don't have any clients right now, or you have maybe less than 3 to 5 clients. You don't have any major experience, you haven't worked in a specific industry for a long amount of time, or you didn't study a specific industry, right? Or a specific business model in college. Yeah, this might be the reason why you don't actually niche down. And most importantly, in my view, as you are going through our content, okay, so as you go through this specific chapter and you finish all the videos in this segment, you don't have an aha moment, right? The person that's going to niche down will typically go through this content and at one point be like, oh my days, I have to do this niche. Like they just get that calling, they get that insight, that spark of inspiration. If you don't get that, that to me is a pretty clear sign that you choosing a niche may not be the best bet right now. So look, you will probably niche down eventually. As we mentioned, scaling past 10K a month, going to 20K a month, 30K a month, up to 50K a month, doing that without a niche is incredibly difficult. I'll just give you some of the reasons so that you're aware of these for later. So for my agency to get to 50K a month, we had 2 niches. We had fitness coaches and e-commerce brands. Now, when I say e-commerce brands, it wasn't just any brand, it was typically health-related supplements, okay? So 2 slightly different business models, but in the same industry. You can imagine we had 20 people at our scale, so 20 people, 50K a month. If we had 20 people, yet all of our clients were in different industries, imagine how confusing that would be. So you're a copywriter, you join my team, and you don't have to learn how to just write good copy for fitness coaches. You've got to learn how to do it for real estate agents, lawyers, dentists, gym owners, right? That is very difficult. So your task is going to take you way more time. I'm going to have to pay you way more money. So we as a company make less money, but it's also just going to be less scalable. Another thing is your results. If I have a fitness coach that gets amazing results, yet I didn't niche down to fitness coaches, and then I'm trying to work with a lawyer next week, I can't really show him my results as a fitness coach and get the same amount of impact as if I showed that to another fitness coach, right? Like results from one industry, yes, they're transferable, but sometimes your prospect will not understand that. For example, you come to me and you're like, oh, Adam, I worked with this fitness coach. I did X, Y, and Z with him. I'm like, yeah, but I'm not a fitness coach. How are you going to help me? How have you helped a business owner similar to me? All right. And this is why scaling with a niche makes so much sense, but don't let it get you caught and don't let it convince you that you have to niche down from day one. So as mentioned, when starting out, most students are happy enough to solve this problem with a 10K a month business. All right, so get to that point, get to your first few clients, and then you can stress about it more. Okay, right now we want to be thinking short term. This is the opposite of probably what you thought you were going to hear. We actually want you to think short term. We don't want you to think, all right, how many niches are you going to have when you're at 50K a month? No, think of how do I get my first couple of clients, right? Too focused on the long term, and you won't actually figure out what you need to do today. So your niche is also going to find you. So if you decide you're not going to niche down, this is typically what will happen, right? You're going to have a couple of clients and you're going to start to see patterns, right? You're going to start to see that I get better results for a certain type of client. I enjoy working with a certain type of client more. Maybe they're more tech savvy and they can just use Zoom and they're easier to communicate. It's going to be all of these little factors, these little nuances that help you find your niche. So here is some really cut and dry advice. If you are not sure what to do, you probably shouldn't niche down. And if you are just beginning, you probably shouldn't just niche down. And if you're beginning, you probably shouldn't niche down just yet. But now we're going to look at why you should potentially niche down, the pros of that, and how you can go about it. So here's why you might want to niche down. Again, we're giving you 2 arguments for and against, and hopefully you can make up your own choice. And again, just to reiterate, this is not a decision you need to be 100% convinced on right now. If you decide to niche down, you can change your niche later on. If you decide that you want to niche down and then you don't want to niche down later, like that's fine. All right, you can change this later. So we're looking at this route, which is choosing a niche now. Okay, so some students do choose to work with certain types of businesses, certain industries from day one, as we've already looked at, but most who do that typically do change along the way. So why do people niche down? Why do people choose a niche from day one? Here's a few reasons. One, they know a lot about it. Two, they have previous results working with this specific industry or this specific business model. Three, they want to streamline their service delivery. Four, because they can solve a specific problem for this niche. And five, to have clarity when they do outreach and marketing. So you don't need all of these, but think about this for a bit. Think about yourself. Is there an industry you know a lot about? Do you have any results? Do you have an idea of your service delivery? If you're a beginner, you probably won't. That's fine. Do you think there's a specific problem you want to solve? Like you're convinced that the problem you want to solve is not lead generation or helping your business get more leads, but maybe you're convinced it's getting them more X. That's going to influence if you choose a niche. And finally, clarity for outreach. This is a key point many people skip. If you don't have a niche, when you decide, okay, I'm going to start to message business owners, you may be stuck, right? You might lack clarity. You might not know where to go and what to do. You see, when you have a niche, this is one of the many advantages. When you start outreach, you have clarity, right? If I decide I'm going to work with dealerships that sell cars, well, I can go to Google and type in car dealerships in Ireland, for example. I could go to Instagram and I could go to #CarsIreland. I could go to Facebook groups, type in car dealership Ireland, right? I could literally just give the words of my niche to Google, to Instagram, to search engines online, and they will probably give me a list of businesses. If I don't have any niche, what do I do? Where do I go? What do I type? This is the lack of clarity some people struggle with. All right, let's take a look at Nike, massive company. I'm sure you know them. So second largest clothing company in the world, so worth $133 billion. They don't just make clothes, they make athletic wear, right? They sell a lifestyle. Their niche is athletic wear, athletes, sports. So let's really, really think about that. There's a couple of things here. First, as mentioned, they don't just make clothes. They make clothes for a very specific type of person, and they're not even clothes anymore. It's athletic wear. It's got this whole other name, whole other dimension. And they've done so well. Why? Because they know who they sell to. They have a niche and they know their niche very fucking well. So when they have a shoe that they designed for a specific runner, and that runner becomes the fastest marathon runner in the world, they did that because they just know their market so well, right? Like imagine they were just the largest clothing company, but they didn't have a niche. Would they still be the largest clothing company? Maybe. But would they have the ability to charge as high prices and have as much dominance as they have? I don't know. I really don't think so. And I think them having this niche means that some people hate them, some people love them. And most importantly, Nike have hit all 5 points. All right. Whoever the founders of Nike are, I'm sure when they started, they looked at the niche, right? They looked at the industry. Who are we going to make clothes for? Who are we going to make shoes for? Right? They knew a lot about the people they were going to serve, right? They had results. So for example, maybe they had industry results and experience. They wanted to make sure their service delivery was easy, right? So making shoes, for example, they don't have to have shoe designers for fashion shoes, for high heels, for all these things. No, it's just we can have sports shoes, right? It's pretty simple stuff. They solve a specific problem. And because it's a more specific problem they solve, people pay more for it, right? If it was just shoes and clothes they sold, you maybe wouldn't pay as much, right? But because you know their shoes are going to help you run a bit faster or protect your heels more, then maybe you'll pay more money. And clarity for outreach, clarity for their marketing, right? When they have ads, when Nike have campaigns running, right? No pun intended. When Nike have campaigns running, they know exactly who they're targeting. They know exactly what to say. Imagine they just sold clothes for everyone. Their campaigns would be they'd be wishy-washy. They wouldn't be as polarizing, and they wouldn't get you as hyped up to buy their products. So who should niche down? And you'll notice we say who, right? In capital letters for a reason. We want you to look at who, because you might not be the person that needs to niche down. You might like the idea of niching down, right? And you think, yeah, all of this makes a lot of sense. I think I prefer a niche, but should you niche down is the question. So typically the person that niches down is someone who has a deep understanding or relevant experience. Again, as mentioned, student that was a realtor for 10 years, obvious fit for niching down on real estate, right? If, again, you haven't had any of this aha moment just yet, and you're like, I actually really don't know if I should niche down, it might not be for you. All right. So look, question for you. If you have multiple clients on board, your niche is most likely going to find you. We looked at this previously, but I want to hammer this point home. Look and think about this, right? If you find you really enjoy working with a certain type of client, you got them a good results, it really does make sense to make the pivot. Okay, so for me personally, I'll give you my example. I offered almost everything, almost every service down there to almost everyone. All right, complete chaos. But then what I found was fitness coaches and health e-commerce brands are going to be my niche. Why? Well, I looked at a lot of the reasons we looked at here. At this point, let's say for fitness coaches, I knew a lot about it because I was in the industry myself. I did a little bit of fitness coaching and I also liked to be fit. All right. So that's point number one. Point number two, I had some previous results because I worked with a couple of fitness coaches. So now if I start a fitness coach focused agency, well, I've got results. So I'm not starting from ground zero. I knew I wanted to streamline service delivery because when I did everything for everyone, it was complete and utter chaos, an absolute mess. And I didn't want that. I also wanted to solve a very specific problem. So instead of just getting more customers, more leads for this person, more awareness for this person, I could pretty much have a very clear-cut solution, a very clear-cut problem that I solve. I do X for fitness coaches, pretty simple, and clarity when I do outreach. So when I want to scale fast, right, and I want to be doing, sending hundreds of messages a day and having a team of people do outreach with me, I know exactly who we're hitting, I know exactly our message, and that is the reason that I personally did niche down. So shortly, we're going to take a look more at the side of how do you pick your niche, how do you qualify your niche, examples of niches, because just because you've decided you want to niche down, you need to make sure you do it in the right way. You need to make sure the industry, if you choose an industry, you need to make sure that works, right? It's actually going to make sense. All right. So for example, you've decided I want to niche down and I really love candles. Right, I really love candles. So what I've decided I'm going to do is I'm going to work with candles, right? I'm going to work with brands that make candles and sell candles and all of that. But if they just don't have the money, if there's just not many of them out there, it's probably not going to work. So even though you know all the benefits of the niche, it's only going to make sense if it's an industry that can work or a business model that can work for picking a niche. So now, how do we pick and how do we qualify your niche? This is the big, big question. Now, this is only if you're niching down. If you've decided already, you know what, I don't think I'm going to niche down. Yeah, you can probably skip this for now. It might be a good idea to watch some of this content, but it's not 100% necessary. So again, quick recap, what type of niches are there? We got types of businesses, and then we've got interest or industry. So we're going to take a look at the niche checklist that we have put together for you. All right. So you see there's a series of questions and we're going to go through an example together. You'll find a link to the niche checklist below this video. And you'll also see there's a tab on the niche checklist with all the examples. So I'm not going to pull that up and walk you through all 400 examples. You can check that out for yourself. So let's look at this. All right. So the example we're going to use is real estate. Okay. So what you want to do when you're using the checklist is you have to have a niche in mind. Okay. So you have a niche in mind, real estate. Let's look through it. So question number one, do you understand businesses in this niche? All right. So I'm going to think to myself, real estate agents, do I understand how they work? I think so. I think they sell properties on behalf of their clients, and they also buy properties, depending on the type of agent they are, on behalf of their clients. Real estate agents make money on commission when they sell a house or when they list a house and, they get bought, right? That's how they make their money. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out now, right? I'm doing this live with you. Do I understand real estate enough? I think I do. I know how they make money. I know what their main problem is, right? Their main problem is they don't sell enough houses or they get a lot of not qualified leads, aka people coming to view properties, but they don't even have the money, or they're just coming to view properties to take some photos. That's probably their main problem. I would also imagine they're very busy. I would imagine that they spend a lot of time driving clients around, showing them to properties. If they're spending all their time driving around and showing them the properties, they probably don't have a lot of time for social media. It's probably not even a priority for them. So I'm going to tick the box. I think I know enough about real estate. Question 2, do I understand the pain points of their customers? So real estate agents are either selling houses on behalf of their clients, or in another case, they're essentially buying, right? Like they're getting the deal for their client. So their customers, their clients, their problem is they either can't find a home that they like, they can't find a home that's affordable, they can't find a home that fits their criteria, or on the other side, they are trying to sell their home and it's just not selling. So I think I understand their pain points. I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but I have a surface level understanding. Number 3, do I understand the ins and outs of how the business makes money? So I've looked at that already. I think I know pretty clearly how real estate agents make money. They make commission on the sale of the properties that they sell. Yeah, so I'm pretty clear on that. Do they have cash flow to spend on marketing? All right, so I'm going to think about real estate agents that I know personally. I know a couple. I think they have some money, but I don't know if they would spend it on marketing. The people I know personally, I don't know. Now that's very biased, right? Because I'm only talking about the couple of people I know. I know 2 guys that are real estate agents. There are hundreds and thousands, probably tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of them out there in the world. So maybe there's others that have way more money, because the guys I know sell properties that might range to about 5 or 6 or maybe 700 grand. But there are agents that would, of course, sell properties worth 1 million, 2 million, 10 million. So maybe I just need to find the real estate agents that are that higher end, right? That understand this more and see the value in marketing more because they have more cash flow. So do the businesses have cash flow? I think they do, but I think it's a very specific type of agent that has the money. Are there enough agents in this niche, right, for me to send 100+ messages every day to for months? I think so. And how I would test that is I would go to Instagram and I would type in real estate agent. I would go to hashtag real estate agent. I would go to Google Maps. I would go to Google. I would go to Pinterest. I would go to LinkedIn. I would go to all these places. And if I can find 100 quite easily, that doesn't take me hours and hours and hours, then that has passed the test for me. If you're struggling on that, we're going to touch later on outreach methods, but you don't even need them right now. You need to be able to just go and test this very, very basically to see if you can find them. Can I find this type of business running ads, posting on social media, doing any email marketing, aka doing any marketing right now? Well, again, I'm going to research, okay? If I find that they are doing this, fantastic. That gives me at least the proof that there's a possibility I can sell to them. There's a possibility I can sell to them if there's others in their industry doing this already. Do I really love this niche? Not necessary, but it helps. And no, I don't really love this niche. So I'm going to give that box an X, but I think all the other boxes I can tick so far. And if I'm stuck, as you see in the yellow, you can't find a niche, right? And you want a niche, you can use these questions to compile a list. So 3 things you're passionate about. So for me, I'll do fitness, I'll do health, and I'll do business. And then 3 industries I know a lot about. Pretty similar. Yeah, I'm going to do the same again. And I could change that up, of course, and then people I follow online, and I can have a look at the list from there. So that is how you would qualify your niche. Of course, there's probably 101 other questions you could ask yourself. These are the main things. You want to make sure that you can find them easily online, that they have some money, that they're willing to potentially do some marketing, and you see people doing marketing in their industry, and that you understand the business. You put all of that together, and you should have a good idea. So if you've decided that you're going to niche down, a question on your mind might be, when do I change my niche? And if I change my niche? As we looked at earlier from some of the student examples, there are students we have that started with a niche and are still working with that niche, and they've never changed. But for a lot of you, if you do pick a niche, you probably you'll hit a point where you feel like you'll need to change. And we want to touch on when it actually makes sense to do this. And make sure you watch the video after this where we talk about niche hopping, because a lot of people get stuck because they change niche way too often, way too quickly. So make sure you watch both of these videos. So let's do it. Before you even consider changing your niche, ask yourself these questions. Have you done enough outreach? I'll give you some rough numbers to think about. Have you taken enough sales calls? Are you getting caught in shiny object syndrome? Does your service match your niche? Do you think the new niche will just change everything? So let's look at this. Question number one, have you done enough outreach? There's no set number here, but if I was to do this personally, I would, let's say, aim to send out at least 50 messages a day to business owners. And I would at least do that for 30 days, at least. So that's like 1,500 messages. If in that time point, I feel like it's not working, I would start to then look at my outreach. And we haven't even got to outreach yet, so we're going to touch more on this later. But I would start to try and figure out, is it the outreach that's wrong or is it the niche? This is the lens you need to look at this from, right? Is it the thing I'm doing or is it the whole thing, the niche, right? Next step, sales calls. If you've not had any sales calls, well, it's very hard for you to figure out if you can actually sell to this niche, because maybe you can sell to this niche. Maybe they would love to buy from you. Maybe you've just not gotten them to the call yet. Maybe they've just not seen the value. You haven't communicated that effectively, right? So that's another thing you need to consider. Are you getting caught in shiny object syndrome? Did you not follow our advice? And did you watch loads of YouTube videos from other people talking about this? And they're telling you to go with this niche, and everybody's saying to go with different niches because there's like a new trending niche that works. That's shiny object syndrome. I cannot tell you the amount of times where industries have popped up and people have tried them because a guy on YouTube talked about it and said it was the best thing ever, and then it just died within 2 months. You know, a lot of people did this with NFTs and crypto. It was people I knew that had normal kind of standard agencies, then pivoted to being a Web3 crypto NFT agency. And it worked for 3 to 6 months and they made a lot of money, but then they didn't have a business. Then when the markets went down, they were just like, no, nobody is spending money. So don't get caught in shiny object syndrome. All right. It's not going to help you out long term. Does your service match your niche? Right? If you want to run Facebook ads for CBD companies, it's probably not going to work. Why? Because Facebook ads are pretty much banned for all companies that sell CBD, any form of legal drugs, and alcohol. And even if they're not fully banned, there's really, really strict regulations. So it's just really difficult to do. So you want to keep that in mind. Service and niche, do they actually work together? If they don't, you're going to be forcing something on someone that doesn't want the thing or can't even get the benefit from the thing. And the last question, what do you think will change with a new niche? All right, really ask yourself this. You see, so many students think it will all change. A new niche will solve everything. Like, so many people do this. They think it'll fix my outreach. It'll fix sales. It'll fix service. It'll fix absolutely everything. If you truly think that and you can logically reason, you could like debate me on why, amazing. Like, it sounds like you're onto a winner, right? If you can't do that, you're probably lying to yourself. You're probably telling yourself that because what you're doing right now is not working. So you're like, that thing is going to work. You know, that thing over there, that is it. That is going to be the new thing. And that is going to blow everything else out of the water. Okay. Try not to get caught in that line of thinking unless you can actually defend it. All right. And you could fight me on it. If you could fight me on it, amazing. So you've probably seen some diagram that looks like this before, and you really need to understand this. Okay. This is incredibly important. It's called a sales pipeline or sales funnel. So we're going to look at the right side, sales funnel. Okay, let's do this. So for somebody to buy from you, right, to take you up on your offer, pay you $1,000 a month, they've got to be aware of you. They've got to be interested in what you offer. They got to show intent, right? Intention to work with you. Then they've got to consider it deeply and make their decision. Let's look at this. For your niche, right? You pick real estate agents and you do outreach on Instagram. You're sending out 20 to 50 messages a day, right? After a month, you've done it for an entire 30 days. Let's say you've not had any sales calls. Right? So you've been sending out these messages. Nobody's booked a call with you. Nobody's booked a call. Where are the people at in your funnel? Well, they're at number one, right? They're at awareness. Because if they had interest and intent and consideration, they would be on a call with you, right? If they were showing interest, they would be about to book a call. When they show intent, that's when they book the call, okay? So if you haven't had sales calls, looking at these questions here, right? Have you taken enough sales calls? If you haven't had sales calls, you've probably not done a good enough job at your outreach, at your marketing. You've not convinced them. Because I'll be honest, you could pick any niche. You could give me any niche, and in 30 days, I will at least book one call. If I don't book at least one call in that niche, even if it's the worst niche in the world, something horribly has gone wrong on my part. Okay? Trust me. If that is the case, right, you haven't taken any sales calls, yeah, that to me screams that we haven't figured out how to do the outreach, and it's probably not the niche problem. Okay, that's first. Let's look at this a bit more. So let's say you've had some sales calls. Okay, you've had 4, 5, 6 sales calls. You've not closed anybody. Okay, you might be thinking, yeah, this doesn't work, right? The niche, it's not a good fit. Before you make that decision, you need to make sure that you're not making that on emotion. Because if you've had 6 calls, right, you've not closed any deals, it's very, very, very easy to think it's not the right niche, right? Like, I'm great at this. I did a good job on the sales call. They just don't want me. Like, this niche just doesn't want my service, which is a possibility. It's a very, very logical possibility. But I want you to really ask yourself that. Did you do a good enough job, right? Like, did you do a good enough job on the sales call? Because I firmly believe if you're really good, if you can get good at sales, you don't have to be a genius at this, but just decent. If you were to take 10 calls, it would be a miracle to not close at least one. Even if your niche was wrong, your service wasn't that great, and your offer wasn't great. If you didn't sell at least 1 out of 10, it's probably an issue with your sales, not with the service, niche, offer, etc. Okay. So I need you to keep this funnel in mind. Okay, we've introduced this funnel to you now, and we're going to refer back to this many other times throughout this program. Oftentimes you will make decisions thinking that you're being logical, but if you've not run the decisions through this type of funnel, you'll probably realize that you're being very, very emotional, and you're falling into, if we look at question 5, that you don't really know what will change. You just think everything will change with a new niche. If that's your line of thinking, you need to go through this line of thinking and figure out, okay, did I do my outreach good enough? Did I do my sales good enough? Did I do all the things good enough, or is there a bigger problem at play? So my friend, I really don't want you to get caught niche hopping. First, what the hell is niche hopping? It's you pick a niche, you try it, okay, inverted commas, and then you just change it because you didn't sign any clients. So you see, most people blame their niche, then they niche hop, and they go from one shiny niche to another shiny niche, and then they keep blaming that niche doesn't work, that niche is saturated, and all these other problems, right? Other factors that they think are real problems. Now, keynote here, there are times when it does make sense to change your niche, right? We've covered this, and this is something we'll come back to a few times, right? This does make sense. But 9 times out of 10, when I have somebody come to me saying, hey, I think I might change my niche, when I ask some questions to pry a little bit, to figure out what they've done, we've realized that they're getting shiny object syndrome. They just think that this new niche will solve every problem under the sun, and it's just not realistic. Okay, so let's look at some of these things, right? You blame your niche. Well, first, as we looked at earlier with the internal versus external locus of control in the mindset section of this program, talked about how you need to have the internal locus of control. So you don't just say the niche doesn't work. You say, I haven't made the niche work. I haven't figured out how to make the niche work. That line of thinking will get you 10 times further than just saying real estate doesn't work, fitness coaches don't work, because trust me, they do. And this last point, right, of saturation, this is one of the most common reasons why students think they should change niche. It's saturated. They already have social media managers. They already have good marketing, right? It's saturated, doesn't work. Well, I scaled my agency in one of the most saturated niches. Our student success manager scaled his agency in one of the most saturated niches. What does that say? If we've been able to scale in saturated niches, what does that say about your thinking about it's saturated? I know, right? It might be a little bit of a shocker, but probably opens your eyes a bit. Oftentimes the problem is you haven't made it work. You haven't figured out how to make it work, right? And that level of responsibility will push you so much further. Look, the main reason niche hopping is bad, right? One is what we just looked at there. It puts the blame on external factors. You're blaming the market, saturation, etc. Because you're not taking personal responsibility for it. The second, more important reason is this. You might have heard of the 80-20 rule, the Pareto principle. Essentially, this is what it means. 20% of your effort gives you 80% of your results, and 80% of your results come from 20% of your effort. What does that mean in terms of niches? Let's imagine you've put in effort. You've worked on a niche for 2 weeks, but you haven't given it 100%, right? You haven't given it the full amount of effort it requires. But will you get the 80% of results that you think you deserve if you haven't put in the full 20? So for example, you've put in 15% effort. You're thinking, yeah, I'll still get the 80. No, you won't. If you do the full 20, yes, you'll get the full 80. But if you've done 15 and you're like, no, that niche isn't working, I'll swap to another niche, and you put in another 5% effort into another niche next week, well, you've just done 20% effort, but you've split it. You've split your focus across two things. So now you're left with no results, but you might have got results if you just stuck with that one thing. Okay, so you need to learn how to strike this fine balance between not staying in a niche forever if it's just clearly not working for you, but also not just changing because it's not working this week, so I'll change. All right, got to do this logically. Again, the main point I want to drive home here is your focus. And it's the same as this. If you were to start 3 businesses all at once, there's this famous saying, millionaires have 7 sources of income. I think that is the worst advice you could ever hear if you're just starting off. Because if you're like me, when I first heard that advice, I thought I needed 7 sources of income to become a millionaire, which is absolute BS. Imagine if you tried to start 7 side hustles, right? SMMA, drop shipping, and 5 other things. What kind of results would you get? Maybe you make 500 a month from each, maybe, right? What if you put 100% effort in one of them? Well, you'd probably be doing 20K a month with one of them, right? Like, the level of results you will get are really dependent on the amount of effort you can put into one thing. So if you're doing one niche and it's, it just seems like it's not working, but realistically, maybe it was just about to work. You were just a few more outreach away, and then you swap to a new niche. You've now got to basically rebuild all your processes, all the habits you've built up. If you've built out things like case studies and things for your niche, you're going to change all of that and start all over again. So you're basically just wasting time if you do this. So if you've picked a niche and you haven't signed any clients, it doesn't mean your niche isn't working. It usually means you haven't figured out how to make it work. So again, ask yourself these questions logically and answer them, and feel like you'd be able to fight me on it before you go and niche hop. I recently saw an interview on YouTube with this guy who was running a marketing agency, and he was a prime example of a niche hopper. All right. This guy thought, yeah, I'm kind of working with these guys in the solar industry and it's not really working. So I'm going to change up now. I'm going to work with real estate agents. And when this guy, there was a coach, right, interviewing him, when he really broke it down, this guy was just niche hopping, man. He was trying something, doing it for 3 weeks, not really working how I thought it was going to work. Let me just do something different. And constantly niche hopping, constantly shiny object syndrome, constantly changing, never sticking with one thing long enough. And the thing was, he wasn't even putting in full effort. So he's putting in like 10% of effort into a thing, expecting it's going to give him amazing results. And then because it didn't work, he gives up and moves to another thing and puts another 10% in there. And the same thing happens again and again. So my friends, don't niche hop. Yes, you can change your niche. But again, remember what I said. If you feel like you could fight me on your niche, right? The reasons for you changing your niche. If you don't feel like you could fight me, you probably shouldn't change your niche. So to kick off the first video of this training section, we're going to look at the expectations and standards of your industry. It's really important to have an idea of this. We don't want these to limit you. So some of what I'm going to show you, you might be thinking, whoa, Adam, this is kind of like limiting my belief or my potential on how well I can do. It's not my goal here. My goal is to just give you realistic expectations. And if you surpass those expectations, that is fantastic. Okay. The reason you want to be aware of expectations in industries is the follow, right? Let's think of a coffee shop. Do they have as much of a chance as an online fitness coach as going viral? Maybe, maybe not. From my view, no, they just wouldn't, right? Now, is there a way a coffee shop could go viral? Of course. I'm sure there's many coffee shops that have gone viral. But just statistically speaking, based on viral content we see, an online fitness coach probably has more things to talk about that could go viral. The coffee shop, right? Maybe if they I don't know, give out free coffees for the entire day or do something really dramatic like that, that type of content might go viral. But simply talking about why they use Peruvian coffee beans versus this type of coffee beans is probably not going to, okay? So something just to think about. It's good to be delusional and think that you can push the limits and go viral even if they haven't before, but you do want to be realistic as well. Okay, now oftentimes you're not creating content that you want or you like. A lot of people will just create content they want and they like, and that's fine. But oftentimes to get the best results, to maximize your reach, it might not be content that you would personally sit down and watch or love yourself. For example, you're creating a brand and content based on what your clients want, okay? Now, I'm not saying that this is what you should do. I'm just saying that this is like what I see. People often do this where they're looking at it more so from a, hey, look, I don't, we touched earlier on ikigai and having a thing that you love. Some people, that's not as important. So they will just create a brand and content around a thing that they know people will watch. That's fine as well. So keep this in mind, for done for you offers, this is more so important when you're creating content for other people. Okay. So if you're creating a brand and content based on what you're like others want for yourself, that's one thing. But obviously if you're working for a client, you're doing a done for you service, then yeah, this is going to happen quite often. Many of the pieces of content we made for clients, I didn't particularly love, but I knew for that client and who they were trying to attract that it was going to make sense. Now, the most commonly asked question I get about personal branding is, how do I create viral content? And really, before I go and say, okay, this is how you create viral content, we have to first answer this honestly, because this is not the ultimate goal for everybody. Okay, I'm going to be walking you through everything I know about doing this. I've had content that has gone relatively viral, I think the most I've gotten on a video is 4 or 5 million views on a single video, but I've had many months of millions of views. But I don't think that's the ultimate goal here. Now, if it is for you, right, if you're watching this so far and you're like, well, Adam, I actually don't care about clients, building up an audience that want to buy from me, I just want to go viral, that's very different. Right, that's very different, because your content then will need to appeal to just the widest audience possible. But I'm in the business of making you money, so our goal isn't always just to go mega viral. I've given you examples throughout this training already, but I know people that make 50, 100k a month and they've less than 10k followers. So keep that in mind as you're going through this. So thinking, Adam, about how will I create viral content? Again, just to reiterate this is not the ultimate goal all the time. I think, yes, you should aim to get some of your content to go more viral than others, viral for your industry standards, but this isn't the ultimate goal of every piece of content. We'll get into that now. So let's talk about your voice on social media. And I don't mean you speaking and how your voice sounds. I mean the tone that you put out there. You see, your voice on social media is quite important. For example, there's people that we all know in the online space that are very in your face, very harsh, very, they'll tell you a harsh truth and they won't sugarcoat it, and they'll scream at the camera and they'll shout at the camera and they'll get angry and they'll get annoyed. My voice is not quite that. There, of course, might be times where my content might come across a little like that, but my overall voice is more of a, hey, I'm going to present you with the facts. I'm going to show you that I know what I'm talking about. I've got proof and I have all these things. I'm not going to jam it down your throat, but I'm going to put it there in front of you. And if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. So your voice is really important, because it's going to, it's going to really determine how you show up and the type of content you create. So that's why you first need to think about it. But 2, the impact it has will of course change who you help. I'll give you an example. In the make money online space, there are guys that are very, shout at the camera. If you're not making 10k a month, they'll tell you that you're broke. That kind of vibe. Now, that will attract a certain type of person. You can imagine the type of person that attracts is very different to the guy who's like, hey, look, I made a bunch of money online. I'll show you exactly what I did. And you don't need to make this much money, but I'm just going to show you what I did. That type of content will attract a very different type of person. Okay. And so for me, I resonate more with that second approach, and the people that I help and the people I like to help more so resonate with that approach. And the guy with a Lambo screaming in your face, yeah, it doesn't quite do it for us. So consider this, because this really shapes who you work with, but also giving you the starter block as to the type of content you'll put out. So far we've covered the who, right? This is who you're going to help. We've looked at your niche and how to define it. And this all gives us a really good idea as to the topics, the content ideas, the things that you'll talk about. This next section, what we're going to be going deeper into very soon is how I generate content ideas easily and how I really never run out of ideas. But first we need to look at your coach or your voice, right? I'm getting confused with my words because I'm doing a lot of training here. So voice. There's 2 fitness coaches that are going to help women lose weight. Similar to the example I gave you about the make money online space, you'll see what I mean. Coach 1 screams at the camera in most videos and he tells them, just stop eating so much food. Like, you're fat, you're overweight, you shouldn't eat this much food, just stop eating this much food. And certain women will resonate with that and they'll be like, Jesus, that's what I needed to hear. I like the fact that he just told me how it is. Now, coach 2 empathizes with their struggles and he explains how it's really mentally tough to stay in shape, and he uses a softer approach. You can imagine the type of person he attracts, very different, and the type of content, of course, changes for that point. So the question is, who then reaches more people on social media? Who makes more money? It's the wrong question. Instead, you want to ask, who do you want to be? Because if you are just optimizing for the type of voice that will reach more people on social media or makes more money, you might end up creating a brand and an identity online that you fucking hate. You might absolutely hate it, and you might make loads of money, but you hate it and you don't like the reputation you have. Instead, wouldn't you rather start with a voice that represents who you want to be and how you want to be seen and what will resonate with you and you'll sleep easy at night? That's the approach that I like to go with. And I'll be honest, there's times where I have lent more into what will just get more attention and get more people and more money. But when I've come from this angle, I've created better stuff and I've worked with better people. So both coaches could make a ton of money and go mega viral using those different types of content, right? Of course, they would use their unique voice. So it's not that one is going to always be better. One might have a higher chance. For example, the guy who screams at the camera has just more chance because it's more shocking. It's more of a, whoa, what's this guy talking about factor. So there's pros and cons, but it's not a be all end all. So a litmus test that I like is go to both ends of the extreme in some of your early content and see what resonates best with you. Okay. Now, a really important note here. Controversial content always wins on social media because people love to be correct. So keep in mind that the Coach 1 style often will get more views, but that's not the holy grail here, right? This is about getting clear on your voice before you become semi-famous. So just because Coach 1 style that you tried worked best for you in terms of views, it doesn't mean that that's the best long term. I've had videos that get double the amount of views as a second video, but the second video might have gotten me more leads and brought me more clients. So it's not always views. Okay, we need to stop thinking black and white and thinking more about who we are attracting. So let's now look at generating content ideas. This is the $1 million question. The second most commonly asked question I get after how do I create viral content is how do I come up with content ideas. And in this next section, we're going to be, the next one we're going to look at using a content calendar and content pillars to shape what content you post, when you post it. And, sometimes we're going to be looking at content pillars before ideas helps. I'll give you an example of that in a moment. But just keep this in mind. So look, we have touched on who and what, and I want you to revisit this now. So my case, old me, and making money online. That's my who and that's my what. And of course there's other subtopics, but that's the main one. Now, using the framework on the next few slides, I would build out ideas from these sources from my who and my what. And you can probably see now all of this is kind of linking together, right? And I've tried to lay this out in the best possible way, where all of the stuff we've done needs to all link together. So do this for yourself. Look at your who you're helping, old you or not old you. And then what will you talk about? What will your content speak about? So again, for me, old me, making money online. So again, let's go over these frameworks. Let's have a look. So step 1, I would scroll with intention. Next time I would go on social media, I would save and like posts that resonate with the who, old me, and the what they're trying to do, make money online. So for example, if you struggle with social media, you can, cut it out completely or use it positively. This is just a side note. I don't want you to get sucked in to using it and then spend 4 hours scrolling. My goal here is just be very conscious with this. Set a 15-minute timer, scroll with intention, and save the content you find. When I say scroll with intention, what I mean is when you open up your phone, you don't want to go into maybe the old way that you've scrolled, which is you go on it and you just start going like this. Like the phone close to the hand and just you know what I mean, right? What you want to do is look at it from a distance, set your little timer, sit down at your desk, not on the couch, like be in a, nice, civilized position to be able to articulate and look at content and optimize and this and that, right? So I'm going to go to my phone, I'm going to go to the explore page, and I'm just going to open it and I'm going to look. But again, I'm not just like this, right? Look at it. What caught my attention first? Okay, it's this post about a car. What can I learn about that piece of content with the car? Does that resonate with the who and the what? Kind of. Okay, I'll save it. I think I can do something with that. And that's the process. You do that for 15 minutes. Okay, once you've done that, we're going to use this in the next few slides. Step number 2 is pen to paper. This is not always the best content. Okay, let's be honest. We're not always the best at coming up with content ourselves, and sometimes we do need to model what others are doing. You see, when serving old you, this is the rawest, most authentic content. So although it's not like quote unquote the best, it may have the biggest impact. So for example, it might get you less views, less engagement, but it might have the biggest impact. Okay, meaning that the people that see it resonate with it so deeply and clearly that they're like, wow, this dude is talking exactly what I want to hear. Okay, so it doesn't mean it's going to go viral, right? Keep that in mind. You're not modeling others, so you're not modeling what has gone viral, but you're digging within to see what resonated with old you, which is good content. Okay, so pen to paper. Now, if you're not serving old you, this step isn't as powerful. I would get your clients to do this if you're going to have basically doing it for your clients. If you're doing done for you services or consulting, as they are most likely serving old them. And then if they're not, fair enough, they're not. You can also go a step further and you could record a fake podcast with your clients. This is something we did in the past where it wasn't a fake podcast per se, but it was just a call where we would ask them questions such as, what's the number one struggle you had before you got in shape, if it was a fitness coach? Or have you ever struggled with binge eating? We just ask them these questions, which we know will get them to give us insights and ideas that we can then use for content. Now, if you're not selling old you or doing this for a client, then you'll really have to rely on what you think comes to mind. So then it's not even worth focusing on this step. Okay, so if you were doing this for yourself, right, your own personal brand, let's say, but it's not for old you and you don't really know, then just move on from this one, because this is best when you are serving old you or your client is serving old them. Step 3 is using tools and AI. Okay, so these are tools. Now, these tools may go out of fashion, may change, so just keep that in mind. ChatGPT or Answer the Public, these are examples of places where you go and you basically ask a question. You say, hey, give me 10 ideas for the niche of an online fitness coach who helps this person and they struggled with this in the past. Okay, that would be an example with ChatGPT. Be as specific as possible and just know that it'll be AI, so it's not going to be perfect. Answer the Public is similar. You just put in a topic. So for example, fitness or fat loss, and that will give you a ton of spin-off ideas and topics you could go down, which should give you an idea of what to look at. Viral Finder, very similar. This will just show you viral content. So again, this could change over time. Reddit is also a good place to see what's working in certain industries. So, if you're in the finance industry, go to Reddit/finance and see what comes up. Competitors and reference accounts, these are really important. So these are essentially your competitors, people that you can reference. So for example, you're an online fitness coach, you might want to look at other fitness coaches, other fat loss coaches, other muscle gain coaches. Figure out the different pockets that will resonate with your audience, and of course, look at their content. Save the content that resonates and that you think could do well. Now, third-party tools, these help speed up this whole process. So everything we've looked at here, like ChatGPT, it's going to make it, I'm going to say easier, but it's not always the best. Remember that lesson from the very start? What's easiest is not always best. Okay, so pairing these together is normally where I've personally gotten the best results. So maybe pairing ChatGPT with going pen to paper, or ChatGPT, pen to paper, and scrolling with intention. You know, now you're getting like the real way to get the best ideas, in my opinion. So before I do a live example with you using ChatGPT, for example, I'm going to do that in a moment. Remember that next we'll cover content pillars, you know, and this will help you with content ideas. So this is just to show you what we can do from here, but we'll cover more of this in a moment. Or you can first focus on ideas and then put those ideas into pillars. Two different approaches. Pillars would be like you find 4 pillars of content, 4 types of content, you fit ideas into that, or you just find ideas and then fit them into the pillars. Completely up to you, but I'll show you some options. Oh, and by the way, if you want to use all of the options, I'd recommend using something like this, okay? So you can take a screenshot of this, fill this out for yourself. So essentially, with your who and your what, use each framework and fill it out. So for example, with pen to paper, look at the who, look at old me. What are the ideas that come to mind for old me? Write them down. Next, explore page. Okay, let me scroll with intention. Let me look at content. What content resonates with the who, which is old me? Put that in. Okay, so you can try this yourself. So we've just come to ChatGPT and we're going to walk you through how I would do this. So let's just go with my fitness coach example. I've been using that quite a lot. So let's get into it. I'm going to first do an intro and I'm going to say I am a fitness coach. Now I'm going to say who I help, which is my who. I help the old version of me. I am now ripped, in shape, very disciplined, and I lost over 30 pounds of fat. I used to be way overweight. I would binge eat and I hated how I looked. Okay? So in here, we've already kind of touched on the what a little bit, but we're going to give it a very clear definition. So first I'm going to tell ChatGPT what I'm looking for. I am looking for you to give me 10 content ideas for short form videos, be as specific as possible, for my Instagram page. Now, who do I want to target? Where I want to target people that are like old me, specifically guys in their 20s and are really struggling with their fitness and hence how they view themselves. I now run a coaching program that helps these guys lose 30 pounds and keep it off forever by making fat loss easy and sustainable. Okay? This is not perfect. This is a live example to show you how you can do this. And I'm going to hit enter and see what we get. From here, this is either going to be good and I'm going to be able to use this, or I'm going to go deeper and give it more prompts. So let's just see what we got. Number 1, transformation story, titled From Overweight to Ripped, My Journey. Briefly share your transformation, your personal transformation with before and after photos or clips. Highlight the key changes in habits and mindset that led to your success. Great. And if I want to get more specific on this, I could say, I love idea 1. Can you give me a script and I can fill in the specifics or the blanks with my personal story. And let's see what it gives me. Cool. So now it's given me this big long script. Great stuff. Now, is this perfect? Let's look at it. So the first part says, hey everyone, I'm John and I want to share my personal fitness journey with you. Just a few years ago, I was in a completely different place. There's some things I would change here. So for example, I would say to ChatGPT, looks good, but can we cut out some of the filler sentences at the start and go straight into the result I got myself, because that will hook more people. And this is the process, okay? This is how I would use this to go really as detailed as you can. Great. And that's much better. Look, if you read it, I used to weigh this, today I lost this, and I transformed my life. Great stuff. Cool. Let's have a look at some of the other ideas. Number 2. A day in my life fit edition. I like it. Showcase your daily routine, focus on workout sessions, meal prep, healthy habits, la-di-da. So these are all good, right? And I think these are all good ideas because we gave it quite a lot of specifics. Now, if you could, this is a great idea for you, is go out there and write a bigger piece. So when I said, look, the old version of me, I was this, I was that, la-di-da, go more specific, all right? So for example, if we look at this is the example of old me. But what if we made that way more detailed? And I went into beliefs I had about myself, how I hated myself, I didn't like this, like that, beliefs about fitness and how hard it was, you know, maybe beliefs about how others judged me, right? If I can go more specific on this, it's going to give me better stuff, more specific stuff. So there's my live example for you. You can see how this works. My key message to you is specific. Be specific. Tell it who you are, what you want help with, who you help, how you help them, everything. The more you give this, the better it is. Okay, so that's my live example. Hopefully that gives you an idea, and let's keep moving. So let's look at your content calendar. Now, remember this slide from previously? We looked at generating content ideas. Well, let's revisit it. As I mentioned, you can either put ideas into pillars or use pillars to shape your ideas. Personally, I like to do both. Okay, so I like to, I start with ideas to not box myself into certain pillars, and then I let my brain roam free a bit, and then I dive into sorting those ideas into the pillars. That's what I like. If I'm really struggling with ideas, I'll go straight to the pillars, and then I'll use those to help me come up with the ideas. So remember this slide? These are pillars, okay? Viral, lead gen, social proof, authority, nurturing. So if I'm sitting here, I'm like, oh, I just cannot think of ideas today. Like, today is not my day, my head is just, it's not on. Okay, this is what I would look at. I would look at viral. All right, viral. What has gone viral before? What have I seen viral on my own page? Have I saved any? I'll pull up my phone and go, okay, have I saved any viral piece of content? What could I talk about that really ruffle some feathers? What would create a bit of controversy? What would people look at and go, wow, I really love that, or I really hate that? That's how I would do viral. Social proof. This is pretty easy, right? Social proof is pretty easy because you just look at, okay, who have I helped? If I've not helped anybody ever before, then there's not much I can talk about, so I'll move on. Authority. Why would people actually listen to me? Well, I did this thing, I did that thing, and I did it without giving up this thing, so maybe I should talk about that, and then I would go off on that. Okay, so that's just an idea of how you would use the pillars. Now, if we go to Google, it'll give us different pillars. These are just the pillars I personally like to use. There's no set pillars, okay? If you go to Google, it says controversial content, entertaining content, promotional content, behind the scenes, blog posts, educational, infographics, inspire. Again, this is not set pillars you must follow. Again, we need to go back to the who and the what. What pillars will effectively serve the who and get our what message across? This is how we need to be looking at this. Right, in our content calendar, we focused it on content types, which is the format, right? But you can change this to content pillars if you prefer. So you'll see in a minute as I pull this up, we look at an example posting schedule: Sunday, lifestyle; Monday, graphics. So what this is a format, okay? You can use the format and you can use the pillars. You use what works best for you. Now, the goal of the content calendar is to so that first you know when to post, 2, you know how often to post, and 3, most importantly, you know what to post. Now, it also will give you a log of what you've posted and when, so you can actually track the performance and optimize for the next week or month. This is quite useful because if you've posted once a day, every day for the last week at certain times, and then the next week you post every day at a different time, you can start to make assumptions as to what posting time might work the best or what type of content's working the best. Now, the thing is, if you're posting on different platforms, you might have a different content calendar for different platforms. Okay, an example. For me, I post 2 to 3 times a day on Instagram at the moment, and this might change over time. Sometimes we post less, sometimes more, just depending on how things are performing. But on YouTube, it's 1 or 2 videos per week. And for example, on TikTok, there'll be days where we'll post 10 videos back to back. So my point here is that the platforms do change and you will need to test for yourself. What I also like to do is I like to look at people that are doing really well and how often they're posting. So in my space, right, the teaching people how to make money online space, there are some people that are posting 3, 4, 5 times a day. let's say on Instagram, and there's others that post once a week. So there's no right or wrong. Both approaches work. I just have to look at what's going to work best for me, what's going to work best for my who, the person I'm trying to target, and what can I do sustainably, and most importantly, what's going to give me the best chance of getting as much results as fast as possible. Build momentum, build the consistency. So I recommend focusing on maxing out the quantity really before your quality starts to drop. Okay, so you're going to test this for yourself and do your own analysis, but more is usually better. You know, think of it like this. Would you rather have 100 tickets for the lottery or 10 tickets? I would rather have 100. Why? Because I have 10 times more chances of winning. Very simple example, but this applies to your content as well. So as long as you can keep the quality of the content pretty consistent, you should max out on the quantity. Now, let me pull up the content calendar, show you what this looks like, and you can use this for yourself. So here we have it. This is the content calendar. All right, so type of content you'll see here. We have this all laid out. You'll see here we have our posting schedule, what this looks like. Okay, there's a lot here to cover. I want you to simplify this and use just what you need. A lot of this is made so that you could use this with clients as well. So a done for you service, consulting kind of thing. So for example, let's say I was doing this done for you and I've got a client. So on Thursday, we've decided we're going to do a reel. My post idea is 5 fat loss tips. What's the hook? I lost 30 pounds using these 5 fat loss tips. That's my hook for the video. Notes, do I have any notes? No, not particularly. All good. This would just be like, you know, the exact 5 tips or things you want to talk about. Content requested. So have I needed to get this from a client? If yes, if no, put that in here. And let's say, yes, got it, great. Is it approved by the clients? Did they like the edit we made and, you know, all the fancy transitions and the subtitles? Yes, cool. And then I update here, what's the status? It's scheduled and it's posted. Fantastic. Finish post, scheduled, good to go, revision complete, no need to do it. Okay, so that's an example as I'd use it for a client. Let me just remove this now. Next up, let's look at content pillars. So you'll see here, we have our pillars and you would obviously fill this out. Just as an example, you could use education, value, testimonials, and something else. Okay, these could be an example of your pillars. You'll see here, we have a little tip for yourself. These are the 5 E's of content marketing that you should ask yourself when you're creating content. Does it get your community talking and sharing your content? Does it help them learn something new or get past a roadblock? Does it help them laugh and entertain them in some way? Does it lift them up and brighten their outlook? Does it drive them to take action? And finally, reference accounts. In here, you can put in a list of your competitors, how many followers they have, what do we like about the page, are they a thought leader, what's their main message, and then keywords that they use. This will all shape content ideas for you. So there you go. So this is a training I recorded in the past, and this example is going to show you how I would create a social media strategy step by step. Now again, this is something I've created before, so is it going to touch on every point we've looked at so far? No, it's just to give you a rough idea off the cuff how I would do this, following some of the frameworks and not all of them. So I hope this gives you an idea and a good stepping stone as to how to do this. In this training, I'm going to give you my step-by-step social media strategy that I would follow for myself, trying to build a personal brand, but also for clients of mine that were either paying for me to do this for them or paying for my advice on this. Now, just some credentials so you know who you're learning this from. I have gained over 1 million followers for both myself and clients on Instagram, and with TikTok, primarily for myself, but over 500k followers. You know, for my personal audience, I've probably gained around 400 to 500k for my own personal audience across Instagram, TikTok, and then other platforms as well, such as YouTube. And I've done all this quite recently, so I'm hoping that the advice I'm going to give you is quite relevant to where you're trying to get to, either with yourself, your page, or one of your clients' pages. So look, I know you have a ton of questions when it comes to growing on social media, and a lot of your questions are going to be more around what is the exact type of content I post? What's a content hack, a content strategy you can give me? What are the hashtags I should use? What time should I post? A lot of very technical questions that are important to ask, but these are the 20%. The 80%, right, where you're going to get 80% of your results with social media is from what we're going to look at today. These are the foundations, the fundamentals that if you skip them, you will probably never get results. First, you want to get very, very clear on the goal, right? What is the goal of the page that you are trying to grow? Now you might say, yeah, well look, Adam, like the goal is a bit of everything, right? Like I want to get followers for the page. I want to get clients from the page. So I want to make money, but I also want it to represent the brand well and do all of these things. Great. Fantastic. Instead, what we want to get more clear on here is if you are doing this for somebody else, what is the biggest goal? We all have many goals. We have to know what our most important goal is, right? The top priority, what that is. Because if we don't know what that is, we don't really know how to prioritize around that. So in the case of you run a marketing agency and you're doing this for a business, for a client, you've got to look at, am I trying to get them like a tangible ROI? Like, is that the most important thing that they're going to see? So a certain increase in followers or a certain amount of leads or clients for their business, or is it convenience? Right? Is the business paying you because they don't want to do it themselves, but they know they have to do it? That's what you've got to get very, very clear on. And again, I know you might be thinking, well, it's both. They don't want to do it, but they also want to get great results from it. Yes, important. But what our job is here is trying to get clear on which one is the most important. Is it convenience? Is it ROI? Because the way I'm going to approach social media for convenience versus ROI is quite different. So if I'm serving a client where they just don't want to do it, right? They don't have the time to do it and they're not expecting miracle results. And if we grow, fantastic. But the main thing is just to get it done, to uphold their brand and get the thing done, box it off their list. Well, I'm still going to want to grow them, right? Like I'll still want to put in all the effort and get them the results that they deserve, but I'll optimize for convenience. I'll give you an example of this. You're working with a fitness coach, okay? And you know deep down, for a fitness coach to get the best out of social media, that coach should record their training sessions, should record testimonials with their clients, should record themselves speaking to the camera, giving you valuable advice. Right? That you could then edit with your team, make it into beautiful social media posts and post for them consistently. But here's the problem. Your client is shy, doesn't like being on camera, doesn't have the technical know-how as to kind of what lighting looks good for videos or the sound quality. So it's actually not really realistic for him to do those things. In fact, so much so, he's told you that he doesn't want to do them. So you have two choices with this guy. You could force him to do those things in the hope that he gets an ROI. Or you could figure out what's more convenient for this guy. Because if convenience is the reason that he is buying from you, you pushing him to do all those things might be the worst thing you could do. In fact, the best thing might be to figure out, okay, cool. Well, let's see what I can work with. Maybe you can create graphics and carousels and quotes out of all the valuable information that he knows about fitness. Maybe you could post his before and after photos, write really nice captions so that you could post that on Instagram with a big story of what he's gone through and his struggles and how he got to where he is today. You see, that approach might mean that your client actually is happier and stays longer with you. Maybe you don't get him as many views and many leads and many clients. You're giving him what he wants. Okay, so you get my points. This is the first thing you got to do for your social media strategy. Figure out what that is. If ROI is the most important thing, then you are going to push your client and get them to do all the things that you know they should be doing to get the best results. Cool. Number 2 is the audience. Who exactly are we trying to attract? And again, this links to the goal. So if the goal of your client, and let's go with the example of a fitness coach, it's just easy. The goal of your client is to get as many followers as possible. If they get leads, they get leads. Fantastic. If they get new clients, fantastic. Just want to get loads of followers. Well, cool. Because if they want to get loads of followers, do we care who the audience is? Right? Not particularly. Do we care if it's mainly people coming from certain countries or certain age groups or they work in certain jobs? No, we don't. We just want the numbers. Versus we take a fitness coach that is very much concerned about ROI, as previously mentioned up here. ROI is the main thing, but not just fame and likes and numbers, but direct return on investment. Spend X on your service, make X back, that kind of guy. Well, then this guy is going to be more picky about his audience, because if he is a fitness coach that sells a very high ticket exclusive program for busy men that work in the corporate world, well, I'm going to need to make sure that the audience I'm attracting is those people. So the reason the audience is important, you might be thinking, well, Adam, what if I just get tons of numbers, tons of followers, and then hopefully there'll be some of those that fit the mold, right? That fit the audience the client is trying to attract. Yes, I get your point. It could work. But the reason we're trying to get clear on this now is because the type of audience you attract will depend on the type of content you post. Okay, so you'll see our last point here is content pillars, which links to the type of audience. All right. So before you go and figure out what platform you're going to actually post content on for your clients, you do want to consider the analytics. Does your client want to know the analytics? All right. Like, are they going to expect a weekly or a monthly report of you breaking down all of these metrics? Well, okay, if they do, we need to figure out the platform that has those metrics. Some platforms have more insights on this stuff, some have less. So do your homework. But then also for your performance, right? Again, if you're doing it for yourself or for a client, it doesn't matter. For you to do this effectively, you need to understand the analytics. And guess what? The analytics are going to depend on what we've just looked at. The goal, who the audience is, etc. So some of the analytics that you're going to look at, right, is number of views you're getting, the engagement rate, aka how many people comment, like, etc. You're going to look at follower growth. And then on the business side, if your client is concerned with ROI, you should be looking at number of leads or number of sales coming from the social media. So again, you're going to figure out, can you track this stuff through the platform that you're going to be posting on? Some yes, some no. For example, if I work with a fitness coach, can I track the exact amount of sales he makes through Instagram? Not particularly. But if he has them tracked on his side, we can compare the data that I'm getting on Instagram and how many sales he's getting and figure out how much are most likely coming from Instagram. But my main point here is to get clear on, again, the goal. Because if we are trying to get ROI for clients, this is where we need to optimize for. We need to optimize for the number of leads, the number of sales, and that will shape the platform and the type of content we post. If we're optimizing for follower count, for views, as much virality as possible, then of course that's where we need to optimize. So we're going to be way less focused on this. Again, the reason you need to be clear on this stuff is because they all link together. This all affects the platform you post on, the type of content you post, what you talk about, and ultimately, if you're doing this for somebody else, if your client is going to be actually happy. Because you can do social media really well, and for one business, they will love it. For another business with the exact same effort, same type of strategy, they won't be happy. And this is why you need to understand this stuff. It's about meeting the expectations of who you're doing this for. Next up is the platform. We're going to define, okay, what is our platform? And you might say, yeah, well, Adam, there's more than one, right? Like, I'm not just going to post on Instagram for my clients. Fair enough. Good for you. I think you should have a multi-platform strategy. It's a great idea. But if I was starting brand new with a client tomorrow, I would still focus on just one platform to begin with. And I would stagger the other platforms. I might do just Instagram for 2 weeks and then figure out, okay, cool. Can we add in these other platforms now? Yeah, we've got a decent handle on Instagram. Makes sense. Of course, if you're just repurposing content, for example, what I do is the content I post on Instagram and TikTok, the video content is the same. I don't create different content for the different platforms. So for me, it doesn't matter. I can start with those two. If I create a video today, I can post it to Instagram, post it to TikTok on the same day. It doesn't matter. But if your client is going to follow a different strategy on each platform, of course, you need to take that into account. Okay, so now you're thinking, all right, cool. I get it, Adam. I start with one, but which platform do I choose? There's a bunch. So do I do TikTok? Do I do Instagram? Do I do Facebook? Do I do YouTube? What's going to be the platform for me? Again, this will depend the audience massively. For example, you're working with a fitness coach, works with, again, high earning corporate professionals, average age 40, 50. Okay, is Instagram the best place to get them? Maybe. Is LinkedIn potentially better? Would Facebook have more of them? Maybe. This is for you to decide. Or your client doesn't want to post videos or photos of themselves. So does it make sense to be on Instagram? Maybe not. Does it make sense to put a ton of focus onto Twitter, onto Threads? That might make more sense. So again, you're figuring out what platform makes sense for the goal, for the clients, and what's going to ultimately get to our goal, convenience or the ROI we're trying to get the client. Now, for most businesses, and I'm talking 80% of the businesses, the platform that you're probably going to look at putting the most focus on is Instagram. It's probably the platform that makes the most money for coaches, for consultants, for agency owners, for small businesses. Instagram is where most are going to go. So as you guessed it, this is important because this impacts our last point, which is actually figuring out the content you're going to post. It's great knowing all this stuff here, eh? But if we don't know what we're actually going to post, we don't have something to post. If we don't have something to post, we won't get results. Simple as. So, content pillars. To begin, for your strategy, you are going to keep this incredibly simple. And you could have, dozens of content pillars. Right? You could have 10, 12, 20 different content pillars. Give you an example of some of this stuff. Results is a content pillar. Testimonials, content pillar. Lifestyle, content pillar. Valuable educational content pillar. We could go on for days. What I want you to focus on to start is this kind of very broad look at content pillars, which is viral content and nurture content. So the amount of viral content you do versus nurture will depend, of course, on the audience, who you're trying to attract and what our goal is. Your goal is just to get followers. Well, viral is going to be 90%. Nurture might be just 10. If our goal is to get ROI, well then viral might be 50, nurture might be 50. So again, gotta get clear on the goals. And I would start with these two. In these, you can then create content pillars or content buckets within that. An example, you've got your two pillars here, viral and nurture. We're going to assume you're doing 50-50, which is what I personally do. If you look at my Instagram, you can pretty much see that I post maybe a couple of times per day on average, and half it's kind of this viral content and half it's more nurture. So in here in viral, it might be, you know, stats that I can find, like these statistics and facts about the industry I'm in, because it's mass appeal. It's stuff that's not directly about me. It's stuff that could appeal to a wide audience. On the nurture side, this might be, again, this could be results, it could be testimonials. Or on viral, right? This might be like funny content. I've seen fitness people, like fitness coaches who sell high ticket coaching, have some content that's just funny. Like it's just them making a joke in the gym. I'm not going to directly get them a client, but it's to go viral, to get people into their awareness. So again, the point here, you could write this for days. We could have dozens under each one. You want to have enough of these to give you a good idea as to what you're going to post. And again, if you're doing this for a client, you want to ensure that it matches everything we've looked at so far, and that you then run these ideas by them as well. So there you have it. That's my mini training, my mini masterclass on how you're going to grow on social media step by step, whether it's Instagram, TikTok, and you can apply this to YouTube, other platforms as well. And this works whether it's for yourself, for your personal brand, or for a client of yours that you're doing it directly for or you're consulting with. I'm going to give you the exact marketing strategy that I would build over the next 15 minutes that I would sell to a business owner to help them get more followers and more customers from social media. If you're new, my name is Adam and I built a 7-figure marketing agency serving the fitness industry. So having signed and worked with over 355 clients primarily in the fitness industry, I think it'd be cool if I broke down an exact marketing strategy similar to the strategy that I used with a fitness coach to get him an extra $18,000 in new revenue for his fitness coaching business in one single month using our services. If you want to see a full video breakdown about that specific client, I'll leave the link somewhere around this video. So my goal of this video is that you know how to craft marketing strategies for your clients, and even if you don't have clients now after watching this video, you should know what to say to show them that you actually understand how to do this, which should make it easier for you to sign clients. So this strategy is going to include 2 social media platforms, Instagram and TikTok. We're going to be using TikTok as a primary way to get new attention and to get new followers for this business owner. Then once we have a decent number of people, we're going to introduce our second platform, which is Instagram. Instagram is going to act again as another place where people can find us and see our content, but primarily we're going to use Instagram as a conversion mechanism, aka we're going to use Instagram to turn the followers into paying customers. This way our strategy will do 2 very key things. 1, it will save the business owner the time, energy and effort of actually creating content, posting content and managing social media pages for themselves. Secondly, it's going to make them more money. Because we've introduced some conversion mechanisms within this strategy, we won't just get them followers. We won't just get them cool content. We'll get them paying customers, which is what they want. That to me is a very valuable offer, especially in this modern era where we're creating content, we're managing a social media page, but we're getting real results, revenue and cash collected into their business. So the first thing we're going to focus on with this fitness coach is to get them to create short form video content. Depending on his budget, he is either going to film the content himself and send the videos to me and my team for us to edit and then distribute on social media, or if he wants to go above and beyond and has the budget to do so, we may hire a local videographer to record the content for him so that it looks cleaner, more crisp, and everything is better. But that's not necessary. If we're taking route 1 and the fitness coach will record the content himself, I'm going to make sure to give him clear directions. What to record, how to record it, what to say in his videos, etc. Because I want to make sure that he doesn't just record mediocre, boring videos of him rambling. I want the videos to be valuable, action-packed, and have a potential to go viral. An example of this is my personal TikTok page. We recently hit 250,000 followers, and you'll notice some of the videos don't perform, meaning that I probably didn't record them that well. Other videos do, and they pop off and get millions of views because they're structured correctly. So this short form content will be posted by our team on his TikTok,
We're going to aim for a minimum of 1 video a day and ideally up to 3 videos a day, again depending on his budget but also his willingness to record content. We're then going to post 1 of those videos on Instagram per day. We're not going to post all 3 videos to Instagram each day for the simple reason that from the tests that I've personally done, it doesn't work as well. With this client, we're going to run this frequency of content for a minimum of 90 days. And how I would sell that to this client is how he sells his clients on fitness coaching. So if this prospect likes the sound of what I'm telling him, but he does not want to commit to 90 days of doing this in the hopes that it works, this is what I would say. John, totally understand where you're coming from, but as you can imagine, similar to your business, we can't guarantee you a result within 30 days or 45 days. If I said that to you, I would probably be lying. Likewise, John, with your clients, if they come to you and say, hey, I want to lose 10 pounds in 45 days, you're not going to say yes to them, right? You're going to explain to them that we need probably a minimum of 3 months or 90 days to get some reasonable results for you. And if you can't commit to that time, go somewhere else. Same thing applies here, John. If you want guaranteed results in 30-40 days, we're not the team that you probably want to work with, and you may have to go to someone else who maybe has some questionable practices. Now, inside of these videos, we are not going to create the same type of video every day. We're going to split the content into content pillars. If you're stuck, just choose 3 or 4 content pillars. I'll give you some examples now. So content pillar and type number 1 could be educational content, 5 ways to build muscle, 3 superfoods you've never heard of. Content pillar number 2 may be proof, testimonials, and results. So this will be John showing off his clients, the results they've gotten, and also the results he's gotten in his own fitness journey. And content pillar number 3 is going to be personal stories. People buy from people, so I want to get John's personality and his life across. I want people to know his story. So I want him to open up about his struggles, how he got into fitness, why he loves changing lives. And that's going to give our content a very well-rounded approach, meaning some of the content is designed to go viral, and some of it is more so designed to convert people, to take them from I know who John is to I'm interested to working with John. Also, inside of these videos, we're going to introduce some call to actions. For example, at the end of the videos, typically 10 or 15% of your viewers will actually make it to the end of the video. So we can be a little bit more bold with our marketing and a little bit more salesy. So we can drop in lines such as, if you want your own customized meal plan, message me on Instagram, or click the link in my bio, because the people who watch to the end are obviously the people most engaged. Now, this is where Instagram really comes into play. So we're going to leave TikTok as it is, posting ideally up to 3 videos a day across those 3 content pillars. I'm going to make sure that we've set up the TikTok profile to push people from TikTok to Instagram. We're going to link the Instagram page to the TikTok page and include those call to actions in our videos, such as message me on Instagram. This way we're going to grow the Instagram page from the traffic, the easy traffic we're going to get from TikTok, and we're now going to use Instagram's stories and DM features to convert our new followers into paying customers. So 2 things we're going to do here. We've already established we're going to post 1 time per day, 1 of the videos on the Instagram page, and we're going to sprinkle in some extra content here and there, such as photos of John and some big inspirational stories from him. We're then going to post daily stories. On the stories, we're going to follow a similar breakdown with the content pillars. Some days it's going to be educational, some days it's going to be a call to action, some days it's going to be proof and testimonials. And ideally, over a 7 to 10 day period, people have seen such a unique side of John. They've seen everything they want to know about him to build up that trust. We're then going to install an appointment setter into John's Instagram page who's going to be logged in to manage his Instagram DM conversations. The goal here is simple. If our content is performing well, we will get at least 10 or even 100 new people a day coming to the Instagram page, messaging John for advice, for tips, or for help. If we don't have somebody in place that is trained to convert those people from interested to either booking a call with John or buying something he has to offer, we're doing him a disservice. And even if John has the time to do this himself each day, I want to put somebody in place who's trained to do it, who understands how to have real human conversations and take somebody from very skeptical to trusting. Now, the final piece of this puzzle is to make sure that John has a very good offer and a good sales closing system. We've looked at how we're going to create content to get attention. We've looked at how we're going to convert that attention into actual paying customers. So the final point is to make sure that we have the thing at the end, an offer that people can say yes to. So in our first month of working with John as part of our marketing strategy, we're going to have at least 1 or 2 consultation calls to break down his offer and to figure out how we can improve it to make it more valuable. We're also going to look at his sales process and his sales systems to make sure that he is actually going to get money. Because if he has a broken sales system, all the TikTok views in the world are not going to solve his problems. I've seen this time and time again in the fitness industry. Many coaches, when they're starting off, they charge really low ticket prices. You know, they charge somebody $100 a month for fitness coaching and they don't even enforce 3-month contracts. On the other hand, I've worked with clients, that client I mentioned at the start of this video that made 18k in 1 month extra just from our service, because he understands how to make good offers. This guy was charging $3,000 for a 3-month fitness coaching program, which yes is technically a lot of money for fitness coaching, but for the type of person he was attracting, it wasn't. He was working with high-end corporate individuals making multiple 6 figures per year. And he had an amazing sales process in place so that when somebody was actually on the phone with him, they had seen so much content from him, they'd gone through an entire warm-up process, and they're almost ready to buy.
So when building a personal brand, you need to make sure that it's a relatively easy process for you to create content. Of course, there's always going to be friction and times where you don't want to record, or it's becoming a hassle, or whatever. But my goal here is to try and make the process easier for you, because the easier it is, the more you'll do, the better results you get. So there's a few approaches to look at. You have a team approach, which is hiring other people to create content for you, where you could have somebody create the ideas, somebody edit the piece, and then somebody post the piece as well. Or you could have somebody, for example, you do the ideas, somebody edits, and then you post. The DIY approach is basically as simple as it is. It's you do it yourself. Come up with ideas, you do the editing, you do the posting, you do the whole 9 yards. So you'll need to look at your time constraints. What's possible for you right now? Do you have the budget to hire people, etc.? The way I started was, even though I had the budget to hire other people, I didn't, because I wanted to learn the process myself. And I knew that if I was going to stay consistent at this, it would make more sense for me to figure out how to do it very quickly myself every day versus outsourcing it right away. And then there was a time where I started to outsource it, but it was easier to outsource it when I had more of an idea as to myself what was working. Because I could pay somebody else to do it, but I didn't necessarily know if they'd be able to make it work. I had a little bit more control doing it myself. Cool. So if you're here and you don't know how to use any of the tools, you don't have the time, and you're really strapped out completely, then yeah, it might make more sense to go with the team approach. Now, with my team approach, I actually recently paused all the work I was giving to my video editors, really to get back to basics and to build from the ground up again. Now, I didn't know how to use the tools. So that's what I was thinking. I was like, I don't know how to use the tools. I don't want to learn video editing. I don't have the time to learn video editing. But I knew there was something off because my content wasn't hitting as much as it used to before. And the main differentiator, the factor that was different, was that. It's that I wasn't very involved. I wasn't really very involved with the content idea process, wasn't involved with editing at all. And then I was very hands off. And that worked for a very long time. But then it got to a point where it slowly started to drib and drab and results weren't great. So that's when I decided, okay, let me take back control myself for a bit. Let me relearn the foundations, the basics. And then when I want to outsource again, I'll be in a much better position to do that. So myself, I'll probably go back to the team approach, if and when it makes sense. But for now, I can put aside 30 minutes a day to create content because I have the time to do that. And I'm now not afraid of getting my hands dirty and learning the processes for myself. Even though I'm making what some would consider very, very good money, I'm willing to spend that 30 minutes a day and just, figure it out, record, edit it on my phone and get it done. Now, if I was doing this for a client, I'd probably outsource from day one and go with the team approach. But if I was doing it for my own brand, I would do it myself. Learning how to create content doesn't take long. It really doesn't. I'll show you in a matter of minutes how to learn this stuff. Learning how to be a top level video editor takes a shit ton of time. So there's a big difference here between just creating some content and understanding social media versus being a top level video editor. Very different, okay? Our goal is not to be top level video editors. It's to be able to get views, convert those views to leads, and get clients for your business. So this is my golden rule. 20 minutes for a short form piece of content. I've told you this already, but I posted 3 times a day, every day for 90 days straight. When I was building my agency and when it was doing very well, when I started my personal brand, I would limit myself to an hour a day to record, edit and post content. 20 minutes per video per day. Now, what I would recommend to make this possible and easy for you is find a format that is easy, and most natural. So if your natural is not sitting down talking to the camera, I would recommend that you start to create content like that, because it's a skill you should learn. But at the same time, there are other formats that can do really well on social media where you don't have to speak to the camera. It could be clips of you working with text and value on the screen, for example. So start there, and let's build the muscle of consistency first before we start going to the thing you hate the most. Okay, so instead of you forcing yourself to do 3 talking videos a day, if you know you just really hate it, well, let's just start with what's easiest first. Get that in, get that dialed, do 3 of those a day every day. And then when that is built up, start to introduce 1 talking video a day. Do that for a week. Once you have 1 of them a day for a week, great. Now we can move on to 2, and so on and so forth. Okay. Now, if I was a beginner, right, and I wanted to get into shape, the best thing that I could do is just go to the gym, right? You know, forget about a workout plan, forget about a supplement stack. The best thing I could do is just go to the gym, hit a few different machines, and get to building the muscle of consistency before building my biceps, right? But what a lot of people do when they start off in the gym is they buy the gear, they buy the supplements, they buy the gym membership, they buy a workout plan, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you want to go straight to the important part, which is staying consistent with it. We all know people that will get a new hobby and buy everything for that hobby. They decide they want to start doing triathlons, so they buy a race bike and spend $5,000 on a fancy race bike, and then they stop after 2 months. So what I would prefer to do is build a muscle of consistency with not good equipment, with the bare basics, and get that good, and then you can improve from there. So some ideas of some easy to create content. This is where I'll go if I'm really strapped for time and I need to create content fast. I'll go for text on screen. I'll show you a more detailed approach, but you've seen me show examples already. It's essentially video of me maybe working out, doing something that relates to the video clip, and then some text on the screen. Okay. I could record a podcast with a friend and clip it up, 30 minutes, pop it on Zoom, sit down, record, boom. I can get tons of content from that. I could take long form videos I already have, so YouTube videos, and clip them into short videos. I could record my day-to-day life, just like clips here and there. So for example, right now, pull out the phone, do a 30-second clip of me working here. Fantastic, great stuff. And what I could do at the end of the day is put all those clips together, do a voiceover, and walk them through my day in the life. Really easy. I could record a candid talking video while on a walk. Okay, so for example, I'm taking a walk, and I don't want it to be staged. I don't want it to seem, out in the public, embarrassing. I'm recording content. So let me just put in my headphones and pretend I'm on a call to a friend and just talk about a topic that I think that would help them. Right? That could be an example. There's people that do that. I've seen a lot on TikTok that have done incredibly well. What I'm doing right now with you is I'm giving you rough ideas, easy ideas to get planted into your head, to show you that you don't have to have this planned to the 9th degree. Okay? You don't need, again, what we looked at before, all the fancy setup and a crazy content calendar even built out right now. That's not how I started. These are just tools I've come across along the way that help the process. But you can start right now with the bare bone basics, and this is where I want you to start. Now, if you're pursuing the team approach, these are just some notes to keep in mind. You should be the creative strategist and they should be the operator. So if you hire a video editor, don't assume that they are the best strategist in terms of video editing. Let's say you hire a video editor and one of his clients got 1 million views on a video. Well, you don't know if the video editor came up with that video idea. So the video idea might have been from the creative strategist, the owner, and then the editor just was the operator putting it all together. So what I would recommend is you be the creative strategist. So if you post a video and it doesn't perform, don't blame your video editor, right? The buck stops with you because you are the one to direct them and get the desired outcome. Okay? So you need to make sure that you're taking, ownership and responsibility and not just blaming it on, the editing's not good enough. Because with okay editing and sometimes with really bad editing, you can get videos pop off. Some of the most basic videos pop off because the content is good. So if you want to go down the route of hiring others, you want to revisit we're actually getting to this soon. It's a section on how to hire someone to create content for you. Okay, so when you come across that, take a look. So we're going to talk about how to get viewers to watch your videos. So when 100 people see your video, how many of them actually stick around and watch the full thing? Not that many. You might think that 100 people sit there and actually watch the whole video. They don't. You see, how you get viewers to watch your videos is optimizing the first couple of seconds of your video. That's where you first want to focus. There's other factors to look at, but this is number one most important. So if I take that video that you see on screen, it did decently well on TikTok. It did okay, you know, I think maybe between 10, 20, 30,000 views. All right. Now, why this really did okay, but not 10 out of 10, was the first 2 seconds. The rule of thumb I have is you want to get about 70% of people in the first 2 seconds at least. I got 67, means 67% of people were still watching. So the others had already swiped to the next video. Now, if I could have figured out maybe something that I could have done in those first 2 seconds, whether it was the video clip of me or text on screen or the sound, maybe more of those people would have stuck around, and then they would have watched longer, and then that would have pushed my video out further. This is what I want you to be thinking about. So we've got a few examples we're going to go through. We have things called pattern interrupts, which are things you can do at the start of a video, but also throughout your video, which will interrupt the pattern, right? Your viewer is in this pattern as they see your video. Most cases, they're like this. All right, they're scroll, 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 scroll. And they only stop when something absolutely hits their dopamine receptors and gets them to go, oh, wow, let me look at this. So the main way we're going to do that is with pattern interrupts. I'm going to show you these examples, changing the lighting, showing you a sitting down or standing up clip, zooming in or out, panning side to side, and then saying a triggering word like you or stop or don't or never. One of these. So I'm going to show you those in a moment. Now, when we look at this, there's other things to look at. It's not just pattern interrupts in the first couple of seconds. There's a technique called opening and closing loops. So essentially you start with a hook, which is opening the loop, and then you don't close that loop until near the end of the video. You're building suspense. You're basically making people feel like they need to watch till the end. Has this ever happened to you before? You've seen a video pop up, right, on your explore page. This has happened to me many times. And it's a video of somebody doing something. Okay, they're cooking, they're cleaning, but they're talking as they're doing this. But they're actually talking about something completely unrelated. For example, I saw a clip once of like a woman, right? And I think she was like cooking or cleaning, something like that. And she was talking about her husband cheating on her, right? But what she did was she opened up the loop and then started to go about her day and do other tasks and kind of like beat around, as we would say in Ireland, beat around the bush, all right? Walk around the topic, and she only closed the loop at the very end. So what this meant was that people watched the entire video just to hear the bizarre, crazy reason or the way she caught her husband cheating, something like that. So what she did was this. She opened the loop, distracted us with a bunch of other stuff, and then we waited like suckers till the end of the video. So think about how you can do this in your content. Okay? This is really powerful if you can get this right. This is an example of the pattern interrupt change in lighting. What you'll notice is that I basically turn on a light switch, and so the video goes from dark to light really fast. Let's watch. Cool. Super simple, right? But that has all happened within the first 1 second. So you'll see here, we're still within the first 1 second. We've had 2 different video clips already, and we had the pattern interrupt with the light. We've also had text onto the screen, okay? So people might be reading this text as they see me hit the light and switch the light. Just like that. You'll also see I turned on the tap. It's a very subtle thing, but that can cause people to be interested, to go, oh, look, he just turned on the tap. Okay, next, another clip of me. And another clip. So you'll see it's very fast paced. So this was all designed to get people hooked within the first two seconds. This is an example of me sitting down at the very start of the video to hopefully hook people in. Now, of course, there's text on the screen, so people will most likely read this text. And if you look at the length of the video, it's 6 seconds, but it might take you more than 6 seconds to read the text. That's done on purpose. But look at how I sit down. Super simple. But that like movement and that change in the scenery will most likely get people to see that. And it's like that pattern interrupt. It's not what they were expecting, maybe. Another example here, similar setup, text on screen, but watch, I sit down. Super simple, but that will change how people see it. If it was just this, people may not watch the video as long. This is an example of the video panning side to side. So it shows me, it shows the laptop, and it shows the C view. All there strategically to get people to continue to be hooked in. And finally, this is where I'm using triggering words. I say delete Snapchat. Stop playing video games. I'm using these big, bold words that people will see and go, whoa, right? This is not me saying, maybe you should limit Snapchat. Maybe you should watch less of video games. It's very much in your face, buzzwords, keywords that people will see, very triggering words. And I'm using these at the start here to, again, hook people in at the start. So welcome to Instagram 101. The strategies I'm trying to teach you I'm trying to keep them non-platform specific, because I want you to learn these lifelong skills of being able to build your personal brand on whatever platform exists at whatever time you're doing this. But I am going to give you some specifics for each platform. So when it comes to Instagram, you might be thinking, do I post to the feed or reels only? So, you have the option to post about your feed and the reels tab of your profile. Okay. You can post a boat and then you can remove from your feed later on. This is ideal if you want your audience to see your video, but then you want to remove it from your feed to keep a certain aesthetic on your page. For example, what I do is some of my videos that are more general. I gave you an example earlier in this training where I talked about like Irish property stat. Okay. That's not something that I want people to necessarily come back to on my page, but it's something that I want to use to attract people. So what I would do with that is I would post that to both my feed and the reels just to get as much views as I can in the first 24, 48 hours. And then after that time frame, I would just take it off the feed. And that means that it can still potentially bring in people. But when someone then comes to my feed, they only see my content, which is, nurturing, social proof, authority content that shows what I teach and what I do. That way, I'm kind of using it for what it's meant to be used, but then it's not distracting people when they're on my page. So posting to reels only can help a lot. I did a 2-week experiment where I posted 3 reels a day, every day, to reels only. And it worked really well. I got 1,000 new followers in 2 weeks, but they were from the Philippines. Nearly all of the followers were from the Philippines. And then the strategy actually stopped working and my videos stopped getting views. The ones to reels only got like 100 or less views. So an interesting approach, and one I would urge you to try and see if it works for you, and worked very well for me. Now, we've already talked about this, but if a video flops on one platform, it doesn't mean that it will just flop everywhere else. I had a video flop on TikTok and then it's gone viral on Instagram and vice versa. I'm going to show you just a couple examples here. 2 recent videos got less than 70k views on TikTok. Video 1 got 16k and video 2 got 65k. I then posted both the videos to Reels on the feed and the Reels tab. And video 1 got 2.5 million views and video 2 got 649. Here's an example, 69 and then 649. Crazy, exact same piece. I just downloaded it and reposted. In fact, I downloaded it from TikTok, so it was less quality, lower quality when I posted it on Instagram. And this one, 16k on TikTok, 2.5 million on Instagram. So please do make sure that you are repurposing your content and posting it wherever you can. When it comes to Instagram story, there's kind of 3 approaches that I've seen to work for me and for other people. Option 1 is post as much as you can every day. Think of it like a complete photo video log. You've probably seen a photo log, right? Essentially someone taking a photo of everything they're doing every day. This could be like 20 plus stories every single day. Now, this approach works really well for nurturing, for building trust, for getting people to see your behind the scenes, to get people to buy from you and be bought into you. The downside of this is you'll get a lot less views. So I'll give you some stats in a moment. Option 2 is post 1 to 2 a day maximum. Sometimes just 1, sometimes 2. And number 3 is find somewhere in the middle. This is what I follow. It's maybe 5 a day. I try and get that balance. The reason I want to get the balance is with 1, you get proof and people are bought in, but you get way less views. With number 2, you get way more views. To give you some numbers, posting 1 to 2 a day. I did this the other day and I got like 3,000 views on a story. If I do number 1 and I post 20 in a day, I'll probably get 500-600 a day. So there's pros and cons of both. You've got to know what you're optimizing for. So if you're in a season of trying to get new leads, new people interested, 1 or 2 a day, 3, 4, 5 probably makes sense. If you're in a season where you've got a ton of leads and you want to nurture, right? You want to nurture people and get the leads to convert to customers more, then it might make sense to do as many as you can in that day. So 3 different approaches. My personal favorite is somewhere between the middle. So you're getting that benefit of high views, not as high as they could be, but you're still getting that amount of consistency, giving people what they want. Because the people that will watch all of your stories are the people that are most likely to buy from you. The people that only watch when you have something, you know, like you don't post for a couple of days and then you post, you'll get way more views. Those kind of people are less likely to buy, but at the same time, if they haven't yet become a lead or interest in what you do, that might be your only chance to get them interested, which is why I like somewhere in the middle. So, you know, recent test for me was 600 with the first, 3,000 with that, and then 3,000 with like 1 to 2 a day, and then 1,750 with about 5 a day. So you can use that for yourself. Know what you're optimizing for. Again, more views is not always better, and not every piece is meant to go viral. Now, I know when it comes to comments and hashtags, you want me to give you like one secret hack to get you more comments, or, you know, a hashtag strategy that will explode your content overnight. And the problem is that's not what you're looking for. What you're looking for is good content. Good content is the hack you're looking for. You know, one hashtag strategy is not going to blow up your account, all right? If you have a pretty bad piece of content with the best hashtags, it'll probably still not get any views. If you have the best piece of content in the world with no hashtags, it could get millions of views. So don't even, you know, look into it if you want, but spend 2 minutes on this a week coming up with hashtags. As for comments, think of this from a psychological perspective. Ask yourself, have you ever commented on a public Instagram post? Me personally, I've only really ever commented if it's, I'll start at the bottom, a giveaway, for example. I might have commented to enter. An influencer feels like a friend, not an influencer. So maybe a smaller scale influencer, someone I really resonate with their message and they're very like me, maybe I might comment. An iconic figure you will look up to, personally I've not, but I know some people would comment, you know, under their favorite artist's posts, or something that's controversial. And maybe you really agree with it or really disagree with it. Those are the most like psychologically common factors why people tend to comment on posts, from what I have seen, from looking at myself, friends of mine, and buyers of my stuff. So, of course, there are some people that will comment on everything, but most will only comment for this stuff. So you want to ask yourself then, okay, cool, how do I use this to my advantage? Well, maybe I need to be controversial, stuff that people will agree or disagree with. Maybe I need to be more like a friend. And by how do I become more like a friend? Maybe I post tons of stories each day and show more about behind the scenes and what I'm really like. And I do Q&As and I do lives on Instagram and I do all these things to build that trust. Or maybe you do some giveaways. Okay, so these are just things to consider, but essentially you want to try and optimize to figure out what would actually make somebody comment and then add that into your post. Now, Instagram DMs, we're going to go into a ton of detail on this in the appointment setting section of this. I just for now want you to know that, you know, this is why Instagram is one of the dominant players in the space. It's because the whole slide into the DMs, that phrase, came from Instagram. Okay, so many businesses thrive because of Instagram DMs. Like my business, for example, like we get a lot of business from Instagram DMs. And this is why we put a lot more focus on that platform than other platforms. So we're going to touch tons in the appointment setting section, but just know that this is where a lot of the money is made. So this is a training I recorded in the past where I touched on how I get my SMMA clients, which are mainly in the fitness niche, really good results. Like how I would grow them, how I'd get them leads, how I would get them followers, how I'd get them clients. So again, this is an out of context training, and this is one I recorded in the past, but I think it's going to give you a lot of insights into how to do this for yourself or also for clients. Today, I'm going to show you how and what we used to do to get incredible results for my SMMA clients, typically in the fitness niche. If you're new, my name is Adam, and I built a 7-figure content / consulting / social media marketing agency over the last 3 or so years. We started off with social media management and content creation, scaled it up, later decided we would stop doing social media management, and instead we started consulting with our clients while still creating content for them. So that's what I've done, and here is how we would get results. So first, to show you how we would get results, I need to get very clear on the type of clients that we worked with so that you can see how you can apply this to your SMMA business or your agency. So we worked with fitness clients, two specific types. Number one were fitness coaches. So I'm sure you know who these are. Think of online personal trainers, online coaches. Typically, these coaches would be selling high ticket coaching. So let's just say $1,000 or more is what you would have to pay them to get their coaching. The second type of client we worked with were supplement companies. Okay, so we're just going to call these brands for short, but they typically sold supplements, again, in the fitness slash health slash self-improvement world. So those two types of businesses are actually very different. Okay, they're in basically the same industry, but as you can imagine, how you grow sales and get more customers for a supplement company, it's actually quite different to how you would then get results and clients and sales for a fitness coach. And that's why I want to break it down in this video. Now, my goal is that whatever niche you are in, whatever type of clients you want to attract, I want you to be able to take away from this video some of the strategies that I would use that you can then use yourself. You might need to tweak them slightly. You mightn't be able to copy and paste them directly, but you'll be able to get 80% of the knowledge needed to get these done for your clients. Why? Because if you get your clients good results, they will stay with you longer and they'll pay you a shit ton of money. Okay. So let's start off with fitness coaches. We're going to primarily focus on how we got results for coaches. Okay. So our service was typically the same. So for every client that we brought on, the service, aka what we did, what we delivered, was the same. But a very, very key important thing to note is that the results that each client was buying from us changed. Okay. So think about that. We offered the same service, but some clients were buying a different result. Okay, I'll give you some examples. Let's say we have John. He's a fitness coach. He already makes money. Okay, he's doing 20K a month, living his dream life. For him, he may not want us to come in and explode his business. His goal might simply be to save more time. Okay, so let's say John is creating all of his social media content on Instagram and TikTok, and he's even using Facebook. That is probably taking him 2, 3, 4 hours a day. So John might pay us literally to save him time. Okay, let's put a little clock here for time saving. Okay, that's John. Let's say next client, and this was a real client we had, Julian. He was a guy that came to us where he was making money, let's say similar to John, 20K plus a month. But guess what? He wanted more. This guy had sights of building a 7-figure coaching business, which means he would need to make like 80,000 plus per month. So for this guy, even though we offered the same service, the result he was buying was very different. His result was, I want you guys to blow up my social media and then bring me more leads and then bring me more clients. Okay, so such a different result, yet the same thing, right? The same offer and the same service that we delivered. Okay, so what would we do for these clients? I'm going to focus on Julian. Julian is a real client in my agency. There's actually another video that I posted on YouTube. You can find it. Just type in fitness coach and you'll find it in my channel. Basically, we added $18,000 in new revenue. Okay, so I'll put that here. $18,000 in new revenue for him in 1 month. That's pretty mad. Right, 18,000 in new revenue in 1 month. His service fee to us was less than $1,000. And if you watch the video, you'll find out he referred so many clients to us that we would discount off his entire service fee. So he literally paid $0 and he was making back this amount of money. So how we did it with Julian, let's get into it right now. So the first thing that we offered was content. Okay. So for Julian, because he's doing 20K a month, okay, that's where he was at, and he wanted to get to, let's just say 80K a month. Terrible handwriting there. To get to 80K a month, he needed content that would grow his audience, okay? So we would primarily focus on video content. We would do lifestyle photos that he would send to us and we would post on his page, but we would also focus on infographics, okay? Infographics. The 3 then content pillars that we would use, right? I'll put them here. Number 1 was content that we were going to post to get views. Okay, so this would be controversial content, content that is designed to go viral. Okay, Second type of content is content that is going to get leads. Okay, so we typically call this call to action content, right? Where you are posting a video and at the end of the video, it says, DM me the word fit if you want to learn how to lose X number of pounds. Okay, so this would get us the views and the audience, and then this would get us the leads. Now, the final piece is to get sales. So how we would get sales is through content that we used to call nurture content. Okay, think of it like this. I am a fitness coach. I post a video saying, here's 5 myths about fat loss. Will that get me a client? Not necessarily. It'll get me views and engagement and people coming to my profile. The second type of content I'm going to post is, let's say 3 days later, I say, oh, by the way, I'm looking for 3 people, 3 busy moms that want to lose 10 pounds in the next 90 to 120 days. If that's you, DM me the word fit. Nurture content is then me posting, oh, here's a testimonial from Joan who went through my program. Or here's 3 things that I did with my client Jane to help her lose weight, right? This is the content that will push the person from, okay, this guy might be able to help me, to, wow, he's got the proof, he's got the knowledge, he's got the results to actually help me. Okay, so that's the content we would post. Now, the second thing that we had to do, especially with this guy, Julian, was to grow his audience. Okay, so how would we grow his audience? How would we get new followers and just abundance of new eyeballs into his page? First, it is through this right here, the content specifically designed for views and for growth and for virality. Okay, now, unfortunately, there are periods where even when you're posting good content, you're not growing. Okay, so for example, your page, it's just not really reaching, your hashtags aren't hitting the algorithm, etc. In that case, what we would do is we would do shout outs. Okay, this is something I've never really seen people talk about in the agency space. But essentially, we would buy shoutouts from fitness pages and we would use pages that we owned ourselves. Now, we were in a very lucky position with my agency where we had spent time building pages and buying Instagram pages. So we had 500,000 followers, right? We'd have 500K across probably like, 8 to 10 Instagram pages, all in the fitness, the health, the food space. So we could then just do shout outs, right? We would essentially post a post on these pages and it would say something like, Julian is looking for 3 people that want to do X, Y, and Z. Message him the word fit if you want to learn how. Or Julian is giving away a free macro calculator that you can use to lose weight in the next 3 months, right? That's how we would grow his page. Pretty easy stuff to do, but it's knowing how much to pay these pages, where to find them, how to set up the whole deal. That's what most people get wrong, and they try this and it doesn't work for them. Okay, so that's something we did, and we did it incredibly well. The last thing is sales, right? Julian was one of our clients who knew what he was doing. Okay, this guy was good at sales. He was a killer. He's a really cool dude. Okay, for some of our clients, they don't know how to sell, so we can get them beautiful content that gets them new eyeballs and great engagement, and then we can shout them out on big pages to get more traffic to their page. But if they don't know how to sell, guess what? They ain't signing clients, right? It doesn't matter if you have 1 million followers. If you don't know how to sell, you're not going to make that much money. You will get some sales just because the sheer volume of people you have. But the same guy with 1 million followers could be making the same amount of money as the guy with 10K followers. The difference is one guy's really good at sales, one's good at getting attention. But the guy who's good at sales is actually making the same amount of money with literally, I don't know what, 1% of the followers. So how we would help people would typically be through our consulting, right? Just literally explaining to them how you need to do this. Okay, so how to set up your Calendly so that people can book a free consultation call with you. A sales script. We would give our clients a rough sales script to follow. So if you get somebody on the phone, here's what you got to do. Here's what you got to walk them through for like 30 to 40 minutes so that they go from kind of interested to, here's my credit card, I want to work with you, and sign me up to your fitness program. So those are the 3 main things we did to get like insane results for our clients. And the beauty of it is that we never had to run any ads. Okay, we spent no money on Facebook ads. And this is kind of insane because the SMMA space is so dominated by people that run ad agencies. And they claim that that's the only way to get results for your clients. In my space, in the fitness coaching space primarily, it was an injustice if we were to say run ads to a client unless they were making 100K a month. And I say that like, just to let you know. Like, we would literally tell clients, if they came to us and said, hey, I think I want to run ads, we would ask them, are you doing 100K a month? No, don't do ads. Like, you have so much untapped potential through organic content and growth using our strategies to get to at least 100K a month. Okay, so before we go and throw money at ads, get that dialed in. Okay, so we could get such good results literally just through content, some shout outs, and a little bit of consulting. Okay, so our clients would pay us, on average, we had a super low ticket offer at one point where we would just create content and consult with our clients. So no shout outs, no growth, no posting for our client, just like 10 pieces of raw content that they would post themselves plus consulting. We did that for $450 a month, but on the upper end, we had clients pay up to $3,000 a month, just depending on the scope of the service. Meaning, for one guy, we might create 10 pieces of content. For another guy, we might create 60 or 90 per month. So obviously the price is going to change based on that. Now, coming back to e-commerce brands that we worked with, okay, back up here to the brands and the supplements. The approach that we would use to get them results was similar, but also different, okay? For us, I'll be honest, fitness coaches, like, that's our specialty. That's still to this day, like, that's what I know the best. If I have a fitness coach friend and they want advice, I know if I give them advice, it should work pretty damn fucking well. However, an e-commerce brand, it's going to be similar, right? The first thing we're going to do is content to get them growth. The second is, yes, we would do shout outs. Okay. So we would also do shout outs for brands. But the final part was a little bit more tricky, the sales. Okay. Why? Because if our client is selling a nootropic performance enhancing supplement, right? We're pretty much relying on how good their website is and how good their products actually are. Okay. If they've got shit products and a shit website, like, even with the best content and the best growth strategies, we're not going to get sales. Okay. An example of this is we could have a client that has a 5% conversion rate on their website, meaning that if 100 people go to the website, 5 people will buy products. However, we could have another client selling a very similar product, but they might have a 1% conversion rate. Okay. So for us, with the same amount of effort, giving them the same amount of growth, same amount of traffic, they're going to get only 20% of what these guys got. These guys get 100% of results. These guys get 20%. Nothing to do with our service, right? Our service is the exact same. The difference is the conversion rate. So for brands, this is a little bit more difficult, but it's still very much possible. You can come in and fix this by doing consulting. Okay. So explaining to your clients, this is what you need to change in your website. This is what you got to tweak because we need to get your conversion rate to go up. So there you have it, folks. I really hope this training was valuable for you. No fancy editing, just straight to the point, no BS. So let's talk about one of my agency clients. We got them 80,000 followers in 3 months on Instagram, and I'm going to walk you through just some of the main takeaways as to how we made this possible. So you'll see here, this is actually something we used in a case study where we would actually send this out as a lead magnet, our free offer, to get clients for my agency. So you see here, it said how we helped the supplement company gain 81,431 followers in just 3 months and up to 800 website visits every week organically without any paid ads. And then we had a screenshot of their page. I've blurred some of the details for now, but let's get into it. So month 1, month 2, month 3, they started at 83K. So that was a big advantage. Let's be real. If they were starting at 80 followers, it would have been much harder to gain them 80K. This definitely helped. You'll see then we got them to 164. Over 3 months. So let's look at it. For feed content, we posted infographics mainly. Probably 80% of the content was infographics. Why infographics? They are really educational, which means people would save them a lot. Like, they'd literally use the save feature on Instagram, but also really shareable. This business, you'll see here, it's vegan. Okay. The reason that's important is because a lot of the content we made was very potentially controversial. So for example, there might be a recipe showing, a high protein recipe for a vegan, like obviously a vegan meal, which obviously as a vegan person, you might want to share because you might want to show to your followers, the people, maybe your friends, your family, that you can get vegan or you can get protein on a vegan diet, because that's like the big common myth. So that's just an example of how we would use like those psychological factors of controversy to improve the content we made. We would also post, YouTube and podcast clips to shorts. So we would basically clip up stuff of where one of the founders was speaking, Again, he had a bit of notoriety in the space, which helped, because if they saw his face on the page, that would definitely help boost up the views as well. So we really leveraged that where we could. That was mainly it for the feed contents. There were some others, but those were like the main drivers. We hit infographics, get thousands and thousands of likes, and grow the page exponentially. Now with captions, we would typically just ask a question, then give more value relating back to the piece of content. So if it was like, let's say the protein recipe, it might be, how much protein do you eat a day? Or have you died yet of a protein deficiency on a vegan diet? Again, tapping into those psychological things that would create controversy. Then the value would be explaining, here's how you make the recipe, the step-by-step, what's included, la-di-da. And the end, we would typically try and put a call to action. Either follow us for more content like this, or a call to action to a free offer or a paid offer. So these guys sold supplements, but they also did like fitness challenges. So we'd often say, oh, by the way, we used our protein powder from at our supplement company, go buy that here. Or, we're starting a fitness challenge in 3 weeks from now, sign up via the link in my bio, something like that. So that was a feed content, which drove pretty much all the growth. The story content did help with growth, because when we would have a piece of content go viral, we would always have stories live on the page, meaning that people then would see that we're active and we're giving more value on there, and we'd be giving tips as well. The story content also definitely helped push visits to the website and sell products for them, which was a big part of why they were very happy. For context, this client paid $1,200 a month. Some months they paid a lot more for some extra services, but that was the minimum, and they stayed for like 20 months. So you do the maths, they paid a lot of money. So we obviously had to make them a lot of money for them to stay that long. The story content, we had like a set schedule, similar to how we had the content calendar. We would use that for stories, and each week we would have a mix of Q&As, so questions and answers, polls and quizzes, call to actions for the products, for the fitness challenges, that kind of thing, and behind the scenes. So this was pretty much how we did stories. It didn't necessarily grow the page, but it would have helped facilitate some of the growth. The strategy we used for DMs, because the page was quite big, we got a lot of inbound DMs, so we never did outbound DMs. You'll see what I mean by that in the appointment settings section, but we never messaged people that watched the stories or followed us, because the page was just so big. We really didn't need to do that. We would then direct the inbound leads, the messages, the questions, ideally back to the supplements or fitness challenge. So if it was a question about, hey, I'm struggling to get enough protein, what can I do? We might send them over, hey, here's our protein powder, you should try that out. Or if it was, hey, I'm struggling to build muscle on a vegan diet, we might say, hey, yeah, you could check out some of our supplements, but we're actually running a fitness challenge in 2 weeks from now. Here's the link. You can sign up if you want. For Instagram stories, you got 3 approaches. We used option 3, which is around 5 stories per day. And there you have it, folks. Our hashtag strategy was nothing crazy. We would use hashtags relevant to the post, but we would not spend much time on it, as we've covered previously. Can hashtags help? Yes, they can, for sure, and we would use them, but we would just put some at the end of the caption, 3 to 10, and we would leave it at that. Pretty simple stuff. But the real main thing that you really need to understand from this is the content. The content is what grew, and I said this previously, but the hack you're looking for is good content that follows the stuff we've been looking at so far. So similarly to how we looked at Instagram and the more specifics to the platform, let's take a little look at TikTok. Okay, now before we do this, it's really important to understand really my view of TikTok. And this is the view that many big content creators would hold, but also people that have very successful businesses that have used TikTok to facilitate that. Most of us view TikTok as a way to attract people and then push that attention elsewhere. So in the example of using TikTok to push people to Instagram or TikTok to YouTube. See, the thing is, Instagram and YouTube, just as 2 examples, are really much more powerful, right? What I mean by that is, I would take 10,000 followers on Instagram well over 100,000 followers on TikTok, for the simple reason that out of those 10,000 on Instagram, there's much more likelihood of me making more money and having more impact from those. Okay, it's just the way in which people use TikTok is very much, they use it as a platform to just scroll, and they don't really follow the people they follow. They're not viewing their stories or things like that. It's a very different platform. So the rules for TikTok are the same for any short form content, But I do think that you should approach it in this way, using TikTok to get attention and then pushing that attention elsewhere. So this includes having call to actions in your videos to push them elsewhere, to Instagram, to YouTube, for example. That would also mean in your captions, having those call to actions as well, and on your profile, having those call to actions as well. So really at every point, the people that come on TikTok then go elsewhere. What I would recommend is to try posts with hashtags and without hashtags. With hashtags, go for 3 to 10 that are in your niche, that are pretty big, broad hashtags. Without, I've just had many videos without hashtags get like 1 million plus views. So it's not that hashtags are the be all end all, and I definitely don't think that they're necessary, but like anything, you got to test this for yourself. I've also tested posting all of my content at one time and splitting it up. When I split it up, normally it gets better results. I have tracked this, and there are times where posting all at once, I get the same results, but splitting it up just makes more sense. If you're going to do 3 posts a day, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 in the evening. I have found that going live on TikTok after you post is a pretty sure way to boost up your views, because you're going to get a lot of people that just tune into your live video that don't follow you, that then check out your profile and view your latest video, and vice versa. People that already follow you see the live video and then check your profile as well. So I would definitely do this. So I was going to pull up an example of what I used to use as my background photo on a TikTok live, and I can't find it right now. So essentially, what it is that when you're on TikTok live, you can add an image behind you. This is really useful. It's like a green screen feature. So what I used to do is I would have an image behind me where, if we take this circle where my head is now, it would be the equivalent of like me being down here in the corner and the rest of this being white space where you can put images and text. So what I would do is I would actually put screenshots of like my Stripe account showing how much money my business say made in a certain month, and then having a call to action saying, message me on Instagram or follow me on Instagram if you want to learn a little bit more about what I do. And that used to work really well for me to get people off of TikTok onto Instagram, but also just when I would do a live right after posting. That helped quite a lot. With TikTok, it took me months to see results, and you'll probably find this will be the case for any platform that you start, but like specifically for TikTok, it's where I put all of my focus when I started. Looking back, I would have done the approach that I've recommended to you, which is focused on creating content, not specific to a platform, and then just posting that on as many platforms as I could. But I didn't do that, and I went all in on TikTok. So to get a video, let's say to get a 1.2 million views, this took months really of me posting 3 times a day every day. So don't expect that to happen right away, but this is only possible if you stay consistent. Same with my brother, when he started, 600 views, a few hundred views here and there. I worked with him and we got him 50k followers in 2 months. You'll see there he has a video, 3.1 million views. I scripted that video for him. I told him what to say, how to hold the camera, literally everything, and it popped. And it was a similar video that did well for me, so I knew it was going to pop for him, and it actually did better for him than it did for me. Mine got like 1 million and something views. So the game plan with TikTok is to follow all of the rules that we're going to be running through for short form content, and to really view it as this place. Get people in and then push them to another platform. So this is a training video that I recorded in the past. I titled it, I rigged the TikTok algorithm to make me go viral, because I had this one video concept that got me about 100,000 views on a video, and then I kept recreating that video, slightly improving it each time, and in total it got me over 10 million views. In fact, it made like so many of my videos pop, and one of the coolest things was that out of those 10 million plus views, I got well over 100,000 new followers from that one video, which, based on how much money my business has made, it probably made me ridiculous amounts of money. Maybe that one video made 100k. So you're going to see basically my process, so that when you have a video your first video that pops, this is the kind of framework and process I want you to now do to essentially replicate that, potentially getting more views with each video. So I'll roll the training, and there should be some juicy bits for you here. That's what I want to show you today. All it takes is one good video, and you can literally reuse, repurpose, and re-edit that same video over and over again to keep going viral. Let me show you an example. This is a video that we posted. This is another video that we posted. This is another video that we posted. Guess what? they're all the same. The script used in these videos is the exact same. Okay, we scripted out a video that was about 45 seconds in length. This video has gotten about, I believe, 2 million views. This video has gotten also 2 million views, and this video has gotten 4 million views. Let me show you the analytics in a second to prove that to you. What you'll notice is that they're all the same. This video and this video are the exact same video with the exact same script. Nothing changed. The difference is the editing. Alright, this is one style of video editing that my editor used, and this is a completely different style. Nothing is different in the videos, and it means that we've found a concept that works, and we've basically hacked the algorithm. Right, we're just reusing it, repurposing it, and we're getting millions of views every single time we post this. This video here is the exact same script in a different setting, with a different camera, and of course, different style of editing. Guess what? We're going to re-edit this video with a different style of editing again. The power of this concept is crazy. There's a quote, and I think I heard this from Alex Hormozy. Oftentimes, what successful people do is they find something that works and they keep fucking doing it. The people that are not successful, or that have a taste of success and then they plateau and don't have any more success, is that they found something that worked, then they changed something and they stopped doing the thing that actually got them results in the first place. This is an example of self-sabotage, and this happens in business, and of course if you're trying to grow on TikTok. So in this video, my objective is very simple. First, I wanted to show you that the proof that this concept can get you views. This has gotten me over 10 million views. Probably paid my editor like $30 or $40 to re-edit this video a bunch of different times. $40 in to get 10 million views back. You can imagine the ROI on that is 100% worth it. So here's exactly how you can replicate this and do this yourself. Number one, I want you to call the viewer out. Notice how in these videos, if we go back to the very start, it starts by saying if you're between the ages of, and then I say 16 to 25. What this does is it calls the viewer out. So literally in the first 1 to 2 seconds, if you are 16 to 25, right, you're somewhere in that range, you're gonna say, wow, that's me, the video is for me. Even if you were younger or older, let's say you're 29, right, you're probably still going to think, what is it that I'm missing out on? So I've called you out directly, straight away, and that is one of the key reasons as to why this video has worked time and time again. The second thing that I want you to do is I want you to go against the grain. I want you to disagree with a commonly held belief. I want you to create some controversy. How I do this in this video, if we look at it really quick, is that I basically show people that there's a different way to live life. I'm telling them that this video is going to change their entire perception of money. It's going to change how they think about it. And it's also saying to them that they've been fed BS. People love this because people love negativity. So people immediately are saying, wow, he called me out. This video is for me. And now he's going to tell me something that goes against what I have believed, right? What my parents told me, what I was told in school. And that's why this works. So for example, let's say you're a fitness coach. If you have a video concept, which is 3 ab workouts that will help you get abs, pretty simple stuff. Instead of just saying, here are 3 ab workouts that will get you abs, create controversy. Say, you can eat all the carbs in the world that you want and still have killer abs, right? Say something that's going to get some people to say, wow, I love this guy, and the other people to say, wow, I really, really hate what you're saying because it completely disagrees with everything I've ever believed. You'll know if you do this correctly by the number of comments you get. Okay, you want to have negative comments on your video because, think of this, out of every 10 comments, the vast majority will be negative. People love negativity. This is literally just how the human brain works. And if you look at the comments on this video, it's very clear. You know, we've got people saying that this is scripted. We've got people saying this sounds like a pyramid scheme. We've got people saying, hey, you know, I'll teach you, but it costs money, right? All these things are created on purpose, right? This is all done intentionally in the video. The next thing you can do is the silent group. What is a silent group? Silent group is essentially a group of people that have this belief, but they don't talk about the belief. This is why Andrew Tate blew up. It's not that he created a new idea that people never heard before. It's maybe they haven't heard it before, but they know they actually agree with it. Or they've heard somebody say it before, but it was somebody that was very radicalized or somebody that was very much put down by the media. So Tate blew up for this. This is like the main thing that contributed to his success. Obviously he's a very smart guy, so he knows exactly what he's doing. Right? He just tapped in to a need, to a desire that guys already had, and then just used that in his videos. But again, this is the silent group. This is the key here, right? You want to go for the group that are not speaking up, because when you get to that group, they are going to love you, right? They are going to completely fall in love with your ideology because they want to believe it, but nobody has ever been brave enough to say that ideology before. You can use this as well if you're in fitness, if you're a mindset coach, if you're running a marketing agency, right? Just go against the grain, right? Create the controversy and then figure out what is that silent group and how can you tap into that. The next tip I have for you is to get comments. All right, you're going to do this through the silent group. You're also going to do this through the controversy. Another way for you to get comments is obviously tell people to comment. In this video, at the very end, I tell people to message me on Instagram. And this is a tactic we'll talk about later on. What I could have done is I could have said, comment the word help down below and I'll reach out to you. What's that going to do? Very, very simple. It's going to get thousands of people to be commenting help, which means that is going to just pop off, right? Why? Because TikTok, how do you go viral? It's when people watch a lot of your video, then like your video, and then leave comments. If you get a video that's getting viewed, but they're not getting any comments, it's probably not going to continue going viral. You need to have those things in place. And the final thing is lead gen call to action. This is what I just mentioned here. When you have videos that go viral, you want to create a way for people to learn more. If I had got 10 million views across these videos and the other videos we've posted, but I didn't push people anywhere, I didn't tell them to follow my Instagram, I didn't tell them to go to my YouTube channel, I didn't tell them to click the link in my bio, I will lose a lot of that attention. Because TikTok is not really a place where you sell. It's typically a place where you get attention, and then you have to push the attention into different places. If you don't push the attention in different places, it's sometimes wasted. You could get 10 million views and really not see much benefit from it. Because at the end of each of these videos, I'm giving that call to action, telling people what to do. People do that, okay? From this video, from 2 million views, we probably got 1,000 or 2,000 messages on Instagram. Probably even more, because our DMs get completely flooded when we do this. That creates such a level of hype, it creates scarcity, it creates so much marketing angles for me to then use in my content going forward as well. One key point on call to actions, you can't do this in every video, but if you do want to do it in every second or third video, be strategic. Put it at the end of your videos, okay? You'll notice I put this at the very end. So it means if we look at the analytics, right? Not all 2 million people are going to see that call to action. That call to action is only going to be viewed by the people that are really engaged, watching the full video, and the people that actually want to learn more. So if we look at the analytics here, you'll see only 20% of people watch the full video. So that means only 20% of the 2 million, so maybe like 400K, actually saw that call to action. Which means that if you're thinking, oh, you know, I can't be posting call to actions, I can't be selling all the time. Yes, you're right, you shouldn't be. But if you're doing it in a way where it's at the end of a video, it's only going to be 15 or 20% of people that actually see that. So my friend, that is exactly how I rigged the TikTok algorithm to go viral multiple times in 2023 already, and how I'm going to use this exact same strategy to keep going viral. Anytime I have a video that gets viral, meaning in my eyes at least 100K views, I'm going to recreate it in this same way. We're going to repurpose it, reshoot it, re-edit it, change the script slightly, and make sure that we're tapping in to everything we've just looked at here. Hope you enjoyed, hope you got some value, and I'll see you in the next video. So this is my strategy that takes me 4 minutes that helps me create viral videos. I have had dozens of viral videos that have taken me literally 4 minutes to make. This is the exact process. So what I call this is the text on screen trend. You'll see here, this is a video that got 35,000 likes, nearly 36,000 likes. I don't know the exact view count because I didn't quite put that in the screenshot, but I think well over 1 million. This type of video has gotten me so many videos that have gotten 1 million plus, and I'm going to walk you through how to do this. Now, like all of the tips and strategies I'm giving you, do not just try this on one video, and if it doesn't blow up, say that this doesn't work. If you do that, we are not friends. This works when you consistently do it, keep tweaking it until it works for you. This video strategy has gotten me so many videos that have popped off and really blown up my account. Yet, guess what? There are times I do it and it doesn't quite hit. So please do not just try this once and then say, hey Adam, this doesn't work for me. Okay, this works in every single industry I have seen out there. So please do not blame that. All right, so let's get into it. Essentially, the premise is this: you're keeping videos shorter than necessary to improve the rewatch rate and the watch time. So for example, this video would typically be less than 7 seconds, sometimes 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds. We would use, I'll walk you through in a minute, a trending sound and stuff, but essentially to read through all of the text would take anybody longer than the time of the video. So what you want to do is set a timer on your phone and then go and read through this. So, right, you would just look at it and you would read through and figure out, okay, how long did that take me to read? If it took you 5 seconds, I would put your video at 3 or 4 seconds. If it took you 10 seconds, your video at maybe 7 seconds. Basically cut off a second or two so that if someone wants to get all of the text, they either pause it and stay on the video longer, or they replay the entire video. That's a really important metric. If Instagram or TikTok or one of these platforms sees that people are rewatching your video, that's really good. There's 2 really important metrics, which is watch time and then the replay rate. Okay, so watch time is somebody viewing your video in full. So if your video is 4 seconds and it takes them 6 seconds to read it, then most people will hopefully watch your video in full, and then they may even rewatch part of it. So that's it. So 5 to 7 seconds is the general rule of thumb I go for, but again, if it takes only 5 seconds to read the text, then you want to make that shorter. Try multiple variations. So what I would recommend you do is, for this video, type out the text, then copy the text and try it with maybe 3 different videos in the background using 3 different trending sounds that you find. Take it a step further, and what you could do is just change up the text in each of those. So for example, in this one, it's just all white with the kind of black outline. You could color code this and you could change it to remember this, just all in white. And then all of the text on the left could be red, as these are the problems, and then on the right these could be green as the solutions. Okay, so play around with those variations and see how that works for you. Trending sound. Okay, you're thinking, okay Adam, great trending sound, how do I find these, what should this look like? My process for finding trending sounds is really basic. I just go to the Explorer For You page and I look at videos that are popping up on my page. So if they're popping up on my page, they're probably trending videos right now. And if the sound is engaging and the sound is something that would work really nicely in, just as like background music in one of these, then great, I'll test it out. I really want you to embrace negativity, trigger words, and controversy. These are things we've already looked at, okay? So trigger words, sad, for example, anxious. These are things that are very hard hitting. They can trigger an emotional response with people. So they're called trigger words. Controversy, this post wouldn't be the best example of controversy, but it is at the same time, because a lot of people commented because of how simple it was. They're like, oh, this is a way too simplified view. So you're basically saying, if you have anxiety, you should just move. Obviously, that's not what I'm saying, but that's what people are reading from the post. So definitely do that. And then if you pair this with a really good pattern interrupt, so the pattern interrupt I used in this video was the pan from side to side. So the video moves like this. So people are, probably curious as to, am I going to show the view? Is there going to be an ocean view? Is there going to be a pool in the background? Who knows? Good lighting and, just a nice background. So this video is a nice background. There's trees and buildings, and it's very engaging for people to go like, wow, what's in the background? So this is it. If you look at my content, I'm probably still using this. I've been using this for years, and I've had some of my students use this and get absolutely phenomenal results. So I'd recommend you do the same. So now let's take a quick look at YouTube. I'm not a YouTube expert, but I'm going to walk you through how I have used YouTube to get me many clients for my business, and in some cases bring me new leads as well. So this is how I view it. For me, YouTube, I focus more on short form than long form. Okay, the second thing I want to focus on is longevity of content. So content that is not just topical for today or this week, but stuff that can live on for potentially years. So we're going to be very, heavy on keywords that people will search for when they're looking for your type of content. So for me, YouTube used to be the place that I would really just send people to nurture them and convert them. So it was never really a place where I got new subscribers or people found me on YouTube. Typically, people found me on TikTok, and then they'd go to my Instagram or YouTube. Then my Instagram started to work a bit better, and people would find me on Instagram and go to YouTube, but YouTube was never really a discovery place. Now YouTube is a source of new traffic, but it's still a place to nurture and convert. So I have some videos now that are getting views on YouTube organically through search. And this comes back to what we looked at of longevity of content. There's keywords that people are searching for that over time are not really declining. So people are still searching for those keywords, and hence the videos are still populating for those. So the question on your mind might be, okay, well, like, how did this change? Like, how did it go from really not getting you new people to now getting new people? The thing I found is really just going above the competition in value. I'm definitely not outperforming competition with editing or how engaging my videos are or how well I'm keeping a viewer, you know, from starting the video to watching the full video. I've lots of work to do on that, but I'm really just over delivering with value, like just giving out more sauce, giving out more info than others are giving. We could talk all about, you know, thumbnails, video titles, which are really important because obviously if nobody clicks your video, doesn't matter how good your video is. But I'm just sharing how I use YouTube. Again, I'm not a YouTube guru, okay? This is just what I've used. So since I've primarily used it to convert leads, I'm just going to talk really on that, okay? Because that's what I know to be true. The video of mine now that are currently getting some views months back to back, again, are those that are ranking for keywords. So you'll see some examples here. There's a video, is digital marketing easy, which is ranking because digital marketing, people are searching those keywords. Or there's one social media management course, which people are watching because they're typing in social media management. Or how to manage unlimited Instagram profiles for social media management. It's ranking not so much. It's only getting about 90 views every 2 days, but that is still ranking because people are just typing in those keywords, manage Instagram pages. So I want you to focus on these very keyword heavy styles of videos because long term, they just have more longevity. Now, this is a very unofficial study, but I believe that people who watch short form content on YouTube tend to want to watch more short form content on YouTube. So like if you're the kind of person that opens YouTube and watches YouTube shorts, you probably watch both shorts and long, but you probably want to watch more shorts when you go on the app. Whereas people who watch long form on YouTube typically want to watch more long form. From me, friends of mine, family members, I know how they use YouTube, and this is just what I've seen. This is definitely how I use it. So I don't post a huge amount of short content because it's not necessarily the audience I'm trying to attract on YouTube itself. So in terms of what I wanted to talk about, which is primarily using YouTube to convert leads, the simple premise is this. If someone gets hooked into your stuff on TikTok or Instagram from a 30 to 60 second video, YouTube is your chance to have them watch 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes of you straight talking. If someone was to watch your YouTube religiously and watch you speak every week for 20, 30 minutes on maybe one or two different videos, that's a lot of time for them to build up trust, to start liking you, to start understanding that you know a lot about your subject matter. And they're not really going to get that same level of depth as they would on Instagram or TikTok. So a lot of people in our space use this. I mentioned a friend of mine throughout this training that has, a very small audience, less than maybe 5,000 followers on Instagram. And he uses Instagram and YouTube is the place where he converts people. So he'll get a couple hundred views on his videos, but those people are like watching, they've been on a sales call with him, they're close to buying his stuff, and they're just hearing him give value after value after value, till eventually they hear so much that they think, wow, I want to pay for this guy's stuff. So that's how I use YouTube and how it works and what I think you should do for YouTube. So we're going to look at if you should schedule your content, and this applies for pretty much all platforms. The reasons why you might is that it's going to help you be more organized, save more time, plan ahead better, and execute better. The thing to note though is that some social media platforms don't really seem to like scheduling softwares. I've had times where certain platforms I've scheduled on and it hasn't affected my results. And I've had times where it seems to really, really skew the results. So the options you have are to use something like Meta Business Suite or Facebook Business Manager. Essentially, it's connected automatically to Facebook and Instagram. You can schedule that way. Some of the platforms now allow you to do it directly. Instagram, TikTok on desktop, for example, you can schedule directly. You can use third-party platforms such as later.com. Some of those you just want to be careful with. Or, really my favorite. This is my favorite way of scheduling, and how I currently schedule is I actually just hire a virtual assistant. So somebody who logs into my account and posts my content manually for me, because then I can set it on a schedule, but they execute it for me. So this is how I schedule and how I teach others to schedule. So the way I do it
is I first plan out the month ahead. So in October, I'll pretty much plan out the entire content for November. Now, of course, you don't have to do it a month ahead. You can do it week to week, but this will help. What I do then is I write out all the content for feed. If I'm going to have them do stories as well, I'll write out stories and I'll put it all on a Google Doc or a content calendar and very clearly lay it out so it's super easy. I then sort through content I've already have. You know, for example, if we are scheduling for Instagram, we mainly take videos we've already posted on TikTok because that's normally where I'll just, I have my videos made, post it on TikTok first, and then I sometimes use that as a bit of a testing ground for certain ideas that are a bit out of the box. And then if they do well, I'll put them into Instagram. So essentially I'll take the stuff that's already made and then put them down in the calendar, in the doc, basically ready for Instagram. Of course, there's cases where we might want to post photos on Instagram. And in that case, we'll just go find photos that I have already, get a caption made for it and put it all there. So that's all we do. We put it on there with the piece of content and then the caption that needs to go with that. Pretty simple. I then pay my VA to post each day to the feed and then some days to the stories as well for Instagram. This is how I schedule, and this allows me to, because we're planning it ahead, it means that we can stay ahead and make sure that, hey, if I have a busy month of travel coming up, that I don't need to be stressing about what I'm going to post on Instagram, for example, or on my stories. Or if I'm in a time where, hey, I've got a bunch of time and I can do it myself, I can dig more into the analytics and the data and see more of the trends so that next time I plan that I execute better. So this is a training I recorded in the past, and I'll walk you through how I post, around 284 pieces of content each month, like Alex Hormozy, very famous guy in the space that posts a lot of content and spends a lot of money on posting that content. So you'll see kind of my strategy for this. Now, again, this is a slightly older training that I recorded when I had a full team doing this all for me in terms of scripting out ideas. I would record them, they would edit and all of that. Currently, I'm not following this and I am posting probably the same amount of content, but I'm doing it pretty much all myself with just me and my VA. As I mentioned previously in this training, it's something currently that I'm going through. But yeah, enjoy this. This is more for when you are ready to scale up your content output. And it's not really something I would do from day one unless you really don't have time and you're hiring a team from day one as well.
Over the course of the next minutes, you're going to learn how exactly I post and create 240 pieces of content like Alex Hormozy does. I'll show you the processes and the team members that I have in place that make this process easy and effortless. This setup has allowed me to gain over 250,000 followers on TikTok. We recently hit about 40,000 on Instagram. We have about 9,000 on YouTube. And overall, it's allowed me to build a second business which has hit the 7-figure mark, meaning that it's made over 1 million in revenue. And the way in which we get customers and get clients for the business is through the content we post. We don't spend any money on ads, so any new customers that we get all come from first seeing some of our content online. Then we've got appointment setters and salespeople in place to actually make the sales, but it all starts with the content. And that's because attention is the new currency. It's why many big businesses have stopped running paid advertisements, or they've dramatically decreased their ad budgets and instead they're investing more in content. For one simple reason, because it is the way things work. For one simple reason, content works when effectively executed. One single piece of content that may cost you $10 to produce can bring you in hundreds of thousands of dollars in new revenue. To get that same revenue from an ad, you'll have to spend a lot more, trust me. So let me show you a quick breakdown of the content team that I have in place. So we have one YouTube video editor responsible for editing these exact videos you see right here. Shout out to you. I have 2 TikTok editors, aka short form content editors, and I have 1 graphic designer. Editor number 1, Mr. YouTube Video Editor, responsible for these videos, but also for taking engaging clips out of these videos, which are then sent to another editor. Editor number 2 takes the engaging clips from the YouTube videos that editor number 1 has clipped and creates content from that through adding subtitles, animations, and sound effects. Editor number 2 also creates content like this, some of these examples you can see on screen here from my TikTok, where I have actually purposely recorded those content for TikTok. So that means I've rotated my phone to portrait vertical version, popped on the ring light, and recorded for 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Editor number 3 is responsible for creating lifestyle content. So some of these examples you see on screen from my TikTok are lifestyle pieces of content. You'll notice I'm not speaking to the camera, and there's typically a collage of clips of me showing my lifestyle with some text on the screen. These are very simple and easy to make, but some of these get an incredible amount of views. I've had videos just like these get over 1 million views on a single video. It's mad.
And then our graphic designer is in charge of creating some content for Instagram. You'll see some examples here of graphics we've posted, but also for creating YouTube thumbnails. So that's the team. Here's the process. Step number 1 in our process is coming up with ideas, generating content ideas. Some of this I do myself and some of it is done by one of my editors. So to create content specifically for short form, TikTok, YouTube and Instagram, on a weekly basis I may sit down to record 10 of those videos. I will write out a very brief script on my laptop in Notion. I'll sit down and record pretty much all of them back to back, and that may take me 30 minutes all the way up to 1 hour. I then put all of those into a Google Drive, send them to that specific editor that's responsible for that content, and then he gets it done. The lifestyle content, such as the examples that you can see on screen, I don't really do anything for these. My editor comes up with the ideas, executes them, and then just sends the videos to me once they've been created to approve them. And for the YouTube videos, again, it's a hybrid approach where I come up with some ideas and then my editor comes up with some ideas as well. So either I'll script out the video or they'll give their 2 cents as well. For YouTube videos, I typically record my videos in batches. So you'll often see videos of me back to back wearing the same jumper, same t-shirt, etc. As I'm recording this video right now, I have a call in the next 15 minutes with my sales team, so I probably will just finish this video, leave my camera set up, and then after my call, I'll come back and record the extra videos. I've got 2 more to record today. So my editor's going to pop up a screenshot of our Notion board, blurring out all of our content ideas, obviously, to show you what our Notion board looks like. The reason we use Notion is that it's just very, very easy to use and to track the moving pieces. So we know how many ideas we have, how many videos are scripted, how many are ready to be recorded, how many have been recorded, how many then are ready to be posted, how many then have been posted, and it's all tracked. So if I don't know if I posted the video that my editor made 2 weeks ago, I can just check the Notion board. There's no guesswork, it's all tracked. Another reason we use this exact setup in Notion, which to be honest you could use in a different software or platform, Notion is just one I use personally, is the fact that we can have different sections and different columns for content that needs to be approved. This means that I need to look at the content, look at it, and make sure it fits the criteria and matches our brand. So for example, for a YouTube video, sometimes I'll get a YouTube video back from my editor and there are no revisions, meaning I don't want to change anything and it's good to go. Other times I'm picky and I have to change 3 or 4 things in the video, and my editor has to basically just correct the mistakes and then send it back. Having this as part of our process means that I can give feedback in a way where we know where the video stands. We know if it's done, and we know if it's done but needs to be approved by me. So that is the system, the process, and the team members that I have in place in my business. And this is for my personal brand. This has nothing to do with the agency that I built. However, for the agency that I built, we primarily delivered content to our clients. So this system that you've seen is very similar to the content system we would have used in the agency. So the process of, scripting things out, having different sections for videos that are created, ones that need approval, that's the same type of process we used. And since I built my agency primarily around content, most of the people that I work with in my coaching business also want to create content agencies or social media agencies. And because of that, a lot of the people that come and work with me want to do the exact same thing that I've done, which makes it very, very easy for me to teach them and to show them the ins and outs and to give them the templates and the systems and the SOPs and the processes, because it's exactly what I've done myself, both for my agency but also for my personal brand as well. So I'm not quite as famous as Alex Hormozy, but I am posting as much content as him.
So, do you want the quickest way to learn how to edit video content? Well, I'm going to show you now. Number 1, you're going to find a video you want to replicate. Number 2, you're going to break down the things they did in the video. You're going to write down the transitions they used, the sound effects used, the hook, the pattern interrupt, the subtitles, everything. You're then going to record content pretty much to the same, okay? And then you don't know how to add subtitles or something like that. Find a specific video on that thing, how to add subtitles. Type that into YouTube, search YouTube with intentionality, watch the mini tutorials it'll give you, and now try it for yourself. That's literally it. This is how anytime I've had to go back into the editing myself, this is exactly what I've done. I'm going to walk you through a couple of mini tutorials here very soon that will pretty much eradicate your need to go and do this on YouTube unless you want fancier editing. But I'm going to show you the stuff that I'm doing that takes me literally a matter of probably 2 to 5 minutes max per video, and it's getting me views. Like, I'm getting videos that are getting 1 million views. So if it's working for me, it can definitely work for you. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to hire someone to create content for you. So why would you hire? One, you're not good at editing, you don't want to learn it. Two, you don't have the time. And two, you want to double your output. So there's many reasons you would want to hire. But it's obviously very important to know how to do this process. If you do it wrong, it can really mess up and just be a waste of time and money. So where do you find people? You can find people on Upwork, in Facebook groups, online jobs, PH, websites like this, or you could request somebody from my team. Depending on which program you're in, you can reach out and inquire about that, because I have people that are trained up in this that do it for me that I don't need full time, so I'll be able to give you their details as well. When it comes to, hiring people, let's say with Upwork or online jobs PH or even Facebook groups, we have a whole process to follow for that. If there's extra resources you need on that, you can reach out and we can see if we can provide those to you. But it's a pretty simple process of you're defining what you need from somebody, posting the job, and making sure that the person that you bring on matches everything you want in terms of your expectations, pay, are they going to go full-time with you, etc. So this is the process. I would first find out what the deliverables are. For example, I need a video editor where I'm going to record videos and send them to you. Your job is to edit the videos, make them look good, like this style, like this style, like this style, insert examples from competitors, and that's the process, okay? Number two would be post that job then on a site such as Upwork or Online Jobs PH, wait for the responses, send a trial task to the applicants. So if you get 30 responses, out of that, you send the trial task to those people. Maybe only 5 of them do it. Then you interview the good trial tasks. Okay, so out of the 5 that did it, maybe 2 or 3 are good. On there, you'd want to discuss payment terms, aka will you pay them up front, pay them per piece, pay them per hour, pay them at the end of the month. I would recommend paying at the end of the month per piece. That's what I've always done. How much content you're going to need per week, per month, and how much hours you need from them. Then, if all of that aligns and everything's a good fit, you would hire them and then give them feedback continually, helping them improve. My first graphic designer I hired back in 2019, he was okay. He was decent, but he wasn't a 10 out of 10 designer. But I could see he was very dedicated, he was very good at communicating, and he wanted to work with me long term. So I put in tons of time and effort making sure that I could upskill him, gave him all the feedback I could, so that eventually he got to a point where he was just really, really good. So when you find those people, it's worth doing. Then you might need to send them a detailed SOP. This is a standard operating procedure, essentially just a really detailed document or guide as to exactly what you want them to do. Now, I've hired many video editors where I've not run them through this process, okay? I've not given them a detailed SOP, and I've not needed to give them a huge amount of feedback. And that just really is possible when you find a really good editor that matches exactly what you're looking for from the start, and those people do exist. So to walk you through kind of some of the stats here, on average I would have paid around $5 per video. Of course, some editors, doing it to a higher standard, you'd pay more, 10, 15, 20. So if my editor, when he was doing 3 videos a day for me, it would be $15 a day. He would take snippets from my longer form videos on YouTube or some live coaching calls I've hosted. Quite time consuming for him, as he would need to look at the videos and find the timestamps of the good parts, or I would need to do it. So that is quite time consuming. The fastest approach would be to just record a new video and then send it to him to edit, pretty much the same time as above. So that was kind of the main way that we did it. I'm now going to show you 5 examples of edited videos so that you can get kind of a grasp as to really what these type of videos can look like with a decent editor that doesn't charge too much money. So this is video 1. You'll see we've got an overlay of another video, and I'm basically just reacting to that video. And in a moment here, I'll start speaking and he'll do some fancy, animations, transitions, and text on screen, subtitles, that kind of thing. So that's just one example. Example 2, this is just a very basic, talk to the camera, put text on the screen, animations, subtitles, right? Simple stuff. But again, if I was to sit down and do this myself to the level he's done it, it would take me a lot more time, let me tell you that. This is a bit of a different style where he's using a lot of overlays and kind of like this background. You see like the papery background with the, the icons and different imagery used. Different style, but one that has worked really nicely for me. This here, similar to what we looked at before, just a lot of subtitles and imagery, lots of images popping up on screen to really illustrate the points that I'm trying to make. You'll see here, the font is quite different than I've used in other videos, but I think it matches the type very good. And here is one final example. Again, really just an overlay green screen style of video. So I've just recorded this in, my office, and he's just then basically cut around me and put all of these effects behind me just to give it a little bit more of a pattern interrupt to get people to pay more attention. So now I'm going to show you some editing tutorials as promised. Really basic. I'm going to show you 3 types of videos. Number 1 is a talking head subtitle style video, aka like I'm doing now, just talk to the camera and add subtitles on top. Number 2 is video overlays with subtitles. Okay, so you'll see what I mean by that. And number 3 is the text on screen style. We've talked about this a lot as my 4-minute viral video strategy. So I'll roll those now and enjoy.
So welcome to this super short, straight to the point, CapCut tutorial. So you've recorded your video. This is a talking head video, aka you talking to the camera. This could also be a clip from a YouTube video of a podcast or something of somebody speaking. I'm going to show you how to add subtitles, probably the easiest, quickest way. So the first thing I would do is I would trim your clip. Okay, so I would just find where you start speaking, click on it, click split, zoom in on the timeline just so you can find the first part and click delete. Right, so now it should start. If you have no, boom, perfect. And I'm going to do the same at the end. All right, this is very basic. Just if you've never done this before, you now know how to do it. Again, just keep going until you find where you just stop talking. There, that'll do. Split, delete, and then delete. This is just the CapCut overlay. So we're good to go. Now, how do we do those cool looking subtitles? Well, we click text, we click auto captions, generate from video, as you can see, and then we find a font that we like. If you don't have CapCut Pro, there's actually tons of free options. They're not showing right now because I believe I'm on the Pro plan, but oh no, there we go. Here we are. Look, there you go. Couple of cool options, free. Let's use one of the free ones because I think they're still pretty damn good. And that's it. Click generate. This will generate your captions. And there's really only a couple of things that you now need to do. One is positioning. Where do you want your captions to be? In this case, this looks good, right? It's right under my mouth. But we could also try doing it above my head. You can experiment with this yourself. There's people that have said always under the mouth, always under the head, and there's people that like it up top. You do you. Sizing, you can make this smaller or bigger. The good thing is you just do it for one word and it will apply it for the entire caption. Okay, so that's number 1. Second thing is go to edit captions and just run through this and see if there's any spelling mistakes. It's really good, but there are sometimes little mistakes. That all looks good to me. Click go. If you have no idea how to edit in CapCut, you are done. That's as simple as it can be. Of course, if you want to add extra stuff, sound effects, overlays, this kind of thing, you can do that, but that's all you need to do. You come up here, you click export, and that is it. You have just made a talking head video with captions, and it's ready to share. So in the last video, we looked at how to add subtitles to your video in CapCut. Now what I'm going to go and show you how to do is add overlays. So I have these videos where it's essentially me talking, but then there's like just random clips and videos of me in the background. And they work. They work pretty well. So the way you do this is you click overlay, and essentially this allows you now to add overlay images. So if I open up mine here, you can see overlays that I have. Let's take this here. I took a video of this Airbnb that I stayed at, and I can load this in and essentially have the text be on screen and this video be in the background. Now, this obviously works best when you put in overlays that are relevant, right? So for example, if you're talking about how to make money online, clips of you making money and working would probably make the most sense, right? So super simple video of me, right? If I just chop it up here a bit, I can drag it over. Cool, so now when it starts, it's the clip of me. Cool. And the text is on screen. The text looks kind of cool, but I think it would be cooler in the middle for an overlay video. If you have no idea how to edit in CapCut. So that's it. I'm not going to show you how to add more clips now. You know exactly how to do this. Keep it simple. There you go. This is a super short video. It's going to show you how to create text on screen videos in TikTok. You can make these in CapCut, in the Instagram app. I just make any of mine in TikTok because it's super easy to do. First thing I do is I find an audio that I think is going to work with this. I tend to go with, no lyrics, kind of ambient sounds, suspenseful music. How do I find these? I go to my For You page and I just scroll until I find one. Super simple. click use sound, get your video. I'm going to take this video of me here. Let me see, we're going to go with this one. This is a clip of me just like working at my laptop. So what I'm going to do, following what we've already looked at, is I'm going to snip this up to a maybe 5 to 7 second segment. I'm going to go with 7 seconds, and that's my clip. Cool. I want to make sure it's muted. As you can see, it's already muted because I don't want the noise of me pulling the chair in the background, and it should just be music. And then you click add text. All right. And this is where we put in our huge inspirational block of text. Now, again, you need to follow the things we've looked at already. You know, this needs to hook people in. It needs to be dramatic. It needs to be maybe controversial. And you want to ideally use some stats when you can. Numbers. People love numbers. And that's it. I use the classic font on TikTok. I click this so it's like outlined in black, as you can see. And I place that right there in the middle. I put it all the way to the end so the text covers the whole thing. And that's it. All right, simple. Click next, click post, and you're good to go. So far in this training, we have mainly focused on how to build up your audience. We've looked at content calendars, and really what you need to have in place to be able to post content that then gets an audience for you. In this section, we're going to transition a bit. We're going to talk more about how to sell. So first, I'm going to walk you through myself as an example. So I've started, my personal brands, and after a little bit of time, I launched an ebook. Sold the ebook, then I moved on to one-to-one coaching, and then I launched my main program. So where did I get my initial sales for any of these? For the ebook, for the coaching, for my main program? So I got some initial sales via mass promotions, right? This was like a couple times per month. So I'm going to mainly focus here on the main program, because the stuff I did with the ebook and the one-to-one coaching, I really didn't know what I was doing. I was just figuring things out. When it came to the main program, I'd already been in the game I had my personal brand for a few months. I've been building that audience for a few months. So I had a lot more insights, let's just say, as to what was going to work. So mass promotions, what this means is, go into your Instagram story and going, guys, I just launched this program. Here's everything you get in the program. If you want to learn how to get this result, here's the link, go join the program. So that's what I would do. And I would do that a couple of times per week, and this would result in a couple of times per month. I would get a few sales. Nothing crazy. I've shown you my numbers in this training already of how much that was making me, and most months it was less than $1,000 in the month. So things only started to change for my business when I introduced a funnel to capture leads and send them email campaigns. So for example, collecting, contact info from prospects. This is basically just building an email list. So instead of now just sending people to a link where they could buy my program, I would be instead pushing people more towards a free training or a lead magnet or a place where they could give me their contact info, and in return I would give them something very valuable. So we've touched on this before. We looked at creating your free offer, and so that's what I did, and I put a lot of my focus on that, and that allowed me to build up an email list. Building up an email list was very powerful because it meant that, hey, these are people that really are interested. They want to know more about what I do. I can now send them emails a few times per week showing them, here's a client I have, here's the strategies I use with the client, just delivering value. And then in other emails, I would be more direct, and I would do a call to action, and I would do a mass promotion. So this was change number one that I made. Change number two was I set up a DM funnel to engage viewers, likers, and followers. In the appointment setting section, we have just covered the art of that, how you would set that up, what kind of messages you would send, and what that looks like. So, now you've no doubt of how powerful that is. When that got to a point where I knew that was working, aka I had a script and a process that was working, it was getting people buying my thing, and this gonna happen pretty fast. I'll be honest. I had this moment. It was very vivid. I crashed my car. Well, not my car, it was my parents' car, and I crashed the car, and it was with my friend, and I ended up needing to pay for repairs on our car and his car, and it was a chunk of money. It was like maybe 5-6 grand, and I was making really good money with the agency at that time, so that wasn't a problem, but it still was like a big financial hit where I was like, oh my god, I could have avoided that. That was just a stupid mistake by me. Now I've got to pay out 6K. And what that did for me, it was like I had like invested that money and then lost the money, because immediately I was like, okay, I need to make more money. And the lowest hanging fruit for me was my personal brand, because at this point it was in that stage of making maybe less than $1,000 a month. I was like, yeah, but I have an audience. Like, I can definitely make more money with this. I started to look back at all of our clients in the agency and what they were doing, and how some of them were making, we had fitness coaches making 50K a month with similar size audiences as me. And what I realized is that they were spending so much time on appointment setting and their DMs, and they would either do it themselves or they'd have somebody else do it. And that's when I got this genius idea, right? You know, I just followed what worked for them, which was I put tons of time into this. And so I did it myself. Okay, did it myself. I was sending the messages myself. I built out a very basic script, and I would just copy and paste the messages on my laptop, on Instagram, just on the website. And I would do that for a couple of hours per day. And that worked. It worked pretty fast. And I think it worked pretty fast because I just hadn't done it before. So even though my script wasn't great and could have used some tweaks, it just worked. And so did that. That started to churn out some people buying our stuff. Maybe one a day to start off, and I was like, wow, there's a lot of potential here for sure. And then I added a VA, which is another term for an appointment setter, and someone to basically do this for me. So I built the script, and I knew the script worked, and then I built out a process for them to track how much they were doing each day, and then they did it. So this was another big step, because it meant that I could now put more of my time on content and coaching, the two things that would really drive business forward, and have them basically generate a lot of leads and get a lot of the sales in. You know, at that point I was paying my VA just hourly, $3 per hour, and that was it. Eventually I moved to a setup where I was paying for appointment setting, which is similar. They were still following a rough script, but they had a lot more training, and I would also incentivize them with commission. So, you know, my appointment setters right now just work off commission. So they get commission whenever they bring leads that end up buying what we sell. So that was pivotal. Like that changed the game for me. After that point, because of course we were getting more people buying our stuff, which meant we had more workload, more coaching to do, I got to a point where I hired our student success manager. And this happened very organically. I didn't plan on doing it, but I was getting very, very busy with doing it all by myself. Essentially, it worked out where I had a student in my program get great results. I remember he got to 6K a month really fast. I interviewed him on YouTube, and then he continued to scale, and he was in around 10K a month. And then he started to just like host extra coaching calls in our community for free. And I was like, okay, well, what if I pay you to do this, but you do this on a set schedule and you actually chat with people as well? And he was like, yeah, amazing. Sounds great. So I basically hired him, where he didn't remove me completely from coaching, because I still wanted to be involved myself. And he had his own business to run, but this obviously freed up so much of my time. So from here, basically just focus on coaching and content. Less coaching, because he could handle quite a lot of the day-to-day stuff, and I would just spend, you know, a couple of hours where needed, and then tons of time on content. Why? Because content was the thing that really got me to this point in the first place. So that's what I did. Right, I wanted to show you first how I sold and how I continued to sell via social media. Now, I don't want you to copy me, because I was just guessing. I didn't know what I was doing. I was winging it. I didn't really have much guidance. Now, what I would do if I was to do this differently, and I was to start tomorrow again from scratch, I would only start with one product and one offer. Okay, and I see it, right? And I totally get it, because I did it myself. If you get yourself to a stage where you have a couple thousand followers and you don't know what to sell, what often happens is people decide to sell loads of things. So like, I'll sell an ebook, and I'll sell one-to-one coaching, and I'll sell group coaching, and I'll sell this. And look, that can work, right? There are really, really successful, you know, influencers and big coaches out there that do this. And they've got 100 products, literally. 50 plus products I've seen people with like 100 products. It's crazy. They're in a different league though. They're in a different category. They've been doing this for years, and those products are probably set up with their own specific sales mechanisms that run with sales teams, and like they've got probably, you know, 50 full-time employees running that stuff for them. Okay. For you, do not start with multiple products. Start with one thing, right? Start with one thing that you can't offer to everybody. So it's going to be too expensive for some, and it's not going to be enough for others. Okay, but start with one product and offer. Now, how you sell that product and offer is going to depend on if you're doing done for you, done with you, and the DIY offer, right? Because this usually dictates the pricing, which will dictate where and how you sell it. So for example, if you go with the DIY approach, you're probably going to sell a course or an ebook. If you're selling an ebook, you're probably not going to sell an ebook for $5,000, right? You're probably going to sell that ebook for $50 or less. If you're selling a course, you could sell it for $5,000, but most people who sell just a course sell it in the hundreds range, maybe $200, $300, $400 for the course. So this dictates the pricing, which then dictates how and where you sell it. So for example, if you sell just an ebook, $50, you're not going to be having sales calls with people to sell your ebook, right? You'll probably just sell it directly on your website, or maybe with DMs and appointment setting. So just ask yourself that. How would you sell a $50 ebook? How would you sell a $500 course? How would you sell a $6,800 coaching program? Or how would you sell a $10,000 plus done for you service? It changes, right? How would I sell an ebook? I'd probably just put it on a website page where people can click add to cart and buy it. How would I sell a $500 course? I would probably have DM, like a DM funnel, messaging back and forth. And then if people are a good fit, I would just send them to the checkout page. If I was selling a $6,800 coaching program, I would have DMs, I would get people to have a call, and that's where we would present the offer. And if we were doing a done for you service for 10K plus, same thing. DMs, call, and sell from there. So how you sell depends on the route you go down and of course the price that you charge, right? So just really simple example. Fitness coach who sells a $50 ebook is very different to someone selling 6.8K coaching program. You can put your $50 ebook on a Shopify store, on Gumroad. You could just set up a Stripe or PayPal checkout link. You could promote it directly on your Instagram story or the link in your bio or in the description of your YouTube videos. And that's that. It doesn't need to be a big conversation about it. But if it's a 6.8K program, you're most likely going to have a call to action, such as book a call, apply here, message me. You'll then qualify the person, you'll vet them via text or call before then sending any info about how much you cost for it, the pricing, etc. And publicly, people won't be able to just, go on your Instagram story and buy it. They have to go through a process. And this is for two reasons. One is so that you only attract the right fits. And two is to get somebody ready to drop 6.8K. If somebody messages you and they say, hey, you want to do a program, and you just send them the link for 6.8K, they might join. But chances are they won't, because they need to get to a point where they see all the value and then be able to justify, I will pay 6.8K, which is why people do calls for this kind of thing. So let's go back to what we looked at before. What is easiest is not always the best way. So the easiest way to sell is not always the best way. So sometimes you have to create friction, right? What I mean by friction is this. Would it be easier for you to just have a link with your program with everything included and then the checkout with 6.8K, and you could just send that to somebody, and if they're serious, they'll buy it, and if they're not, they're not? Yes, you could do that. Would you make a lot more money though if you created the friction where they had to apply and then they had to have a call, and then on the call you showed them the options? Yes, you would. And this has just been proven in the industry time and time again. So what's easiest here is not always the best way. Now, if you want easy, right? Let's say you don't want to do sales calls, you don't want to sell high ticket, then fine, you can optimize for easiest, but just make sure that you're, kind of respecting the rules of the game, because they've been proven by so many people over and over and over again. And it'd be kind of a little dumb of us to kind of skip over those and just think that we're different and we'll be able to do it differently when people have tried this for years. So an example of creating that friction is this. Okay, you have an appointment setter that goes through your content, and they find people that liked your content, new followers, and people voting on your stories. They then message them to start conversations. They then ask them questions. They put them through, like a mini video that they have to watch, and then they reply if they're interested after the video. And then you say, okay, here's, the last video you've got to watch, and here's some extra info, and then they book a call, right? So you're creating quite a lot of friction. Of course, you'll lose some people through that process. Then when they book the call, you have a process before the call. So it's Monday today, but they booked the call today, but the call isn't until Wednesday. Cool. Well, tomorrow, let's make sure we send them some resources, maybe some interviews with people that we've helped before, or maybe it's just a 15-minute video that breaks down how the program works, whatever that may be. So again, we're creating more friction. And then during the call, you need to, of course, have a process. So it's not just you hop on and they just start asking you questions, but instead you're in charge and you direct the call and you walk them through A to Z, how you're going to take them from where they're at to where they want to get to. We'll, of course, talk about that in a few moments when we talk all about selling over the phone. And then finally, you need to have an onboarding process so that when they pay, they get everything set up and ready to go. That's just an example of how you create friction for most of these high ticket products. So I'm going to walk you through how to sell over calls, over using a funnel, and then just over DM conversations. I wanted to give you kind of everything here first, just to like plant the ideas in your head. You know, there's different routes you can take. They all work, but they all work for different styles, different types of products. And of course, it's ultimately what you want to do, right? Like you want to optimize for what you want. So if you don't mind about making much more money, but you just want to make, you know, a certain amount, then cool, just optimize for that in the easiest way, and that will be no problem. So my goal here is to show you the options, point you in the right direction, but please don't spend weeks deciding which route to take. They all work. You just have to commit to one. If you're going to go low ticket, ebook, sell it via the website, just know that you'll need to get volume and you'll need to be getting, you know, really hundreds of followers a day to your content to be able to do that pretty well and successfully. If, however, you're like, no, that's not the route I want to take and I want to go high ticket with a coaching program, then you'll be able to do that too. So I'm going to look at walking you through how to create a value ladder to make more money. This is a value ladder. Simply put, it's normally a ladder, right, that goes up in value and goes up in price as well. You'll see here on the left, the x-axis, we've got dollars, and then on the y-axis here, I think that's correct. I haven't been in college in years, so maybe I'm getting this completely wrong. This is this is X and this is Y. That's funny. Okay, value on the x-axis and dollars, money up here on the Y. Okay, so as it goes up in value, it goes up in price, right? You can see that on the graph. So for example, at the bottom we have free training, free lead magnet, etc. Low value, no money. Then we have low ticket. This again might be our $50 ebook. Mid ticket might be our course for $400 or $500. And then high, maybe it's our coaching program for maybe a couple of $1,000s, for example. Okay, so this is a value ladder. The question is, should you create one of these, and how should you have different options? Should you have a free thing, an ebook then, and a course, and then also the coaching program? Well, let's talk about it. Yes. All right. When you have one offer doing incredibly well, yes, it makes sense to do this, but too many people make less than, say, $5,000 a month, and they have 20 different offers. I see this very, very commonly. I spoke to a photographer recently. He had like 100,000 followers. He was making like about $1,000 a month on average, and he had about 10 products. And I was just like, what? This is crazy. 10 products making less than 1,000. So these are the benchmarks that I would shoot for personally. I would want to be doing 10K a month from one offer. Right, there is no need for me to have a second option until I have that. Okay, so 10K a month from one offer, that's the bare minimum. Then you want to make sure that there's a burning need for another step, aka more value. So for example, your offer is teaching somebody how to, I don't know, let's say create content, okay? And it's gotten to the point where so many of your customers are like, man, this is so good, but I'd really love to work with you one-to-one, okay? And you've had enough people do this, not just one or two people, but you've had a bunch of people doing this, and okay, there's a burning need now for that next step. Great. You want to make sure you have enough customers to launch an upsell to, right? You can imagine if you go and build out a one-to-one coaching program, but you've got one person on it, doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? You want to make sure that there's enough, and it's not just like one or two outliers that want the extra thing, but there's quite a few people. And finally then, that it won't distract you from selling the core offer or confuse people, because then there's too many options. And I have done this in the past, and I've learned from this. I had a situation where I had my offer, which was doing great, and then I introduced a new offer the month after, and I was like, right, you know, this new offer will capture a different part of the audience, and it won't, it won't cannibalize the sales I was getting for the other offer. And it did exactly that. We dropped about 30% revenue in that month, and people were incredibly confused. Adam, not sure which program to go for, so I'm just not going to join any until I know which one to join, right? And you can understand that that's logical, and you don't want to put that thought into somebody's head. So make sure that you've got 10K a month minimum, and then that there's all of these things as well. The last point is probably my biggest lesson, which is that it won't distract you from the core thing. Because as soon as somebody is confused which option to take, it changes the question completely, right? If someone has decided, look, Adam, I want to work with you, but then you've got two different offers and they need to decide between the two offers, you've just created a whole lot more friction for them to be able to pay you money and get your help. So that is my thoughts on doing it. So look, in my case, after doing consistent 10K plus months, I eventually, after many months, right, many months later, after hitting the first 10K month, brought in the next step of my value ladder. And it was what people wanted more of. So people wanted more coaching, more access to me, a smaller community, and they wanted more like plug and play resources, more copy and paste systems from my agency. Now, the mistake I made was that I launched this publicly when the only people who really bought it were already customers. So I made the mistake of going publicly with saying, now I have two offers. I've got this and I've got this. And the problem there, as I mentioned, when I did that, nobody in the public audience bought it, meaning that nobody who wasn't already in my first program bought the new program. The only people who bought the new program were the people already in the first. And there's a lesson there. And that's where, if we go back here, you can see the case of you could add in a second offer where it doesn't distract because you only sell one thing on the front end and then you only offer them the upgrade on the back end. But still, you do need to make sure that there's actually a burning need for this and you have enough people that want it, okay? So that was the lesson I learned from doing that. And now we still have that same offer. It's slightly different, but we don't publicly advertise it. It's a very invite only thing where if someone is a good fit for it, we might offer it to them, but most cases they just join our main thing and then afterwards they can look at joining that as well. So what is a value ladder? Okay, value ladder is typically upselling, which if you don't know what that is, I'll kind of walk you through it now. So upselling is you bought X, now do you want to buy Y? Okay, so you buy an airline ticket. Many airlines do this very well, and you buy a flight ticket and then they upsell you on choosing your seat and then adding an extra bag, and then you can actually get a meal, and then you can book a hotel through us and a taxi, and before you know it, there's actually 10 things that you could have spent more money on. Okay, so this is upselling. Now I want to get this clear, right? This doesn't mean that if you're making, let's say you're making less than 5K a month or less than our 10K a month, you can still add on these add-ons, okay? So I'm not saying that you just have to have your one thing and you can't have add-ons. What I mean is try and avoid having multiple offers on the front. What I found to work best from myself, and I learned from experience, and the people that I've taught this to, is mainly have one thing on the front, okay, one offer, right? And that's your one thing. But then when they buy your one thing, yes, of course, you can add add-ons or bundles. For example, somebody buys a course off you and it's $500. Well, let's say that then there is a bunch of templates you have that would be really valuable and people would spend tons of time building them out for themselves. Would they be valuable enough to sell them? If so, great. Why wouldn't we sell them? Okay, we could add that in as an upsell, and for $97 extra, you can add on the templates. Great, amazing. Or then you have another thing, and they can buy your course, or then they can buy your community as well. So it's, hey, my course is $500 a month, and then when they buy the course, you say, oh, by the way, we have a community which is invite only. Do you want to join the community? We only invite people that buy our main program. Cool, it's $100 a month, and they can sign up to that. So this can be wildly effective, okay? The thing I would do is I would try and offer these after or during the sale, okay? So if somebody's on your checkout buying your thing, you've probably seen this. Sometimes there's a tick box where you can add on an extra product. That's called a one-click upsell, okay? So that's really effective. But what's even more effective from my view is when they first make the purchase, that's gone through, and then there's the option to add other stuff on, because then you're taking out any confusion. For example, somebody could get to your checkout for the $500 product and then go, oh, but I don't know if I need the template, so I'm not going to buy any of it right now, right? Because I don't know about the template. I'll come back in 2 days. You don't want that, right? You want someone to just be able to come on, buy it and get it. But obviously then if they've bought it, great. They're not going to back out of buying it if they then see the template upsell afterwards. Okay. So not presenting these publicly, again, as people will just get confused about which one should I get versus should I get his or her help. So this is really important. So again, to recap, do I recommend you have some add-ons? Yes, but don't spend tons of time on this, and don't distract this from getting your offer launched, and don't let this distract from other things. So if, for example, you've launched your offer and your offer is not selling, adding add-ons doesn't make sense. That's not a good use of time, right? Because you can't even sell your first thing, so then there's nobody to buy the add-ons. So you just have to think through this logically. And I say this, and I'm almost saying this to old me. Again, I'm helping old me, because this is not what I did. Like, I had points where I was barely making sales and I was like, ooh, but I could create this add-on, which just doesn't make sense. It's like, Adam, focus on selling your main thing first. And when enough people are buying that, you can add in the add-ons and the bundles when people actually want it, and then they will pay for it. And then it's worth you putting in the time to put it together. So that's what I would do for your value ladder and upselling. All right, so building your offer. We've touched on this in dribs and drabs already. We've looked at free offer versus paid offer. We've looked at previously how we sell and kind of what that price point could look like and what those options would be. Now, in this section, I'm going to give you tons of training from one of our other programs about offer building. We go into a lot of detail on how to build your offer. So please don't skip this. It's really important to understand the context as well, though. Again, this is from a different program. So again, it's from the program where I'm teaching someone how to build a marketing agency, mainly focused on done for you services. But the premise is similar. Very, very similar. So the things that I would teach you for that are very applicable if you're trying to build out a different type of offer yourself now, if you're trying to build out a coaching offer, for example. So watch through all of this content. There is quite a bit to get through, but it's very important to make sure that you understand how to build your offer, because get the offer wrong and yeah, it's quite messy. So in this section, we're going to build out your packages, aka what you offer and how much you charge. First, before we do that, we need to look at building your value proposition. So that begs the question, what is a value proposition? Well, here's a quote. A value proposition is a simple statement that summarizes why a customer would choose your product or service. So what does this mean? This literally means that your value proposition is the thing that helps you differentiate yourself from other service providers. So how you're going to differentiate yourself from me, from other people in our program, and other people doing this as well. All right, it's the thing that's going to make you unique. It also helps you call out your niche or your target market. This is incredibly powerful. Creates clarity around what you offer and who you offer it to. This may not seem like a big deal, but tons of our students have struggled with this in the past, where they haven't had the clarity on what they offer, who they offer it to. And you might not think that's about a big deal, but if you don't have that clarity, it leads to other things, right? It leads to you not taking action on certain other activities, which are actually going to get you clients. Okay. So we need to make sure that you know that your value proposition, so that you have that clarity. And it's something that you can use at the dinner table. All right. If somebody asks, hey, what do you do? This is your one-liner. All right, not 10 sentences. Don't give them all the bells and whistles. Get straight to it. What exactly is it that you do? Who do you help? And how do you help them? So let's look at an example. How would you sell a drill? All right. How would you sell me a drill? Well, first, you need to get into the mind of somebody who is buying the drills. You need to think, okay, what would Adam think if he's buying a drill? All right, pause the video. Think about this for a second. Why would you buy a drill? What would make you buy a drill? Like, what's the outcome, right? What's the benefit you would receive? What's the end goal? Is it just that it looks nice and it's a really nice color, or is it something deeper than that? So look, this is level 1, features. The drill is the most beautiful yellow. The drill has a magnetic tip. People really don't care about features. There is a time and a place for features. For example, if you bought this program, you probably bought some of the features, such as the content. That's a feature. Live coaching. That's a feature. So there's a time and a place where features make sense, but for what you're going to be selling, this is really your last resort. This is really the thing that you're only going to show to a business owner after they've been sold on the other levels that we're going to look at. So level 2 is functions. All right, what does the drill do? It doesn't just look nice. It doesn't just have a cool magnetic tick. What does it do? It can make holes in the wall. All right, so this is functions. But that begs the question, do people really care about making holes in a wall? I personally don't. I don't want to just buy a drill to drill holes in that wall. That's not really the intention. So this is where we get to level 3. This is the benefits. You see, this is why I would really buy a drill. And I actually don't own a drill, so maybe I need to buy one. Because if I want to hang storage shelves so that I can have more space in my home, I'll probably need a drill. If I want to build a proper home for my family, for my kids, where there's pictures on the wall, there's bits of art on the wall, I'm probably going to need a drill. And if I want to save time, because manually screwing just takes so much effort, if I've got a manual screwdriver, well, then I would buy a drill. You see, that's so much deeper, right, than just the color of the drill, how it looks, the features, and even the functions. All right, because at the end of the day, I don't care much for making holes in walls. I want these things. I want the benefits. So your value proposition answers this question, right? Why do people really buy from you? You see, nobody wants a 1/4 inch drill bit. They want a 1/4 inch hole. And no one actually really wants a 1/4 inch hole, right? They want to be able to hang things. They want to put their TV on their wall. They want to have a nice home. They want to have more space. They want to save time screwing. That sounds funny. So you get it, right? It's all about positioning what you do. It's not just saying, this is what I do. For example, it's not just, these are the glasses I sell. They're great glasses. No, these are blue light blocking glasses. And what do? They protect my eyes. They give me better sleep. They give me less headaches. You see, that's what we're really selling. If you look at the Rolex that I have, features, it's got a rotating bezel, right? It means you can move the bezel left and right, and you can use it to basically mark out distances. And it's a pretty nice watch, right? Those are features. The function, it keeps the time, and it can be used as a timer. Pretty basic. So as you can imagine, most people don't buy a Rolex for the features or the function. They buy it for the benefits, right? They buy it for, oh, it's an asset. It might hold value. This is a store of wealth. That's a reason. It's also an achievement piece saying, I made it, or, you know, I made a certain amount, or I hit a target, so I'm going to reward myself with a nice watch. It gets respect. It makes you feel a certain way. I didn't just buy that watch to tell the time, as you can imagine. You got to get to core human desires, why people actually buy. It's so much deeper than features. I could have used a Casio that I have over here that cost me €40, that is beautiful, does more things than the Rolex, right? I can set alarms on it, timers, you name it, but it's not the same, right? It doesn't give me the same benefit. That's what we need to focus on. So building your value proposition. Typically, this is how it looks. Now, these are just examples, okay? Let me stress that again. These are just examples. Let me stress that again. These are just examples. I'm not saying you have to have a statement exactly like I'm going to show you here. And I'm not saying that this is the only way to do it. This is just how I did it in the past and how most people go about this, all right? And this will change. You'll improve this over time. If you're just starting, you might not have much to talk about. When you have 10 clients and amazing results, you have a lot more to talk about then. So typically we're going to look at the niche, the benefits you give, or the outcome it gives, and then your service. All right. So for example, for this guy that I found on LinkedIn, he says he helps e-commerce stores increase sales 25% plus with Klaviyo email marketing. All right. So let's go through that list. We've got niche, which is e-com stores, benefits he gives, and the outcome, which is increased sales by 25%, and then service with email marketing. Now, if you don't have a niche, you can just replace niche with businesses. And then if you're speaking in a conversation in message format to somebody, you can add in their business. So for example, let's say you don't have a niche, right? Or you have a couple niches or whatever. And let's say you're speaking to a fitness coach, and then you've got an e-commerce brand, and you can't obviously just say the same thing to both of them. What you might say to the fitness coach is, you could say, as I mentioned here, just keep it general and say businesses, or you could just change it to his niche. For example, I help fitness coaches do X, Y, and Z. And then when you speak to the e-commerce brand, you say, I help e-commerce brands do X, Y, and Z. You know, you can be very creative with this. So just another example, all right, will be helping local businesses generate more sales with social media management. All right. And this is a pretty okay value proposition. You know, it's not 10 out of 10. But the key point I want to get home here for you is that this still works. All right. You don't need to have 25% plus and, you know, technical terms. You can have it very basic. It depends on who you sell to, right? If you're selling to me, you're going to have some technical stuff, right? Because I'm aware of this stuff. If you're selling to John, the plumber, who hasn't a clue about social media and he doesn't care to learn it, he's probably not going to stress over the fact that you didn't give him a percentage of how much more sales he'll get. He's just like, cool, you're going to help me get more sales with social media. Awesome stuff. Now, if you want to take this a step further, you can add in this last part, which is problem you solve. For example, helping local businesses generate more sales with social media, but also saving them the time and effort by handling social media for them. Okay, so you could phrase that in any number of ways. And this is a way in which you just go deeper into the core human desires. And again, this all comes down to understanding who you're selling to. So if you know your ideal client, yes, they want more sales. Yes, they want to grow their business, but really they just don't want to waste time. Well, then that's probably going to be the core human desire that's more motivating for them. Now, wants and needs. All right, some of you will know this, some of you may not. So let me explain. We have a saying, and we didn't come up with this saying, we just say it a lot, which is we sell people what they want and we give them what they need. Right? The reason is because people buy with emotion and then we justify it with logic. For example, the Rolex example. Did I buy that with emotion? 100%. Did I justify it with logic? Yes, because I started to go, oh yeah, it's an asset and it'll probably hold value. So if I wear it for 5 years, I can probably sell it. And it's good for my, you know, my personal achievements, and maybe it's good for my brand, right? That's logic. Okay. But I bought it with emotion. Okay. You see, at the start, you're going to be selling people what you think they want and need. Once you work with them, you'll actually learn what they really want and need. Okay. So in your head right now, you might be, this might be all clicking. It's all coming together. You're thinking, I'm going to help fitness coaches. I'm going to help real estate agents, or I'm just going to help online businesses. I'm going to help them with this and that. Right. As you actually do this, you start to speak to business owners, and you don't just speak to them trying to sell them, but you speak to them trying to understand what they really, really want. You'll start to realize what they really want, not what you think they want. And this is powerful, because if you try and sell somebody what you want, it's not always going to work. But figure out what they need, sell them that, and then deliver, or what they want, and then what they actually need is what you deliver. You're onto a game changer. I'll give you an example, right? For my agency, let's say I'm selling content creation and social media management. Okay. If I'm speaking to a guy, his name is John, and John has 10K followers on Instagram. He makes 10K a month as a fitness coach, but he wants to make 20K a month. Well, because I've figured out, right, I've been on a call with John, I've asked him questions such as, how much are you making right now? What goal do you want to get to? What's your biggest problem right now holding you back from that goal? Why haven't you got there yet? And John really very candidly just tells me he wants more sales. His problem is he's not getting enough traction on social media. He's not getting enough views, enough followers, and enough people messaging him to learn about his coaching. Well, when I then speak to John, right, what I'm going to sell to him is social media management and content creation to get him more followers, more views, more leads. I will touch on the fact that it will also save him time, and if he buys back an hour a day, he can spend that hour a day hopefully selling more deals. But my main motive is going to be what he actually wants. And then I'm going to give him what he needs, which is the service. Now, if I'm speaking to Jane, and Jane does 20K a month in her fitness coaching business, but she's not too concerned about making more money. She's happy with the amount she makes, but she's spending 4 hours a day on Instagram, talking to people, posting content, posting stories, and she's just tired of it. Well, with Jane, guess what? We're not going to talk too much about getting views and followers. What we're going to talk about? Saving her time. All right. So you're giving them what they need, but you're selling what they want. This is really, really key. So back to the points here. When you're starting, you will be taking an educated guess. All right, let's be real. Like, you're guessing what they want. So you might be thinking they want more customers. Maybe they don't, right? Maybe they want something completely different. And this is why we say Your packages might not survive your first contact with your customer. All right. You might have the perfect package in your mind and you speak to somebody and they may absolutely rip it apart and say, I don't want this, don't want this, don't want this, don't want this, but I want that. And this is why you have to be okay with dropping your ego in this game and being humbled by the game sometimes. So what do people want and need? These are some of the examples. Okay. So we got results, make more money, grow your business, get more customers. You've got convenience, save time, don't have to do the things you hate, aka save you hassle, and ego, to feel or be respected, to have a following. So there are more. These are just the three most common, and I have sold to all of these. I've sold the same service, right, the exact same package, to different people based on which of these they aligned with. So I've sold social media management to make more money. I've sold it to save someone time, and I've sold it to get somebody to a level of 10K followers and more respect in their industry. So now we need to get into the offer mindset, and we're going to look at some pricing mistakes. Number one, you don't need a no-brainer offer. What is a no-brainer offer? It's an offer so good that people can't resist it. They can't say no to it. This is popularized in the last couple of years, and yes, these work. Yes, they're very attractive. The problem is they went from a thing that only people who were very, very qualified to offer these things could offer to everybody offering them. Okay, let me explain. For example, if you had a marketing agency and you served 20 clients, and out of the 20 clients, it was that one client that you just got phenomenal results for. Like you got them 100K followers in a few months, right? You then decided to create an offer, which was, I'll get you 100K followers in 4 months. And if I don't, I give you all the money back. All right, that's an example of how you would craft a no-brainer offer. You take the best results that you can possibly get, and then you attach some crazy guarantee or offer around that. Now, does that work? Yes, right? Some people will see that, hear that, and say, wow, amazing. Like, amazing results, money back guarantee, let me go and get it, right? Let me get that thing. However, there's many, many people doing it now. There's not just the people that have experience. There's not just the people that have been in the industry for a long time that can afford to do it. A lot of beginners do this. All right, so let's take a look at the examples here, okay? So I got this message literally yesterday, okay? So first, we haven't touched on outreach yet. This is an example of outreach where somebody's pitching me over Instagram DMs. And we can touch on later why this is, in my opinion, not very good. But what I want to focus on is the offer part. Okay, so what he says is, basically, I'll give you this system that will help you get a 35% increase in your sales, or you don't pay. Okay, the same framework helped one of our clients, who's a coach, get 30K top line revenue by spending just 2,500 on Facebook ads. That's what he means there. All right, so basically he's saying you'll make 35% more money or you don't pay. Well, okay, interesting. The reason, even though that's pretty cool, right? Like, because if he can actually do that, that's fucking amazing, right? That's absolutely amazing. The reason I'm very doubtful about this is because I get this same type of message multiple times a day. And you see, when I conversate with these people and I go back and forth with them, 9 times out of 10, we realize that they actually have never done this before. So he's saying, oh, it helped one of our coaches or one of our clients do this. Maybe that's a possibility. But from the 9 out of 10 people I speak to, they haven't done it. So you can see how that would cause an issue, right? If you're promising a crazy result and you've never done it, you might get some easy clients, but can you deliver? Because if you guarantee them something like that, you're going to have to deliver, of course, right? So that's the first issue. And if you look at the message on the right, okay, here's another example. I got this message 2 days ago. So I'm going to 5x your followers, reach, engagement, clients, no less, every month, guaranteed, organically, no paid ads, no nothing. This is my 6th year in social media management. If it doesn't work, then you don't have to pay, or you're free for a chat. Okay, so he's offered me everything. All right, that's the first red flag. He's put everything in one offer. But even if he can do this, I just don't believe him, right? Like, from this message, I just don't believe that he's going to do that. And from my experience, if someone does something like this and they've not had the experience doing it, they just don't last very long, right? So as I mentioned previously, you might get some clients, but if you can't deliver on it, you're probably going to fail. Like, I've heard horror stories of people getting to 10K a month, but they did it through this type of offer, and then they couldn't deliver, so they had to refund everybody, and then they were at zero. So I would much rather you start without a no-brainer offer. I would much rather you start with a very basic offer, because they still work. All right, let me get that really clear. They still work. You don't need a no-brainer offer as much as you'll hear it on a YouTube video. You really fucking don't, because our Student Wins channel, multiple wins every week are from basic offers. Okay, so please listen to that, and please don't feel like you need to have the best offer. People buy from people, specifically as we move into a more AI focused world. They're going to be buying from you. Yes, they want to buy your result, but they're more buying from you as a person. Okay, so let's just get that really clear before we start in here. So what I want you to do is I want you to start your outreach before you finalize your packages. We haven't touched on outreach yet. We'll get onto that later, but just note this. Go through this content, but don't feel like you have to have this perfected or figured out. Our goal with packages and offers is to find a starting point, right? We don't want the best offer, the best pricing, none of that. We just want to be able to start. Some of our students have waited months. I mean, literal months. Okay, this breaks my heart. We had someone recently wait 2 to 3 months because he felt like he needed to have the perfect packages before he could do outreach, before he could go and sell his service. You can probably imagine that's obviously not the way to do it. Why? Because we've touched on this previously. Your packages will probably be destroyed and humbled by your clients. They'll probably explain to you what they actually want. And the thing you thought they wanted, they actually don't actually want. You get me? So you could spend 3 months working on this, which is crazy, but then you would probably get nowhere. You see, I was still figuring out my packages 8 months into my SMMA journey. Okay, so I signed my first client, which I did that on a whim. I had a call, didn't know what I would charge, told them, give me a couple minutes, figured out a price and sent it to them. And 8 months later, I was still figuring out pricing, right? I was still changing it. We were still trying discounts, adding extra things, like testing. So don't worry, all right? You don't have to have this 100% figured out. You also don't need 10 different packages. This is another thing, another pitfall people fall into. They send us like a PDF or a presentation or an image with all their packages, and they've got like 10 packages on there, like crazy stuff, right? If you're going to do packages, 1 to 3 packages is maximum, or you do none and you do custom packaging. Okay. In fact, I didn't have a package. I didn't have a pricing structure when I signed my first client, as I just explained. Custom packages are fucking awesome. These are so good. Custom packages, so good. If I was starting from zero, I would use custom packages. Then I would build out my packages after I had a few clients, right? Why would I do this? Because 1, clients are going to tell me what they want anyway. So my packages are probably going to be wrong. But what a waste of time, right? For a lot of people, it's a waste of time. Now, I get it. You might want to have packages and pricing because you might have no idea what you would charge. And that is completely fine. That is okay. And that's what we're going to give you in these next series of trainings. But I really need to get that point home that you don't need to have this perfected. People will not just see your package and be like, yeah, wow, oh my days, that's the best package ever. They're going to buy from you primarily. Your package, yes, it's a factor. Yes, it's very important, but they're buying from you, okay? Take this mindset with you. Serve, don't sell. You see, your first few sales calls especially, your goal is to be truly open. Like, ask as many questions as possible, figure out what they actually want, and be open to getting feedback on your offer. Be open to suggesting what you could work with them on. For example, they tell you they want this result, that result, etc. Instead of just telling them, okay, we do this package, like just have a chat with them, right? Like, we could do this or we could try this. Which of those makes more sense for you, right? Like, ask them and they're most likely going to tell you. Your goal here is to serve them. Don't think, how can I make money? How can I sell? How can I close this deal? Think, how can I serve them? If you go with that mindset, you'll make more money. This is the beauty of it. You go with a serve mindset, not a sell mindset, you actually make more money. How crazy is that? Madness. Avoid shiny object syndrome. There's lots of new offers. There's going to be lots of new offers. Again, this goes back to what we talked about earlier. If you're watching YouTube, watching other people in this space, you will be bombarded with new offers. Why? Again, think about it. Why are they telling you about a new offer? They're probably selling you something on that new offer, myself included. So think about that, right? If you go to YouTube and there's a new offer, AI automation agency, AI offer, you know, shiny this, shiny that, right? New, same thing, just packaged new way, right? Called a different name. Think through that. Is that person just trying to talk about this new offer to get people to think that it's the best offer and then sell people something and then realize the offer doesn't actually work that well? And then they do something else? Possibly. All right. So keep that in mind. So it's going to be AI offers. There's going to be this offer and that offer, right? New spins to the business model, making it sound completely different when in reality it's the same. Crazy complex systems trying to solve multiple problems. These are some of the things that really hold a lot of people back. We have had people try to solve multiple problems, and oftentimes it doesn't really work that well because you're starting, right? Like you're starting. Imagine you say this to yourself, right? You've never been in a gym before. You've never run before. You've never cycled a bike. And you've never swam properly. And instead of just like, let me just try running or let me just try the gym, you say, like, from zero, I'm going to do a triathlon. But I'm not just going to do a triathlon. I'm also going to enter a bodybuilding competition 1 month after. So I'm going to do a triathlon. All right. I'm going to prep for 3 months, which is crazy. Then I'm going to do a bodybuilding competition. And at the same time, you're actually going to compete in some other sport. Like, just think about that. Trying to solve all of those at once is probably not going to work. Pick one thing, focus on that. Simplicity scales, fancy fails. So what are beta clients? This has nothing to do with being an alpha or being a beta. This is completely different. A beta client is typically this, right? It's a regular agency client, but at a discounted rate. That's it, the most simple terms. So we usually recommend our students to charge a lower retainer to get their first couple of clients. Okay, so instead of charging 500 a month, you charge 300. All right, we'll get into this more, but that's all it is. Just literally undercharging so you can get experience while getting paid. Now, this is optional, but ideally with a beta client, you also add in this term. So because you're giving them a discount, you would explain it like this. Look, John, so we normally charge 500 a month for this service. Right now, we're actually taking on 3 beta clients, or for example, you could say it like this. We're taking on 3 clients into a new case study where we want to basically see how fast we can get you to X. And because we're putting you in a new case study where we're going to test out some new strategies, all right, we're going to be willing to discount the price of the package. So instead of charging you 500, we're going to charge you 350. Now, there's one key thing, John. For me to offer you that $150 discount, so you'll save $150, I do need your commitment that when we get you to X, when we get you that result, that you can give us a testimonial or a review. So a video testimonial or a written review. Is that cool with you, John? All right, that's how you do it. Now, the reason that works really well is because you're framing that your price is normally X and you're giving a discount, so he's saving a big amount. But more importantly, you're framing it as we're testing new stuff, but we know we're going to get you to the result you want. So when we get there, are you willing to give us a review? So in their mind, they're thinking there's no doubt, right? It's, oh, when it works, not if it works, when it works. So why would you want a beta client? Well, one, build your confidence because you're charging less money and it should be easier to sell. Stress test your service delivery, right? Like literally just get used to delivering your service. It's easier to sell. You'll probably close more deals. You'll also have more chance of building a case study and portfolio. We'll cover this later on. But if you get 3 clients that pay 300 versus some other guy got 2 clients pay 500, I would say you're better off because you have more chances to get a good result with a client and then have more results for the future. First testimonial and profit, right? Get some easy cash in. You know, a lot of people are too focused on charging 2,000 a month and they never get a client. Whereas wouldn't you much rather charge 300-400, make less money, but make it faster and get more experience and then scale faster down the line? I definitely would. And more importantly, it's for momentum and experience. If anything, even if you break even on a beta client, that's fine. Now, I would recommend you charge enough so that you do profit, right? Because if you do profit, you will put in more work and effort and you'll probably get them a better result. But more so, it's for the momentum and experience. When you get that first client, like 0 to 1 is the hardest. So going from 1 to 3 is way easier. So if we can just speed up get to one faster, then amazing. We've done a great job. And with experience, it's pretty simple. You get experience and that will boost your confidence in everything else. So what we'd recommend for pricing is to charge 50 to 70% of what you would usually charge. If you're charging 1,000 a month, charge 500 to 700. If you charge 500 a month, charge about 250 to 350. Now this is optional, right? You don't have to use a beta price. Like you could just use your normal price, but this is how we do it. And again, the note here is undercharge, over deliver. Don't try and get rich here. Get paid to get experience, right? Get experience and get paid to do it, and set yourself up for a better result in the long term. All right, so selling via a funnel. This typically works best for lower priced products, ideally maybe between $1 to $1,000. Can it work for higher ticket products, more expensive products? Yes, it can, but it just becomes a little bit more tricky because people, the more money they spend, normally more time goes into the decision and they need to be in a different state of mind for that purchase. For this, you're going to need to focus on traffic and sending as many people to your funnel as possible. So again, know which route you're trying to take. If you want to go the mass approach and, kind of become an influencer and, try and get as many views on videos and just kind of sell via a funnel, great. That could work really, really well. But if you were going more, look, I want to sell higher ticket, then this route may not make sense. Okay. So this is an example of a funnel. This would be a second page of a funnel. The first page would be basically introducing what I'm teaching, a quick video about it, a breakdown of what they would get inside it. And this is a checkout page, which shows them, okay, here's a recap. This is what you're getting. This is the value of everything. This is the price. And then you just put in your details and you can buy the thing. So that's a funnel. So this is a very simple process. To set this up takes a bit of time. If you've never built one of these before, this could take you days trying to figure it out and set it up. Of course, you could just pay someone to do it, or just stick with a more basic approach and set up a product on Shopify or Gumroad. That's what I started with, and it's what I would do if I was starting off, just to keep things simple. But a funnel, basically, just to recap, the whole goal of this is that you just focus on sending people to the funnel. So the funnel does the work, right? How this works is you send 100 people to this, whether that's they click a link in your Instagram story, they click a link in an email you sent them, or they click the link in your bio on your profile. From there, the funnel does the work. So essentially you don't need to do anything. They go through the funnel, they go through all the details, the steps, and it should be laid out in a way that's optimized to walk someone through from new to your opportunity to, wow, I really want this thing and this sounds fantastic. All right, that's the ultimate long-term goal. Now, what you need to understand with a funnel like this is not everybody's going to buy. So if you send 100 people here, you're not going to have 100 new customers. Like an average rate that we see, and this will very, very much depend on when people see this. So for example, if 100 people see this, but all those 100 people have followed you for 3 months and you never talked about it before and you just posted about it once, they're going to look at it with a very different level of attention than someone who found you today, clicked on your link today, and doesn't know anything about you, right? Just keep that in mind. But out of 100, on average, you might have 5 to 10 people buy this on the upper range. If your funnel is not great or your offer isn't great and you're just trying to test things out and it's not optimized, then you might convert 1, 2, or 3% of people. So you can do the maths on basically how many people need to see this for you to actually make good money with this. So again, this is why this approach works best for a really mass market. Let's say you're selling, again, ebooks, a very low ticket community, or a workout plan, something like that that's, cheap enough for people to be able to make that purchase on a whim, and you need to push volume. So that's how you sell via funnel. We're not going to go into the specifics of like building out a funnel. Again, my goal with you is you need to make sure that you can sell your offer without the fancy bells and whistles, because if you can't, then there's a problem with the offer itself, not just with how you present it, like with a funnel. All right, selling via messages. If you're planning to sell via messages, we usually combine this either with a funnel and depending on which route you go, a call. So it looks like this. You have a conversation, you send them to a funnel, and then you make the sale. Or conversation to funnel to call to sale. That's normally how this flow would work. So this can allow you typically to go from, let's say, charging $1,000 or less for your product to selling via funnel and potentially pushing that up to about $2,000. And this normally means, without losing many prospects along the way. Okay, now these are just benchmarks and arbitrary numbers, right? Does this mean that you could use selling via messages to sell a $5,000 product? I'm sure you could. Will you have a case where maybe you launch a product and your product is only 500 and people are struggling to buy it with messaging and a funnel? Yes, these are just from what I see, okay? Now, I've used this approach mixed with calls, the hybrid approach, which we're going to touch on very soon. I'm really excited to show you that, because that's where I think I've had a lot of good results with that one. So again, just to recap, this is if you want to go slightly higher, but you're not quite sure if you're going to go down the whole sell over a call route. So products I've sold in this price range between $1,000 to $2,000, I've had people buy those just from conversation and funnel. I've also had people that have then gone through conversation and funnel, but then needed a call to make the purchase, to make the big step, because for that person, it was a big financial commitment. So you will have to test this, and this again is going to very much depend on your audience, who they are, how much that money is in regard to how much money they make and how much they have available. So these are just benchmarks, but at least now you know. We've already covered right in the appointment setting section how you would essentially do this. In that section, we did focus on low ticket and high ticket, so you should know the difference between the two. And with that, we're going to move on to the next section. Okay, so selling via calls. We've not touched on this too much thus far. We've touched on selling via messages, via a funnel, and what that all looks like. And I've mentioned how you can use a hybrid approach, which we'll get onto soon, which involves the funnel and calls. But calls is probably where you're going to start. Now, of course, again, if you're selling a $50 ebook, maybe not. But I recommend a lot of people to start with selling via calls because of two reasons. Number one, you'll have a higher conversion rate typically. So if you send 100 people to a website versus 100 people on calls, you will convert way more people on the calls. For example, just to give you some numbers, as we looked at, you send 100 people to a website, you maybe between 1 and 10 people buy. On a call, that number could be 30%, could be 40%, could be 50%, right? So you can sell a lot more people, but it's way more time intensive, of course. That's the caveat. Now, the second reason is to get tons of feedback. You see, your first few calls, you mightn't be very good. You might be pretty rusty. You don't know how to do the process. You're just trying to figure it out. But what you will get is you'll get such good feedback from people as to why did they book a call? What content did they like from you? What made them make the leap and actually book the call versus just watching your free content? And why do they want your help? What exactly is it they need? So this call, even if you don't use it to sell something, or you try and sell something and you don't quite do it successfully, it's going to be really worth your time, because you're going to get feedback, market feedback, real feedback, not just things you think people are thinking, but you can ask the people directly, why did you book this call? Why did you follow me in the first place, right? You can get so nitty gritty with this stuff where, that's just invaluable. So that's the first thing. Now, I've conducted well over 1,000 sales calls, like well. Couple of thousand at this point, right? And I've created dozens of trainings and resources showing how I sell. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you access to trainings from our flagship program, All About Sales. And again, just keep in mind the context. The context here is mainly selling done-for-you services, not where they found us through a personal brand, but where we've done cold outreach. We've found a business online, we've messaged them, and we've got them on a call. So the approach is slightly different, but the fundamentals are exactly the same in terms of how I would approach the call, the questions I ask, the scripting. It's all pretty much the same. So I want you to go through that content. Just keep in mind that context. Now, the question is why? Well, look, if I'm selling a $1,500 offer, I know I could sell more of 100 people if I offer them calls. Simple as. It takes more time, but it's a trade-off. And this is why I love the hybrid approach, which we're going to get onto very, very soon. But if you're beginning, you're starting off this journey, what I would do is I would start with calls and I would use it to get the feedback and, of course, start closing some deals. So this is the hybrid approach. The hybrid approach is as follows. You have a conversation, you send them to a funnel, and then you have an optional call, and then the sale happens. So the call here is optional, right? Even having the option there means that some people who are on the fence will just book the call, to have a quick chat. Now, some people, from my experience doing this, will still join via your funnel and they don't need a call. They love your offer, they love what you do, it all makes sense, they want to buy it directly. Great. I actually love having that option. It's going to depend on your offer. For example, if you were just working one-to-one with somebody, right? Like they weren't getting access to a course or any of your team or anything like that, and it's just one-to-one with you, it might make sense to just get them on a call first, make sure they're a good fit, right? But the way I've got things set up, because I've got somebody in place that helps me with coaching and all of that, we can do this. We can do this without really having many issues. So this is what it looks like on my case, where we would have a conversation. I would send them questions, see if they're a good fit, send them over a video showing them here's everything we do. In that video, I wouldn't show them the pricing of what we do. I would just show them, look, this is the opportunity, how it works. Are you interested? Great. If they say they're interested, then I can send them to this next link, which is this screenshot of the website you see right here. And this will change over time. This is just what we're currently using. All right. So this might be different in 6 months from now. But currently this is working very well. And it's like, okay, cool. You're very interested. Now watch this video. It's 6 minutes. It'll show you how you can work with me. I'll even show you the pricing and I'll give you two options. Option one, you can join the program, or option two, you can book a call and let's have a chat. So it's very straightforward. And a lot of people really respect the upfrontness as well, because some people have a reservation about booking a call where they might think that because you have to book a call that your product is $5,000, $10,000. It's actually happened to me. I've had people join my program and they've joined via this, but have told me that, I wasn't going to book a call because I thought then I'd have to buy some really expensive product. So you can see how there's pros and cons of every single approach. So this is the approach. Now, does this mean that there's some people that were going to join but then book the call anyway just to have a chat? Yes. All right, that's probably the biggest downside, is you will have some of that, meaning that it's just people that you wouldn't have needed to have a call with, but they just booked it because, hey, look, I can spend the money today, or I can just have a free call first and then spend the money. Some of those people are going to do the free call. Okay, so just keep that in mind. The second thing is, are you going to convert as many people? No, right? If you send 100 people to this, would you get, and I don't have the exact numbers for you, but I just know from what I've seen, you're not going to get the same result as sending those 100 people to just booking a call. But as we looked at, there are pros and cons of each approach. Okay, so with this approach, it means I take less calls and some people join without a call. So again, would we make more money the other way? Probably, but it seems like it would be very marginal for the benefit we would get. So would I recommend you try this? I think this works incredibly well when you're starting off if you have a lower priced product. I wouldn't do this immediately if your product is, $1,000 or $2,000, just because you need to figure things out as you go. But as you get more experience and you've sold to more people, you'll know more of what to say in these short videos that will effectively, not convince somebody, but align what you offer to their best interests, okay? So my advice still is to start with selling via call for all the feedback it's going to give you. But this approach is one that I would kind of tend towards if you're selling a little lower ticket and if a call isn't necessary, but it might be a nice option to have. So now we're going to look at how you get paid. It's really important to understand this. The first thing we need to look at is your payment processor. This is basically how you get the money, right? So if I was to pay you today for coaching, how would I pay you? I could send you money directly to your bank. I could send money maybe via PayPal or an equivalent. In the US, I know there's tons of alternatives. Or maybe you could set up Stripe where you could then send me a link. And on that link, I would just be able to pay with my card, my debit or credit card, right? That's the payment processor. That's essentially how you get the money. The second thing then is, do you get paid directly or via a website? So for example, if you're getting paid directly, you can just use one of these and you're good to go. You don't need to worry about having a website or a checkout page or anything like that set up. So if I was starting, I would most likely just use Stripe, where I can set up a payment link. If it's my ebook, $50 ebook, whatever, and I'm good to go. Now, with this, there's some pros and cons we'll go through here. But this is more so when somebody buys your thing and they need to get immediate access. So with the ebook example, if you were to sell your ebook on a payment link like Stripe, it means that they wouldn't get it right away unless you set up some like automations in the background. Most cases they wouldn't. So you would have to then manually send it over to them. So in that case, it can make sense to look at something like Shopify or Gumroad, where they can buy it directly and then get the product directly. It's just that there's a few extra steps to go and set these up. If you were selling a $500 course, same thing. You could set this up with Shopify or Gumroad and they would get immediate access. However, if you're selling over a call, this is normally not needed because you're on the call with them. So if they pay on the call, you can give them access. And in fact, you can kind of use that as a strategy. For example, you're on a call with me, you really like what I offer, you want to do it, but you don't want to do it today on the spot. That's fine. And I wouldn't push you to tell you have to. But what I could do is I could say, hey, look, John, that's no problem, man. There's no problem. If you need more time to think about it, cool. That's fine. Just to make you aware, this is really important to note that if you decide to work with me, I'll have to, basically, well, first you'll have to reach out to me, then I'll have to reply to you and send you a payment link. You'll make the payment, and then I'll have to send you access, but I won't be able to send you access immediately. So just so you know, that process sometimes can get dragged out if I've got a ton of emails that day or a ton of calls that day, right? So I guess, John, is that the only thing that's holding you back right now? Because if we can look at the payment now, even if you're not ready to start today, but this is what you want, you can do the payment and I can actually get you started right away because we're on the call, right? So I can just add it on and I can send over the next steps for you immediately. So that's an example of how I would kind of use that, even though you might see that as a negative, as an advantage, a way to position urgency as to if you get in with me now, I can obviously get you access immediately. The last option I have listed here is ClickFunnels. This is what I personally use. It's not the best in the world and it has its flaws for sure, but it served me pretty well. So essentially means it's a website which is integrated with Stripe, so someone can pay for it, it'll go through to my Stripe account, and then I've also got my membership website hosted on ClickFunnels. So it means I get immediate access to the website in terms of next steps, how to access our content, and how to actually get started with us. So where do you start from here? You start with what is most simple and what makes sense for your offer. So if you're going low ticket and it's an ebook or something very easy to deliver, let's go with Shopify or Gumroad. If you're having any complications, they won't accept you, they won't set up your account, fine, stick with the most basic, direct to bank, Stripe or PayPal or an alternative that's available in your country. Keep things as simple as possible, right? At the end of the day, this is basic stuff of how to get paid and it doesn't need to be super complicated. If you're going higher ticket, I would go again, just direct as well. But if you're selling, like a course, something like that, where again, it makes sense for someone to get immediate access, the Shopify Gumroad approach should with ease.
So as previously mentioned, this is my free course. It's almost like a mini version of a program that I have. And of course, this does not include the coaching, the community, and really the one-on-one support that we give to people that are working with us in that program. This is just some of the content to give you an idea of where to get started with this and for you to hopefully now go and take some action. You do want to get one-on-one support from me and work one-on-one with me. You can literally be on calls with me and speak to my team on a daily basis so that we are giving you up-to-date strategies, we're sharing what's working right now, and that we can create custom plans for you based on where you're at now and where you want to get to. If you want to do that, there will be information below the video. Probably going to be a link, and that link will show you how you can get our help. Now, I appreciate you watching this video. A lot of people who watch free courses like this will not watch a full thing. They may watch 15 or 20 minutes. You've obviously stuck around for quite some time, so congrats to you. Obviously, I'm going to be posting more content on my YouTube, so do subscribe and stick around for the future content that I'm going to share with you. Hope you enjoyed. Have a good rest of your day.